you. Happy Wednesday, everybody. You guys are currently tuning in to NECC. It's semifinal postseason season, and honestly, we're having a brilliant matchup today. John commentate, Chef Cast here, and John, important question. Have you been avoiding me all season? Because it's our first time on an NECC broadcast here this semester.
Yeah, saving the best for last, as always. So we'll start out here with the best team heading into this one. Well, both teams are actually pretty spot on. I think they have the same exact seeding placements, too, in terms of wins and losses. So this is going to be a very close matchup for sure. It's Purdue Black versus BGSU, which stands for Bowling Green. So quickly, since we are very behind schedule, we'll take a look at Purdue's team first and foremost to see what their main five will be looking like. And then pretty much right after, we have a few seconds to talk about them, we'll go over into BGSU's roster as well. We've got Leopard, we've got Hoku, 3, Squirrel, and then I believe it's Dree as well. And moving on over into BGSU's lineup, because again, we are 30 minutes behind and we want to get this game over as quickly as possible, or start as quickly as possible. We'll take a look at BGSU's lineup as well. Butters, Justa, Flagella, Bandrews, and also it's Sovin.
I like the name, it's Sovin. But my friend,
it's Oven, actually. My mistake.
It's Oven, it's right, yeah, it's Oven.
Wait, hey. All right.
It's LS Oven. It's like a
it is
Chevy
Oven,
engine.
That's right. That's the one name I didn't look over before this. My mistake.
Shaking my head.
Yeah.
But you know what I did look over, John?
Yes.
I looked over our maps. Let's talk about where we're going. It's a best of 3 currently today. And it's Oregon, Bank, and Clubhouse. And Bank there, John, is the most interesting of the map selections. Bowling Green has banned Bank 85% of the time this semester, and Purdue Black has banned it 42% of the time. Neither one of these rosters have played this map this semester, and you know what? Purdue is doing the good old saving strats until postseason.
As always, that was just the end of that, as always. Well, I think we've just about gotten everyone ready up here. All 10 players are good to go, so we'll get the matchup started just shortly between Purdue and BGSU. Starting out on that first map, like you had mentioned, Brian, Oregon, which is a map that a lot of Purdue teams are very well versed in, so it's probably going to be a very challenging map to start out here for BGSU, but I mean, both these two teams have played before in the past, so a little bit of homework has definitely gone into this semifinals match because so much is on the line.
And Oregon has been a staple map so far here in NECC. Both rosters are tenured on this map, but nonetheless, hopefully, as you mentioned, the homework has been done. Hopefully new strategies have been, created. And so far, the bans aren't demonstrating that at all, John. Thatcher, the default ban, but honestly, Thatcher does make sense, especially downstairs when you're executing into J Bunker. The ability to turn off ADS is going to be quite powerful. And mentioning that J Bunker strategy, Flores is the king of destroying the utility in J Bunker.
Well, so far 2 normal bans here on Oregon. Next one to follow, that being the Kaid, also makes a lot of sense, especially for the basement floor with that hatch play. And even when you go into the top floors as well, like Kitchen, for example, it's much easier to destroy those bandit batteries and mute jammers to get open those main walls in comparison to the Kaid claws. So a pretty solid ban to say the least. And Mira as well, also pretty default. She can make a lot of sites, pretty much a stronghold, especially that basement floor. So also a pretty stable one too. But that does leave Valkyrie and Omai on the board as an option, so we could see a rather util and also rather aggressive stylization of play, depending on what Bowling Green and Purdue want to opt out when they move in over on that defensive side.
And Wamai allows a lot of flexibility for the defending team. I mean, especially if you're putting a hold and a deployable shield into the attic portion of the top bomb site or downstairs in a J Bunker, the site that we're currently going to for the first defense here on Oregon. I mean, you can deny a lot of projectiles, and it's forcing the attacking team to maybe respect the utility by going for a utility burn, or honestly, John, something a lot of collegiate teams don't really utilize enough is rotating away from the utility, respecting it so much, respecting how strong it is, saying, you know what? I'm not going to deal with that. I'm going to go to the other side of the map.
I mean, it is an option that can work sometimes, especially if you're a team that's rather slow to go on that counter rotation to actually deal with anyone moving in from somewhere you weren't really expecting all that much. But with Bowling Green's lineup, it would honestly make a lot of sense for them to maybe have some sort of roam game established early on, especially with nobody extending on into elbow, or J as you like to call it. And with that being said, it most likely would be in the hands of its Oven to accomplish that most likely, maybe playing around near either security or the top of freezer stairs, and then falling back eventually. That way they can actually utilize all of the ADSs and, Thorn gadgets, for example, to still hold down the fort for quite some time.
and plenty of flexibility to burn those ADSs, 2 sets of flashbangs, so a total of 6 to be used. And, oh, John, things are starting off a bit odd here for Purdue. They're going to go upstairs to T3, make sure that there's no roamers lurking in any of those nooks and crannies up there. And from there, John, you have so many positions to go from. You can go straight down the tower stairs, you can go into meeting, or you can get opening pick. That's probably not the choice that Purdue wanted, but now you're going to have to find somebody else to fill the shoes of Leopard Ear, your primary entry.
Not a great start for Purdue, but, I mean, pretty good for BG, I would have to admit. And for the most part, Purdue, they are having a rather, I suppose, one-sided take at the moment. They've got the air jabs stacked up by Drew to at least have that flank on watch, but most of that roam game has already fallen back, all except for one defender, so it's not going to really be all that helpful for Purdue as of now. They just need to kind of brute force their way in against this player up near Pillar. With the Habana on the board, 3 can get the E-box hatch, so maybe some stuns to come flying in through that direction, but a shield is there to actually guard Oven's position from an E-box drop, so he's actually rather safe in this position and can honestly fall back whenever he feels required to.
Hoko has nades, has a gone 6, and finally the flashbangs come out. Its Oven falls away, but they're still aggressive enough with that 416 to continue to deny entry from those main stairs. E-box hatch has been opened up as well, but the linear nature of Purdue has led them to have very little map control. And that's why, John, we're seeing the rotation over to J Bunker. A new avenue has been created to try to challenge sites with 3 possible entries. And honestly, with J Bunker now in control of Purdue, they might be actually moments away from going for an execute. They still have to be mindful of where some of these defenders are playing around these door frames.
Still tons of hard destruction, but if Oven is not detected, this could be a huge play for the Jaeger to potentially make this that 5 versus 3. Still having the man advantage and still having the roam game alive and well too. 3 will get that trade eventually onto Bandrews, but Butters is there onto Hoku. Squirrel gets rid of Justa as they're still trying to go on that flank up above, leaving us now in an equalized position, but 40 seconds to kill in those smokes. Still being a threat right now. Definitely a good position overall for BG, but now that 3 finds a second on the Habana, things have taken a turn for the worse.
No more smoke grenades, and only 1 projectile denial for Bowling Green. You have that Nitro Cell to potentially deny plant, but Purdue needs to expedite. They attempt to go for the plant, but the Thorin Gadget is going to deny that, but still so much time to work with. The nades and flashbangs from Purdue can also kind of act as a shock and awe. Plant continues. The swing is good from Oven. Forced to go for a second. Lines that up. Low ammo, 416. Elects for that reload and ring around the Rosie into Pillar. And it's a pre-fire through the soft barricade that finds Purdue round number 1.
Not map 1 just yet. Hopefully that's not.
I like to get ahead of myself.
Look, I did too like 3 times during like the run of show because we were trying to speed run it, and instead of saying like getting the match started, I said we're getting the match over and done with. So, you know, just getting all the mistakes out of the way early in the matchup. That's probably
a
good thing
map, right?
for. Yeah, exactly. Getting all the problems out of the way for both ourselves and potentially the players as well. Because for Bowling Green, they had a really good start. They had that opening duel. They still had the roam game alive and well, too, with not too much stopping that Aruni of Justa to maybe find a ton of success in those final 40 seconds, but maybe just jumping the gun or just having poor timing. We didn't quite catch where exactly Justa died from, but they were eventually detected. The roam game was gone, and Purdue were still making decent headway heading in towards the basement floor. They eventually removed pillar control. Oven wasn't able to find as much damage as probably anticipated for in that Jaeger pick, so the basement defense overall just kind of fell a little bit short in those final 40 seconds just because Purdue were just so, I guess, reliable in their own gun skill just to find those 1-for-1s, and Bowling Green kind of allowed those plays to kind of happen, I suppose.
But that's one of the strengths of a lot of collegiate teams, John, is just their ability to overcome issues by just simply winning gunfights. And I mean, that's also a byproduct of the attack that we saw from Purdue. They elected to go for a very linear attack, pushing in through tower, and, well, that forces you to eventually take your gunfights. Purdue now winning that, they're electing to go for the same style of play. They're already starting to queue up over on the tower side, and, well, we see a roam being answered from Bowling Green. They're going to try to remove some drones or maybe find another opening kill.
So we had Bandrews accomplish that on the Thorn last time, and then we still had just a Ginger lurking around later in the matchup. Maybe having more than one roamer as a potential threat could be problematic for Purdue, especially if that roam game is a bit more volatile in the first couple of minutes or so, and that will actually be matter of fact. 3 gets downed by the Aruni. A second and almost a third lines up for her, but it's not going to matter as the damage has already been done despite losing out on that triple kill factor. Hoku gets rid of Butters as well, so the roam game is almost completely flushed out, but losing your flank watch and losing your hard breach is such a huge deficit for Purdue in these next 2 minutes.
two of the primary supports of Purdue just completely removed. Sure, you still have your firepower of your primary entry and your flex, but the hatches will not be opened, and your flanks are going to have to be monitored through those roly-poly drones, which, sure, you have 2 players dead, but you want those drones to be used on-site to actively gather information, John. And you can see what it's doing to Purdue. You don't have those droners alive either, so when you're trying to figure out whether or not meeting is actually clear to have you push into, well, you have to have one of those entries elect a drone, and now what do you do when you try to burn the burn the ADSs around this deployable shield? Its oven is going to happily exist here because you have no flashbangs if you're a fan of Purdue.
Only nades. Is only the ADSs though as well, so it might be just enough to deal with it. Bandrews though goes for a pretty good power play from the single wall and gets rid of Leopard, and swings out for a second. That's gonna be a second confirmed kill now for Bandrews, leaving it only up to Hoku. About a minute left to spare, but not all that much to their name, besides maybe a couple drones. Those grenades as well could maybe find something, but at this point, I believe all the utils been stacked up over near Pillar just to really fortify that one part of the map and basically force Hoku in pretty much a funnel at this point. The toxic smoke's there to greet him as well. Really no options left for the lone Ionic, so maybe just to think out these next 40 seconds or just hope that they can end up winning out these 1-for-1 gunfights, which could be possible, especially if its oven will be the first to fall. But again, those ADSs keeping a pretty good safety net for the Jaeger so far, and that shield still being alive, it almost seems impossible, and it in fact will be, as Bandrews there with the crossfire, a third for the Thorn, and now the first round finally for Bowling Green.
Second round in a row for Bowling Green to find the opening kill, but this time it was converted into 2 additional kills. The loss of the support players, the Nomad and the Hibana, just simply cost Purdue far too much. They weren't able to open up the hatches. They started becoming far too predictable because they had to go through the pre-established portions of the map, down the main stairs, into E-Box, and the deployable shields were just too much for Purdue to overcome. 2 of them brought out by Bowling Green. I mean, from there, you have to coordinate your utility burn, but you don't have the utility to burn. You have to start to waste those precious grenades, and they just weren't timed efficiently enough to destroy the deployable shield. And even when those ADSs were disabled, the nades just never found their mark.
Moving up into kids' room, hopefully we don't have the same problem reveal itself again where we have your only flash players die off the bat and allow that roam game to still be rather potent. That was the one thing that I mentioned, especially after round 1, was maybe if the aggression was amped up a little bit, or if there was more of a buddy system for Bowling Green, they could end up thriving on that roam game. And that was relatively true because we had just to off the bat find that 2K, and Bandrews was at least attempted to try to find that refrag, or actually no, it was Butters who was right next to him. They weren't able to find that eventual refrag, but still having all that damage dealt from the get-go, it really threw Purdue off guard, as they were not expecting that element of surprise. They were expecting probably more of a default setup and not having someone so aggressive playing near Big Tower to go for that swing. It ended up finding a lot of success, and that inadvertently gave Bowling Green the round win before that truly ended.
You're talking about an aggressive players, Bandus being one of those. They've just had a role change. They're now over to mute one of the primary SMG-11, secondly the secondary in this lineup, and Butters is now bringing out the Thorn, and Butters found success, the opening kill in round 1, as you mentioned, and found multiple kills in round 2. So now they're flexing over to a different operator. The Thorn's going to be the first death for Bowling Green, and now all of our eyes are going to go over to Bandus, who's currently lurking downstairs in the basement. Actually a strong position to be in because Purdue is starting to queue up towards the west.
Well, at least the adaptation is there in round number 3, where Leopard isn't going to be caught off guard by Butters going in on that aggressive play. Just the Ginger, though, has still not been contested, as they have the entire basement floor as a highway just to move around as freely as possible. And its oven is not too far behind either, playing in the middle floor, waiting for someone to maybe overextend towards the white side. As normally you see for most teams, once they open up Master Wall, they either head in through Addict or they end up deteriorating over and towards the big window or white stairs part of the map as well. So still a good position to hold for the time being. And now that Ginger has, although been spotted, but tries to up the ante, is definitely something to think about for Purdue. But now that the Valkyrie falls back, it's really only going to be the Jaeger to have to worry about. But he ends up going back to the top floor, so not a problem for him either.
That was excellent drone placement there from Purdue, because there wasn't a flank drone moments before it was shot away from It's a Ginger. If they weren't droned out, that Valkyrie might have been able to do serious work. A Nitro Cell from below might be able to shut down everything that Purdue has, because there's a lot of soft floors over by that main breach. Smoke grenades go out. First of the round, still 2 more in pocket, but a little bit early usage of those smoke grenades because it might allow Purdue to start to go into sight relatively soon, especially after the kill on Its Oven. I mean, the members of Bowling Green starting to die on sight, and 3 can push in, starts to go for the plant because why? Well, the members of BGSU are nowhere to be seen.
2 versus 4, and really all the cutoff angles are established by Purdue at this point. Post-plant position as well, and I believe it's supposed to be a retake by Just a Ginger, as they're the only one left alive, and yep, Floga will get finished off as well, and Squirrel's still just at the ready near Master. Purdue take a second round, and I mean, they just seemed more of a methodical team in that round. They still had the exact same roam clear coming through, except they were more prepared for anyone to be playing that hyper-aggressive, so the opening duel was a win for Purdue, and then they just slowly raveled their way up in the top floor. They had information as to how the roam game was being played out by Bowling Green during that 5 versus 4. So they just pushed in the site heavily, knowing it was essentially that 5 versus 2, got the plant down, and the retake was pretty much impossible just because of how strong the man advantage was for Purdue in those final 40 seconds.
Do you feel that the roam was, I don't want to say discombobulated, but a little bit like disjointed? There was enough communication between the roamers because they were just kind of walking up and down the stairwells or trying to maybe find nitro cells from below, but they never really came together as like a roaming team. They never really found like a pinch or maybe a challenge swinging off each other. I mean, it was just individual roamers. And as you mentioned, Purdue is looking strong on their roam clear. So if you're going to overcome the roam clear, we're going to have to play together as a team. And one of the things with Oregon is it forces team play.
I would suppose maybe trying to change things up and maybe go for more of a team place kind of roam would not be a horrible idea, especially since we still have Bowling Green as a team capable of winning those gunfights. But if Purdue kind of has the, doesn't have to worry about that surprise factor, if they have enough information to go in for those swings, they're going to just simply have better weapons being on that attacking side. We talk about the LNG meta constantly, and that just gives the upper hand for a lot of attackers to go in for those heavy swings and still win it out in a 50-50 gunfight. But we almost saw that element of surprise almost favor the defense once again, but the spawn peak not hitting its mark will still keep us in that 5-on-5 despite what the kill marker is trying to tell us up above, Brian.
You know, John, I admire the fact that Bowling Green is constantly aggressive. This is the first spawn peak that we've truly seen from them, but they've always been trying to challenge this opening kill, and what that does is it kind of forces Purdue to slow their attack down just a bit, because it becomes a liability if you're zooming too quickly to the bomb site or too quickly to the actual building itself, because you don't want to get caught sprinting and lose one of your precious attackers, forcing yourself in a 4v5. To be fair, we've seen that before, and that was actually the round that Purdue won back in round number 1. And why is there a Thorn Gadget again there in code? It feels like that's such an easy thing to deal with. It just detonates. You can either run away from it or just shoot it. It seems like you'd be better off denying something where the attackers have an opportunity cost of challenging it with.
Seems more or less like the last second, oh wait, I still have one more gadget left and I'll go deploy it out in closet. Maybe it finds something. We've all been there beforehand. Bandrews tries to get a bit aggressive though, and it's not going to work out. 3 somehow still wins that gunfight, and we're set up in the 5 versus 3. Purdue once again taking a strong lead. They've got the flank as well, the watch out by the air jabs, and all they got to do is just wait a couple more seconds for those smokes to finally disappear, and then they can just enter the site almost for free. The only thing to really worry about this go around is potentially Ginger, who is still playing underneath, and they have that nitro cell. If the information is fed by either a black eye camera or just by one of their teammates still playing on that top floor, that could be a huge way to deny the plant and maybe equalize in a 3-on-3.
And Hoko's death is going to provide the information to Purdue that, well, Justin is down here. They're spotted in classroom. Finish them off. Oh, that's a way to finish them off. The nitro cell is good for a kill, but it's on to the sender. And package now received. Purdue's going to find themselves in the advantage, but the cameras of Just a Ginger is still providing dividends to the members of the defending team. You can see the yellow pings go out, but it doesn't matter as 3 finds a kill, begins to go for the plant, and Purdue has plenty of coverage. 2 gun barrels try to deny into pit, and an SMG-11 is going to be quite cumbersome in this 1v3.
Only not that much left really for Fragella at this point. Again, you've got the crossfires established. Someone's playing white deer and also in the back of Master, but no, it isn't even in white. It's the middle of Dorm's room, closer to the big window default point. Instead, the Nomad with great coverage directly on the case will end up getting the final kill on towards that smoke. And once again, it's a 1vx position. Instead, your player of Ginger trying to retake, that's actually not the last person alive. Instead, just Flagella, who's kind of in a rock and a hard space at that point, having to worry about so much potential for a trade by Purdue that it really just was not around meant to be. 3 now for Purdue overall in their attack, and so far they are looking quite phenomenal, to say the least, here on this matchup. But I mean, again, Bowling Green, they have made a couple of these encounters quite close, so it's definitely not over for them just yet, especially since we are heading into the basement, and this has been their strongest site so far in play, Brian.
but only won round 1 here for Bowling Green. Now, you can make an argument that it was strong in round 1 too, when we saw Bandos find the opening kill, but still Purdue was able to win that round because of good team play. And again, that's what Bowling Green needs to overcome. They need to find ways of denying Purdue access to the map and denying Purdue kind of like their interplay as they challenge multiple angles simultaneously. We saw that in the previous round. We saw that through the coverage fire. And honestly, if you're a solo roamer, you're not going to deny an attacker holding multiple angles or having multiple attackers hold the same angle on you. It's just going to be something that's going to be a little bit too overpowering. So now, going downstairs to the basement, there are ways for the defenders to set up their own crossfires, especially on the main stairs, where Purdue has prioritized their attack all 3 examples of basement.
One thing to note as well is, I mean, the only time we've really seen Bowling Green get much of a dominating round against Purdue was when they had that shock factor going through, and I guess that's going to be correct once again because Just a Ginger has actually readjusted their positioning and went for a spawn peek, noting that there would most likely be a push directly inside a big tower and was watching through the small tower. A cheeky play, but it pays dividends because we've got Leopard already dead to rights as one of your main stop destructors, but thankfully with the fact there's still secondary breach, or not secondary breach, pardon, secondary util clear, and those grenades still alive and well, it's not going to be too much of a problem. What could be an issue, though, is Bandrew's still playing on this top floor, and he hasn't been fully dealt with just yet. Spotted, yes, but like I said, confirmed as a kill, not until now, and still, a 4 versus 3s, he managed to get away with a kill.
And Just a Ginger's above, using the hatch into Attic to dish out a ton of damage to Purdue members. And Just a Ginger is going to go scot-free. No HP lost, and they've wasted time. Purdue's scrambling to try to deal with this elusive roamer, but they have no idea that Just a Ginger has now fallen back to the bomb site. I think Purdue has read the writing on the wall, though, John. They're going to start to prioritize the bomb site. They're going to say, you know what? If you guys want to roam Bowling Green, that's fine. You can continue on your roam. We're just going to try to go for a site executor and try to go for potentially an advantage. Maybe if the roamers are still off site. Nope, that's not the case because it's now going to be a 3v5 on site. But hey, that's a conversion. That's a 3v3.
But again, though, you take a look at the HP deficit. We've got Drulu and Hoku 1 shot away from death, and the smoke is still on the board. Depending on their positioning, if that smoke canister hits them, I mean, they are just dead to rights. And maybe even direct contact with the smoke grenade before it even detonates could still down them as well because they are just so low in HP. Definitely some food for thought, but that M14, that will definitely guarantee enough to damage and find that kill. We also have a Razor Bloom finishing off 3 as well. Hoku, the only one left to survive this onslaught, but eventually they fall down 6 feet under as well by Ginger, who had an absolute insane round from beginning all the way to end as they got the final kill.
The roam for Bowling Green was so powerful in that round, John, for one particular reason. I mean, Purdue never really droned it out. Sure, they found one player lurking over and meeting, but does that really matter in the grand scheme of things? No, absolutely not, because after they acquired the information, Purdue got tunnel vision. They started to just literally sprint in. That was Squirrel on the sledge and got fried. Then you have the MK DMR vertically playing in Attic. I mean, that's just something that Purdue was unprepared for because they weren't actually droning out the map. This is a problem with one of those linear attacks. You have to be so disciplined in the information that you're gathering, because if you're not and you don't mind a hatch upstairs on the floor that you're not even caring about, well, all of a sudden the round can go sideways. Plus, once you start to incorporate the opening spawn peak that Purdue had, I mean, it just spiraled out of control way too soon.
Had a lot of chaos-driven rounds here for Bowling Green. Let's see what kind of chaos they can brew up going in towards meeting room for the first time here in this first half. They haven't needed to go here because they've been trying to fully flush out a round win on either Laundry or Kids most of the time, but now they are forced to pick this tertiary pick. Still opting for the Thorn, but now we get to see both the Wamai and Jaeger in play, which, funny enough, we didn't even get to see that witnessed over in Laundry Room, which is such a util-based site. You would really think they'd both be on the board, but nope. Only now do we get to see both the util burns as a main option. And that really has been one of the main leeways of Purdue to get away with certain plans, is when they just fully flush out a site and they are just able to kind of make quick work in those final 40 seconds. But again, if we see that same aggression by Bowling Green, they might not even have enough util Purdue to actually deal with any of those magnets or ADSs when they finally go in for the execute.
And it also requires Purdue to gather the information where that utility is placed, something that they struggled with in the previous round. You can see that they're continuing to struggle with this. I mean, Leopard Ear is your primary entry right now. They see tracers zooming over their head, but they don't know how to deal with that because Purdue isn't, well, really applying pressure. They're not pushing together. The flashbangs have yet to be used. Their grenades have yet to be used. And now here's a flank. Nobody's monitoring the flank watch. You have a Nomad after all. This is unacceptable. Squirrel's going to fall, and Justin Ginger's going to be able to leave scot-free. Once again, their roam goes unpunished.
Great opening kill by Ginger once again, and I guess we'll have to see Purdue think twice about not having the air jabs deployed, as they're going to lose out on all their grenades. Hoku could not find anything trying to huck them in near the double doorway of, or pardon, the double window, sorry, heading inside of Dorm's room, so they don't really have anything to brute force their way against spotters. If he sees a couple flash grenades flying in through, he can always just fall back, but even having backup by Bandrews as well is going to make this quite problematic. Leopard, though, swings at just the right time and through the rotate, and 3 catches Ginger off guard as well. Things have equalized quite quickly for the final 80 seconds, but still little to no utility left to properly clear out through the rest of Bowling Green. It definitely seems to be quite a problematic position right now for Purdue, especially since they can't even go for vert on this top floor.
Yeah, but good news, John. The air jab's been placed. At least 2 of them. Still 1 more in pocket, and I don't know if that air jab's going to be used for flank watch elsewhere, or maybe if the bomb goes down for Purdue, you can have it as kind of like this orbital coverage in the event that the defenders get too close to that case on the ground. But we're quite a bit away from going to any scenario where that plant is going to happen, because Purdue has yet to be able to really hard breach. They've yet to be able to open up any lines of sight into the meeting room or to whatever bomb site they want to prioritize, kitchen being the other relevant site. And here it goes. Finally down on the wall, but with 35 seconds to play with, seems like a little bit too late, and you can't be swinging with the X-Kyro launcher in hand. You have to be swinging with that type. You have to find a kill.
Speaking of finding a kill, Bandrews is still in a prime position to do just that, but Purdue clearly do not want to have that happen. 3 very low in HP, might have to drop the case potentially, or just hope that both the Zofia and Nomad can be enough overwatch to actually allow this post-plant position to go down. So far, 3 actually finds a kill of their own. Bandrews will eventually fall, but still relatively low HP. Your top floor coverage has been completely failed, as I believe the Zofia tried dropping down through the hatch. 3 with a third on their own. Apparently the HP deficit won't be that much of an issue. Could even get the plant down as well to make this a confirmed post position for Purdue in this 2 versus 1, with Flagella having to now retake the site by themselves on the smoke with no toxic canisters left and having to deal with a couple of flash grenades as well to have plenty of time burn for Purdue. This has been a full 180 of a round, as Purdue were not looking to be in that spotty of a position, but have completely brought things back on round 6, and they still take the half 4-2.
What a round there from Purdue. I mean, John, you said it best. There's just no way that Purdue should have been able to win that round. They get punished from a flank from behind, and honestly, they just start to execute into sight. They executed upstairs. They found 2 kills on their trades trying to push into the coverage of dorms. Purdue elected to not take vertical because they kind of ran out of time dealing with the roamers, so a prioritization of the meeting room wall, X-Kyro pellets open, and once again, Purdue simply won their gunfights. And to kind of demonstrate the storyline of how Purdue should not be going 4-2 to the half, all but 2 rounds Purdue found the opening kill. That means that they're opening killed 4 times and still was able to win 4 rounds. That's an incredible stat right there.
One thing to note again, the over-aggression by Bowling Green, I thought Bandrews' position was almost perfect. What really would have guaranteed that as a safe spot, still playing that close, was maybe having someone swing near the kitchen doorway as well, just to establish that team play. That's been the one lacking thing by Bowling Green. I think you talked about it earlier, Brian, was the heavy emphasis on those hero plays, and when they work, it's beautiful for Bowling Green, but that's not the only thing they can rely on such a team-based game like R6. You can have someone like Ginger pop off, find those opening kills, find those spawn peaks, and then carry over a strong position for the final minute. But if you just end up over swinging and going for 1-for-1s when you just don't need to do that, you're still going to have a good chance of losing that round.
I would admire the kills that 3 has right now. 10 to their name, John. And remember, 3 is one of your support players. I mean, they're playing Habana, your primary hard breach and only hard breach on the attacking side. And for them to find 10 kills is quite impressive. And now they're going to go over to another supporting character into the mute, their secondary SMG-11. Now, to be fair, we've seen some mutes like Merc be super aggressive with the SMG-11, able to kind of dictate the flow of a round from the defending aspect. But right now, they're currently anchoring into sight, which actually might be a good read as an exothermic charge detonates into Laundry.
I mean, but for the most part, 3 has found those kills in the final minute or so when people just get over aggressive. Again, the same storyline that I just mentioned there for Bowling Green. And the Mute, like you had mentioned as well, it's that quote unquote supporting role, but you can still go gun mode like if you see Merkin play, like you had mentioned, Brian. But we're not going to see that gunplay just yet. Still the heavy anchorage by Purdue so far. Only now has Bowling Green began to get that hard destruction established heading in over into security. From the looks of it, they might want to try and opt to go in for more of that laundry / freezer kind of approach, but still droning out in through the back stairs. That might lead them to some sort of option later on to have one player particularly late rotate just to try to catch anybody with that surprise maneuver in case everyone has their backs turned and focus in on towards both freezer and also the laundry drop down, which makes a lot of sense since a lot of teams in collegiate tend to struggle with having that tunnel vision. So if we have Purdue just only hyper focus on those 2 entries, that could be big for Bowling Green if they have somebody late rotate down through back stairs.
And running 2 hard breaches will allow you to have that flexibility because you can open up new lines of sight. Now, the exothermic charge has already been used on the hatch, which is a bit odd since you have Habana in play, but Habana also has the ability to open up long lines of sight, especially that freezer wall. Currently mute jam, but a well-timed flashbang or a nade might be able to deal with that. The defenders have their own throwable utilities. Nitrocell will find the opening kill. Purdue will get traded back, though, so Oven's going to be able to put himself in a good position. And there's Leopard Ear. They were the opening death so many times in attack, but John, they're here to strike with their claws, and well, those 2 trades are going to put Purdue in the man advantage.
Big damage done once again. No one checks for Squirrel in an off angle. That's Butters to fall, leaving it just up to it is Oven. 1 versus 3. Case is currently dropped on the floor, but that can, of course, be retrieved, and not all that much time left to spare, so he's got to get active, and yeah, just kind of walked into his own grave at that point as an SMG-11's there to greet him once again, and it's going to be the first round in the second half as a victory for Purdue as they had everything accounted for. I talked for a long time about that late play heading into back stairs, but I should have probably emphasized the lateness of when you need that play to go through. That was the first thing to occur, was the Finka of Bandrews solo pushing down big tower stairs, which allowed 3 to perfectly isolate them and get the finisher with that Nitrocell that allowed the early man advantage, and then Purdue at that point only had to worry about freezer and laundry, which they already had their sights on again. So the mistiming there by Bowling Green really went a long way to cause their own disaster in round 7.
Nah, it was the mistiming there of Ion at the end. You know, they try to do the fake with the throw out your clone, and you're like, ha, I'm going to trick you. I'm not a clone right now.
Yeah,
I'm actually gonna, but
they were half a second faster, then they would have gotten that off correctly. Surely.
Well, no, here's the thing, right? Like, you smoke through laundry. So if you're going to go for a fake, the defenders are here. And they're like, wait, holograms don't cough. I think there's somebody in our smoke and air to get fried. All jokes aside, though, it was an unwinnable scenario for Oven there. And then that's kind of why we're teasing them just a bit. It's difficult to overcome that 1v3. And, well, now Bowling Green finds himself in kind of an awkward position, fellow. You're kind of forced to win the next few rounds, because if you don't, Purdue goes into match point, and they're going to find themselves in a very comfortable position to win Bowling Green's own map choice. So it's critical that BGSU come together this round and find impact, and that's going to start on the roam that's been so or the roam clear that's been so impactful, and well, Bandrose has been that player all day.
So far, we haven't had any action occur. I don't think Hoku's been spotted just yet, but eventually they got to end up clearing in through Shower Hallway. I mean, again, White Stairs, I mentioned it earlier, it's such an important part of the map. Even if you're not going to directly push on the top of White, if you're playing near Z Hallway, you can go for vertical, you can go for nade spam, and you can still be very susceptible to someone just either walking down White or going in through the Shower Hallway to go swing you wide and just end up killing you when you're in a vulnerable position. So you've got to be quite aware of that threat in the hands of Hoku, and so far it seems like BG is just none the wiser. Here comes out the first of many potential kills for this Valkyrie, as they are just right at the precipice of finding that opening duel, and it will end up going in through as a win for Purdue. Hoku shuts down Bandrews off the bat, and it's that 5-on-4 favoring Purdue once again, and almost a 5 versus 3. The second swing is clean, and that will be fact of matter for Purdue.
I condemn Purdue for doing the exact same thing on attack, not leaving a flank drone in Zulu. Now, Purdue didn't suffer any deaths as a result. They actually found a kill as it because they droned right as a player was pushing in through Zulu, but Bowling Green doesn't establish their flank watch drones, puts himself in a very difficult position, a 3v5, and we talked about this being a very important round for Bowling Green, and they're going to have to overcome a lot of odds. To be fair, John, they do have a lot of utility. You still have a full set of flashbangs left and 1 nade potentially Gone 6, and the exothermic charge with the smoke grenades of thermite. So you do have the flexibility to kind of push into sight, leverage your utility, but more importantly, you're also going to have to leverage your gunfights, and you're going to have to, more importantly, win those gunfights.
I mean, everything has to be pitch perfect for Bowling Green at this point. They'll try to opt in through big window, at least the Ayana, but Hoku's just waiting in, playing for the vertical, and again, with that lack of a really proper positioning here by Bowling Green because they're in that 3 versus 5, no one can directly punish the Valkyrie unless a nade would be tossed out by Oven, but they have none left in their pockets, so things are really not looking all that promising. We actually have the Habana of Ginger trying to go for the full rotation, heading in through the basement to maybe kill this Valkyrie to allow someone to actually go and hop in through big window, but Hoku still has the default cam opened up. They're expecting this push in by the Habana. C4 comes out. There's the hook, line, and sinker. A third now for Hoku, and Squirrel denies the ace prematurely as it leaves just Oven now left in a 1 versus 3. They land 2 clean shots, but still 3 more kills to go in about 8 seconds. Not looking all that promising here for Oven, especially with that lack of information. Squirrel tags in the buddy ace between himself and Hoku, and now it's match point already for Purdue.
Wow, what a round there from Purdue, able to exploit the lack of information from Bowling Green. I mean, simply put, Hoku was just not droned out in Shower's quarter. The fact that they're able to push into Zulu, find a kill, and then push back into Showers, and nobody from Bowling Green attempted the follow-up drone to see where that roamer lurked off to. They find that second kill, and then eventually the third kill from security. I mean, it was just a lack of information from Bowling Green altogether that round. They never had any idea where Purdue was playing, and information always the most important thing in Rainbow Six Siege. And you can see that demonstrated by Purdue. Default cameras were still up in freezer after all. I mean, that's how Hoku found their final kill after all, with at least the one with the Nitro Cell. So it was a calamity of errors for Bowling Green, and now they have to win the tertiary bomb site if they want to even keep their chances of live of finding victory in their own map choice of Oregon.
I mean, this is just all but hope. I wouldn't say hopeless, but all but not a great start for Bowling Green so far. And funny enough, we did see the exact same error by Purdue, but as well, they had their self-readjustment where they began properly droning out and expecting the aggressive plays almost every single time, unless it was Ginger attending those hero plays, because he just has plot armor and he is simply built different and a good player as of now, going in for those immediately aggressive plays on the defense that was. But so far for the attack, it's been a rather quiet storyline for Bowling Green. And again, they haven't had that full readjustment phase just yet, but still rocking the Iona, still having a Nomad. The pieces of the puzzle are there. They just haven't been put in the right places yet to fully actually merge that puzzle together as something recognizable.
A different attack coming out from Bowling Green, at least compared to the time that Purdue executed into Meeting Room. We saw Purdue push in more from the north and the south. It's currently a southwest push for Purdue. And they brought out a different operator. It's going to be those castle barricades. 2 of them have already been burned away. One from a Con 6 and one from the impact grenade of the Zofia lifeline. Ginger is not bringing out flat place charges, instead electing to use the not buff, but a newly added Claymore, an additional Claymore in pocket, but well, that's Bandros falling, and that's not a good position to be in. Again, you're on match point, and you cannot have the opening death suffer against you.
Not all that good of a position, but at least Bandrews had done their job at least to a tidbit. Not having that HP boost, though, the adrenaline surges, that's definitely going to be a little bit upsetting for Bowling Green. Purdue still having that roam game alive and well, and with Butters not having much of their utility active at the moment could be problematic, and so far it won't be the roam game to thwart Bowling Green, but it's actually Drulu just sitting in the back of Attic, finding a long-range shot onto, I believe that was Flagella. 3 finding another kill, 2. Only now do we see some sort of response by Bowling Green, but at this point, again, it just seems a bit far too late, as we're already in that 4 versus 2, and there is still tons of denial to stop a plant from going down, even though Bowling Green aren't really in that good of a position to do so, Brian.
And Purdue can continue to lurk upstairs. They can fall back to their bomb site, and regardless of their choice, it's going to force Bowling Green to gather the information and see where the members of Purdue are currently lurking. You saw the Nitro Cell not quite find its mark, so Justa can kind of wipe the sweat off their brow. It's an Oven drones out in through Zulu, identifying multiple members of Purdue are ready to take this gunfight, but nonetheless, the LMGE of Justa is going to lead that charge, but time is still not really a comfortable window for them. Another kill for BGSU, but still, you have the man disadvantage not in your favor.
Trencher as well, very low on health. Well, they've got the LMG to go for the pre-fires. One shot is all that'll be required for it to be a fatal blow for the side of Bowling Green. 20 seconds left to go, and there isn't a lot of time left to even gather that information. So once again, it looks like Bowling Green will kind of be running in blind. That could be a huge fatal error for them, and yes, it will be. Squirrel just waiting right next to the split doorway, gets the final 2 for the kill count, and we have it as map 1 already a victory. 7-2 for Purdue. A pretty quick start so far, despite the delay we had earlier, Brian.
It was information for Bowling Green, John, that would hurt them not only in that final round, but also throughout their series. I mean, their attacking side of Bowling Green left a lot to be desired, John. They just simply had no tabs on what Purdue was playing, where they're playing, what utility they had, and it allowed Purdue to be constantly aggressive. And I mean, we see in that final kill, I mean, it kind of just shows everything that happened. They're just sprinting, taking map control with no information, and Purdue is able to capitalize. And even if we go to that first half, Purdue had 4 opening deaths against them, and still Bowling Green could not have converted those rounds.
Yeah, and I like that they were still trying to get a bit aggressive, especially on the defensive side, but they just weren't able to convert a lot of those situations as well. But hopefully on a more comfortable terrain such as Bank, they could see a completely different stride. But before we go into Bank, we'll have to hop into a quick little break and be back to continue the rest of the semifinals matchup between Bowling Green and Purdue Black. Don't go anywhere. Kicking off the rest of this beautiful Wednesday, we've got the rest of Purdue Black versus Bowling Green heading in over to Bank in just a few short moments. Brian, good to see you again. Forgot that you had almost the same color shirt on as I do. That is a pink, but I'm actually got a lavender on today. But it's like pretty much the same thing. It's like pretty
It's
much the same.
spring Easter egg colors, so
Yeah,
we
right.
coordinated what we're wearing today. That's all that happened. I have to look as cute as you, not as tall as you though, sadly.
Yeah, but the
No.
camera hides that, so that's good.
It does. It's the hair. The hair of the forehead adds like 10 inches to me. So like I appear like I'm taller. And you know what? We have to talk about some very boring things as we prepare for map number 2 of Bank, because it's time to spice things up with chef stats. Did you know that Bowling Green has banned Bank 85% of the time? And poor Purdue is banned at 42% of the time. This is the first time that both of these teams have played this map, and Purdue has been saving this like a pocket ace all season long.
Oh man, I thought Bowling Green actually enjoyed going to this map, but yeah, you're correct. We actually have this as the highest ban rate for Bowling Green, huh? I really don't know how we managed to have this map unraveled as their pick, but all right then. This might not be a very favorable end for Bowling Green. I was really hoping this would be like, oh, maybe they didn't play a lot in Oregon, which is why they got 7-2. So maybe going into Bank, they'll be much more comfortable. Well, that might not be all that much of a correct statement. So far, the bans look fairly standard, but also for Purdue, I didn't even know they had pocket strats for this map either, because I have not seen any Purdue team play Bank in a very long time, Brian.
I think that last time I saw Purdue play Bank was stage 1 of CR6, and that was against... I had been Converse. Like, this is like the semifinals probably a semifinals matchup or quarterfinals matchup. So it's definitely not a map that Purdue is comfortable on at all, but I'm curious to see what it's going to bring. And you know what? Speaking about saving strats, Bowling Green. Well, the last part has a G in it. G2 save stats, so Bowling Green is G2.
Well, I don't want to... What lineage of G2? Like their dynasty age? Their weird 2020
The end of the
stage?
dynasty. We're talking about the end of the Fabian Pengu dynasty.
Where they had like 5 gunners and like nobody wanted to play Thermite? That one? That was a very weird time, but yet their gunners could not gun. So then they got better gunners for like 2021, 2022. Yeah, G2
that didn't gun.
G2 has gone through a very weird teenage phase, I guess we could say. A very weird hormonal stage during Rainbow Six, but that's okay. Hopefully Bowling Green will not meet the same fate. Seems like they've got everything pretty normalized so far in terms of their CEO defense. They've got the shield stacked up near the back of like the stock/vending machine hallway. That way they can better prepare against that janitor hallway take near the top of the square. They've got pretty much everything normalized. So even though this might be a map they ban quite religiously, they seem quite comfortable on it so far, at least in terms of defaults.
Honestly, one of my favorite things about this CEO hold is that head holes that you create into open area. It is so powerful because attacking teams really can't put any of their attackers into open area, because if you do, or pardon me, square, you're going to get smoked into absolute oblivion. And, well, you're just not going to be able to push from there. And that's why we're seeing the offense of Purdue elect to go in through lobby, try to push in through banana, and well, you can see that its oven is very much aware that the Purdue attack is coming from the sector of the map. They've been droned out multiple times, and they're still standing their ground. This is so aggressive. Leopard falls early. They're the opening death twice on Oregon, at least the attacking side, and especially back in round 1 of Oregon, and well, they're going to fall once again early on.
I'm not too sure where Butters was exactly playing at. I believe maybe near the top of Gold Stairs, perhaps, as I don't think he was on the roam game playing up near Tellers, but still a great kill nonetheless for Bowling Green. Its oven will lose a lot of their HP, but still alive to tell the tale. Not too bad of a situation at all. And theoretically speaking, if they wanted to, they could actually try to fall back all the way through Archives, walk up Square Stairs, and maybe get away with their life, but so far it looks like they'll go for a wrap position in the middle of Tellers still. Hoku eventually finds a trade, but not on the Jaeger. Instead, the Aruni of Ginger will fall, someone who is very damaging throughout the entire defensive side on Oregon, has already been the first one to fall for the side of Bowling Green, but still, a minute 40 to kill, still any team's game right now.
Purdue's still trying to prioritize their lobby execute. They're gathering information to kind of figure out where Bowling Green is lurking. But what about the Jaeger? What about its Oven, who is still on that middle floor? They've been recalled deeper towards the east of the map, and I think they might be working their way into open right now to potentially create a new line of sight and try to find some kills. But Purdue's actually now on that topmost floor, John. They're actually going into Trump. This might be an execute, but they're being denied by the SMG-11.
Still a constant back and forth, though. Hoku, with a very important fight, almost wins it out, goes for the reattempt, and it's good. A second for the Ayana, as they have almost full control of front desk at this point. The only thing to keep them at bay currently are those toxic smokes, but they'll try to dodge them by maybe opening up a new avenue of approach in through the front desk, but a jammer is going to actually block that Habana pellet from doing all that much. Its Oven has now relocated back up to the top floor, is detected by the Gemini, but picks the perfect time to swing and falls back down through marble to be a problem later on in these final 30 seconds or so. A 2-on-2 now remains, but I believe it's essentially a 1v2 as this great rotation has to come in through by Oven. Thankfully, though, Flagella is able to hold his own and actually drop the case as well, forcing 3 to get aggressive against the smoke player who's up close and personal but doesn't have out the shotgun. And now a true 1v1 between both Purdue and Bowling Green. Oven very low in HP, but has the time to fall back on potentially. It appears though that 3's going to stick this plant across the ways and does not detect the player on the plant. The lamp is in the way, but it's not going to dodge the headshot from connecting via that 416. Bowling Green, a very rocky mid game, but they're able to convert in the end position based off a key flank done by Oven.
Its Oven was on low HP to begin with, John. They suffered damage in a previous engagement with the Purdue offense in the early stages of the round, and they existed on that low HP throughout the round and find the most important kill, the last kill in the post plant. But what happened to Purdue there? Why would Squirrel just zoom into sight like he's Sonic the Hedgehog? He needs to chill, gather information, find out where the final members of Bowling Green are playing, but just yeeting yourself over by the default plant, by the desk, was just not the call from Squirrel. Purdue got a little bit ahead of themselves. I like how they're trying to overcome the initial death of Leopard Ear, who died in the first, 30 seconds of the round. Purdue put themselves in such a good position, but that final execute, take a breather, Purdue. You have a very strong attack. You demonstrated on Oregon, but that attack was a little lopsided in the end there for Oregon.
And they didn't need to even hop in through CEO. They probably could have planted near the couch position, and that would have had a pretty nice cutoff angle to be established there by the other attacker left on the board too, just to watch both long desk and anyone hopping in through CEO. Yet with that lack of information, Purdue kind of forced themselves to get over aggressive, and that was their eventual demise, as they just didn't really have a lot of time to get in an almost perfect position and also, like I mentioned earlier, gather that information. And now heading in towards the basement site, depending on how Bowling Green wants to defend this, time management could be yet another huge problem for Purdue, because you have the entire building to play with as a defender, especially if you're a team that likes to get heavy on that roam game.
And no roam clear operator being brought out from Purdue. You don't have a Jackal. Jackal is terrifying on this map if you're a defender. I mean, where do you go if you're Jackal tracked? You try to go down one of those stairwells or one of the hatches as quickly as possible, but if you take, for example, the way that Purdue is executing in through lobby, there are going to be players upstairs. I mean, there's so many potential cutoffs. As soon as you're Jackal tracked, there's just nowhere for you to go. We don't really see a lot of roamers. There's one upstairs. That's going to be Butters, and I think he just called for one of his teammates to come up through Banana, but Butters has to be very careful. A solo roam from Bowling Green might put themselves in a bad position. We saw a few solo roams earlier on Oregon, and well, they were dismantled relatively easily. Leopard, again, the opening kill 2 times in a row here, and they were the primary opening kill also on Oregon.
Once again, the Zofia going to be already gone off the board. Nothing to worry about as of now. At least Purdue, once again, still have tons of clear once they eventually move down a floor lower into the basement. But still, this roam game is alive and well, except it's not on the very top floor. Hoku eventually removes the Mozzie from the equation, but you still have to deal with, of course, the Jaeger of Oven. I believe there was one more player, potentially of Bandrew, still prowling around near that first floor as well. Drew, a beautiful shot. Oven will fall, trying to get a bit too aggressive, hopping in through Tellers, leaving into the front desk of it. That's going to allow Purdue to now take the man advantage, but still, you have to worry about Bandrews. I think they've fallen back all the way to blue stairs, but that's still a key position to hold for either team moving into this basement attack.
And you can monitor Bandrews. You have the ability to put your SAM cams up throughout the stairwells, and somebody from Bowling Green wants to get aggressive, well, they'll be constantly monitored throughout that. Hard Breach starts to go off, both the Hibana charges as well as the circular charges, the flat place exothermic charges. The small ones, the baby ones, have detonated and starting to open up just about every single hatch. There's 5 of them available to Purdue, and they've now cracked open 4 of the 5, leaving the lobby one left open. But a lot of teams don't always open lobby unless they're going for a plant in through that east side of the map. Currently, John, I think Purdue is going to go for a backside take, and you can see that from the drop into elevators.
Simply to maybe ignore most of that extension that we have seen. And before we can even get a statement out, it's just 3 instantaneous kills by Purdue, as if the defense really had no idea what just hit them, essentially. And that slight readjustment of not wanting to deal with anyone extending up into blue, potentially not wanting to worry about the toxic smokes or any of that util game that Bowling Green were saving up for those final moments of the round, it actually worked out quite wonderfully for Purdue to now equalize 1-1 heading into the 3rd round, which we are going to see a reattempt of lockers and CCTV, and maybe this time around Bowling Green will have a better time of readjusting if we do see that back take reveal itself once again by Purdue if it becomes a requirement.
I'm not surprised that we're seeing basement 2 times in a row, John. I mean, Bowling Green found the opening kill. We haven't really seen Zofia of Leopard Ear be too impactful so far on the attacking side across both maps, and this is an opportunity for Purdue to improve their attack and also an opportunity for Bowling Green to improve their defense by just, again, roaming together as a team. I keep emphasizing this, John, for one important reason. If you allow Purdue to go for strong trades, all of a sudden you're going to put yourself in a terrible spot where you're not going to be able to overcome an attacking man advantage, which Purdue has constantly put themselves in.
I think the one thing to note as well, though, has been still that over-aggression that has become a constant problem, not only for Purdue sometimes when they don't have the ability to go for those trades like you mentioned, but also Bowling Green. They've got the opening kill. Butters will eventually get traded, which is fine, but then you have someone like It's Oven who was playing in the middle of Tellers and tried to go for a wide swing with really no one else to help cover him out. If we just had more time being burned up, maybe he could have gone on some sort of temperamental flank, which would have been huge, especially with where he was placed at. We had that elevators and vault hatch drop be occurred by Purdue. If we had the Jaeger still alive to maybe counteract that, could have been an even more promising roam game by Bowling Green, but just missing out on the bigger picture there ended up being the final disaster for them. Maybe this time around, though, we'll have better control leading in that early game. That way you can be more of a matter of effect later in the final couple moments. But it looks like Oven is still up to his same old tricks, trying to get aggressive inside the teller's office behind the filing cabinet.
Talking about the bigger picture, we've been focusing a lot about the roamers, but Bowling Green's also set themselves up for a good last stand. Smoke grenades and Lord Tachanka with a Shamika launcher. So in theory, we've found ourselves with Bowling Green with a strong roam and then a strong anchor to deny entry into those door frames or deny entry into the plant. But it's a 2-pronged system. It relies on the roamers to waste time, which they have been doing. Purdue's been unable to find a pick until now. That's now one of your roamers removed, but you still have 2 more to deal with, the Jaeger and the Mozzie. And then you also have to start to open up hatches. Time, while sure, you have 100 seconds to play with for Purdue, you're going to have to start to crack open those hatches because those roamers have fallen off, and now you have to confirm where those roamers have gone.
Fantastic timing, though, because, yeah, there isn't actually hard confirmation that we have both Butters and Oven fall back. That's probably another 20 seconds or so just spending your time clearing out the rest of the map to fully make sure you're not going to get shot in the back, and you still have to open up the hatches by then as well, which is going to still take a fair amount of time despite having both the Habana and secondary hard breach available. So that was a really good play by Bowling Green, I have to admit, especially since you talked about how important their anchor game can be. Having more sight lines on lockdown by having both the Jaeger and Mozzie fall back relatively safely, that's going to be huge for these final 50 seconds because they can watch basically every single hatch drop if required and still get aggressive with stuff like that C4 play done by Butters because, well, he was alive to detonate that nitro.
Excellent use of the Nitro Cell, and look who's the opening death once again for Purdue. Not the opening death of this round, but still the first casualty of Purdue. Leopard's now no longer available to the offense, and oh, that's terrible positioning there from Butters. And don't look now, John, but it's Oven who's also very close to one of those corners, but not yet found. They're going to be recalled deeper into the site. Nade goes out. Deployable shield now removed, and that's a nice fixed asset that Purdue doesn't have to deal with. And Drew finds their kill. Where is the smoke grenades? Where are the Shamikas? It's now time for them to to find their impact because Purdue is about to go for the execute.
10 seconds to go. Here comes that util burn, but is it in the correct locations? The default plan could still go down. That will occur. And since behind the bomb chassis and not right next to the hard wall, here comes the double swing. Mossberg out for Flagella, and he's the only one to try to stop this from being a win for Purdue, but can't do all that much stuck in the middle of the goal vault. Purdue take a second round in a row, as although the piece of the puzzle were once again there, like it was seen on map 1, they just didn't get put in the right places. That still allowed the plant to go down and still to have Purdue take that win.
And Bowling Green put themselves in the best position in a theory crafting element. You have smoke grenades, you got the Shamika launcher, you got an excellent roam, and Purdue just simply dismantled it. The roam didn't waste enough drones. The roam didn't waste enough time. They actually got opening picked on that roam attempt. And then when you bring out your specialized utility for plant denial, area denial, and bomb site denial, it simply misses. That's one of the things about the Shamika launcher, is it requires practice for you to line up those little fire Molotov grenades. You have to kind of bounce them off walls, you have to bounce them off the ceilings, and if you haven't really practiced the Shamika launchers, since it has such a low area of effect, well, they might not find their target, or worse, they might land in your Mossberg shotgun's feet and force them away from the angle that they're trying to hold.
It just seemed like Bowling Green were not fully prepared to go and just start burning into that util with so much on their mind, having to deal with all the different hatches that were opened up by Purdue once again, and not being in the most prime position to have both the Tachanka and Smoke work in synchronization. Maybe the communication just wasn't there because they were still worried about a potential hatch drop, and they weren't 100% sure if Purdue were still going to work their way in through the back of Blue to hop in through CCTV and still have that default plant go down. But again, because that lack of communication, maybe just general information as well, it just was not a very pretty story there for Bowling Green those final 40 seconds or so, despite the fact that the transition from that roam game was relatively clean and they were still, trading blows between one another, but just having a bit of over positioning ended up giving that slight lead to Purdue, which really made a lot of leeway going in for the execute.
It's Oven. Take another aggressive gunfight. They try to find a pick over in ATMs the last time that we saw this bomb site back in round 1. They will be unsuccessful again, but this time they're going to lose their life, not their HP. Utility usage starting to find some of those live pancakes. Their grenades are trying to remove any player playing aggressive over in a Kanto spot. That was Butters, now recalled deeper into the site to play the deployable shield to deny Square, John. The problem with that, though, is it doesn't look like Purdue wants anything to do with Square. In fact, they've set all of their attackers up over to the west. They've now opened up Kanto's spot, and they've also denied the deployable shield through a very long angle.
So now because of that, if they eventually want to go rotate around, it's going to be a much easier process of doing so. You're not going to have anybody playing all that aggressive near the main hallway at the top of the floor, only having to most likely deal with someone playing potentially in the middle of Janitor, especially if you're able to actually drone out their stock as well and detect that shield placement as well done by Bowling Green. So not a bad start whatsoever for Purdue, but you actually might be more correct in that call of having pretty much no contention over near Square and just still having the exact same gold stairs play that we saw in round number 1, perfected by Purdue once again.
Butters is still pinched from the vertical angle, though. They know that their kind of life is forfeit here, so they're playing passively, trying to find a kill with an MP5K with the 1.5 times sign. Drew is near sight, though. Not quite yet on the threshold of the bomb site, but they're certainly close to it. A wall gets opened up. Leopard's going to find their kill, the first so far here on Bank, and they're still eager for more. Justa flies up through the marble stairs. The MK DMR misses every single one of the shots. 2 members left for Bowling Green. Where are they? Well, they're starting to drop like falls. The MK now forced to find 5, a clutch ace. A difficult challenge, though.
Doesn't seem like it's going to be all that doable here for the loner Rooney. Be a pretty tall hill to climb up at this point, but maybe if enough 1-for-1s are isolated out, they could at least deal a bunch of damage to weaken the position overall by Purdue. But 30 seconds left, and yeah, someone just watching the top of Square doesn't seem very likely. Purdue now up 3-1. Like we saw in the first half of Oregon, things just still not working out all that much for Bowling Green. We saw early on their aggression just paying dividends, but now Purdue, once again, they've had that time to readjust and hard focus these 1-for-1 kills. It's just been nothing for success once they've been able to accomplish that one derivative again.
You know what I would like to see? I would like to see the deployable shields and all the utility that's being placed over in a square get picked up and put towards the lobby side of the map. Now, set it up like you normally would, and then rotate it when you confirm that Purdue is going for their lobby execute. They've done it twice so far, and it's very likely that if we see CEO, which we probably will in round 6, then it'll probably be another lobby tick. Now, this is a spicy choice, John. We're electing to go downstairs to the basement for Bowling Green, and honestly, it's kind of a gamble because you've lost this bomb site now twice and kind of decisively both times.
Even though we've had the early game be relatively back and forth as well, because at one point we've had Butters win that opening duel. I believe that was on round number 2. Yep, when they were defending out lockers. The fallback, though, wasn't there. So what Bowling Green did was they realized, all right, maybe we don't need to fully emphasize this roam game if we can just fall back, play for numbers eventually, and rely more on the smoke and Tachanka. And that didn't work out too well either because of the general positioning and coordination that we saw by Bowling Green in the final 30 seconds. So it looks like this time around, Brian, we're having a mix of both, where we have some sort of early game pressure. Once again, I would assume Butters and maybe Oven are out on that roam game again. Banger's there to back up potentially near the bottom of square / blue stairs, but they also have both a Thorn and Smoke alive and well too, so at least they have something to fall back on for the anchor game. But again, if that roam game just doesn't do all that much besides find an opening kill, and then eventually that gets traded, this could still be a round to take for Purdue.
But why would you drop your Shamika launcher, Lord Tachanka, in favor of a Thorman? It seems like an operator that's not going to really provide what you want. Sure, it's a deployable shield. Tachanka also has one, but it doesn't seem like it's going to do much other than gather information on where the push is coming from. And if those blooms are all in the bomb site, well, you kind of already know where the push is coming from. Oh, that could have been a critical mistake there, John. The Nitrocell didn't quite find its mark. It ended up grabbing part of the stairwell, and now I don't think it's going to be able to be picked up at all. So maybe you can use it as somewhat of a beeping deterrence. And, uh-oh, Oven not drone, but he doesn't challenge his follow-up angle, so immediately traded. That could have been so much more impactful there for Bowling Green. You could have been able to find another member of the attack, and probably an even more important member of the attack, because you removed your primary flank watch and your secondary hard breach.
Bigger reliance there, at least finding the kill, because you don't have any more of that roam presence afoot. Everyone has now fallen back for the final minute 20, but even more chaos could have been emitted there. I have to agree with you, Brian, if we just had an extra second or two being spent up there. Although we did see Hoku drone out, or check out, pardon, the first elevator, that second one didn't look all that promising for him. 60 seconds now left on the clock, and we have almost all the hatches opened up via the can openers and the X-Kairos charges as well. And it seems like Purdue will once again try to go for the same push they had in last time, where they have at least somebody work their way around in through server room to hop in through CCTV, but the main portion of this push will be happening from the elevator and vault hatch drop.
Oh, what about Drew, though, John? He has 2 drones in pocket, and they might be able to gather information that there's nobody playing red. Oh, watch your feet. Good trigger discipline by Drew. But, John, do they miss an opportunity to find a kill there? They might have potentially, because that is Butters. They're on low HP, and I think they would have been able to find that kill. Regardless, they'll never know, because Butters goes DBNO to a previous engagement. They're going to find the kill, but, Drew, you don't need to prioritize somebody who's DBNO. You need to provide coverage because your plant's going down.
Seems like there's plenty of coverage, though, and the smokes are expected more for a default plant, but it gets barely denied. 10 seconds to go. We're not in the post-plant position. 2 versus 2. Flagella gets aggressive, finds 2, a matter of fact, leaving it just to Leopardy, or catches out the smoke. 1 more to find, though. Where is Ginger positioned at? They're currently in the middle of nowhere, playing on the garage loading dock stairs. Bowling Green flush out the timer, and despite it coming down to literally tenths of a second, the diffuser gets dropped on the floor, and the round still goes to Bowling Green.
Chaos there for Purdue in the final seconds of the round, John. They did an excellent job of clearing out the map, but they did not do an excellent job of prioritizing the execute. It's Rainbow Six Siege after all, and you have to sometimes play the objective. You have to put the diffuser down. They tried to plant in the middle of a smoke-toxic bay, but they ended up losing their life as a result, and from there, I mean, it just spirals out of control. Their DB node, their teammates are now forced to drop the hatch, no longer able to cover the planter because they have to start to go in from kills, and when panic ensues, I mean, sometimes you just have to hold mouse 1 with an LMG, try to find that final kill, but Purdue unable to do so. They drop downstairs in the basement. The gamble of Bowling Green, though, it pays off, John. They played that bomb site now a total of 3 times, and they finally win it their last showing.
I'll have to see if that's going to reign true as well up inside of CEO, which did favor them round 1, but that came down to the literal wire with Oven going in on a well-timed flank to end up killing the person going out on the post-plant position. And more or less, a lot of mistakes were made by Purdue in that last round. And then when they reattempted to go this site, they changed up every dynamic of their play style, and it was almost a flawless round. Actually, no, I think it was actually a flawless round, Brian. I don't even think Ginger found a single kill trying to go for that retake. They were completely locked out of the site, so it was almost a perfect round done out by Purdue, and I'm really hoping to see better adjustment by Bowling Green this time around, or else we're bound to see another 4-2 split favoring Purdue on their attacks.
Mute jammers no longer available to Bowling Green. In fact, no wall denial at all for Bowling Green, and this blows my mind because Purdue is opening up Canto. That's that large reinforced wall over by the top floor elevators. And Purdue is just going to camp one of their attackers up there, John, and constantly deny plays. Or 3 can get even more of a silly play through the circular portion of the mini window parts, the upstairs. It seems like Bowling Green has made a few decisions, and some of them quite perplexing. And also, Wamai is playing in elevators with no impact grenades, and the hatch is currently open. Oh, it is open. Good. It looked like it was closed as white there. Nonetheless, though, they're dead.
Yep, Squirrel just waiting for the hatch drop to happen. Good denial of having Wamai be alive for all that much longer. So it's that 5 versus 3, and then it turns quickly into that 5-on-2. Again, perfection so far with pushing up these gold stairs and going in for a very direct approach against a CEO defensive hold. Oven trying to get aggressive near Marble is good for 1, but can they be good for more than just that singular kill? That's the big question, because both Oven and Flagella have to go huge. So far, it's just going to be that 1-for-1 between Drew and Flagella, leaving that 1 versus 3. Oven is off the site. We could most likely see that plant go down depending on the Habana's position, but so far looks to be more or less a kill-hungry sedimentation by Purdue so far, but they still have 70 seconds to kill, so that could drastically change. Hoku playing behind the shield gets aggressive, goes for the swing, but I mean, they had perfect knowledge of where was playing at with those slits being available behind that shield. So it is going to be that 4-2 split by Purdue, as we didn't really see a lot of adjustments made by Bowling Green on that top floor hold.
Purdue didn't even need to put the diffuser down. They just simply won the ground based off the gunfights. I mean, they find the opening kill off a terrible gunfight that Bowling Green elected to take. I mean, you just have no business taking the gunfight, especially when you know that Purdue is going to be repelling on those windows, whether or not for Canto or to deny the multiple windows the defenders can jump in and take those gunfights from. It was bad decisions, made worse decisions, as we saw the Wamai end up dropping in through the E-box hatch, or not through the E-box, the elevator's hatch. I mean, from there, you've lost 2 of your defenders. The attackers have already claimed the part of the map that they want. That's through lobby, and from there, they can just bypass their deployable shields because they're unoccupied, because the defenders are playing longer range engagements, and it just spiraled out of control for Bowling Green. And, well, John, that's something that they can't allow to happen. This is Bowling Green's map choice, and Purdue goes 4-2 to the half.
Again, to play devil's advocate, this was a map that it didn't seem like Bowling Green were all that suited for because they just haven't played on all that often. But what I probably would have liked to have seen was maybe them opting to go for an open area defense or Teller's hold, because CEO can be quite troubling even when you don't have an attacking style that's catered to the way that Purdue was playing. You see a lot of window presence when you are attacking CEO. So it can be quite difficult to hold the site directly or play near janitor even at that. So it's just a pretty big no-no site for most people, or more or less that third and final option that you're almost begrudgingly ended up going to. But for Purdue, they're not going to opt for any of those begrudging picks just yet. They'll opt for the stock standard selection of heading in towards lockers and CCTV first and foremost. That way they have the entire map to play with, hence Hoku on the Vigil to cause as much havoc as he can early on, but still having both the smoke and the Chonka combination we mentioned earlier, Brian, for that actual plant denial.
I spy with my little eye the sneakiest attacker, but Bandros is going to find themselves losing a lot of HP to Squirrel. The drones are going to still follow up for Bowling Green. They want to find where Jaeger is playing. They've also identified that there's another member of Purdue lurking upstairs. The Vigil can continue to kind of exist in the shadows, though. They can reactivate their cloak, and the drones won't be able to really find them. And then once again, we're kind of seeing this two-pronged system of defense. You prioritize your roam, and then you fall back to your bomb site where you can have your smoke and Lord Tachanka waste time and that execute. And Bandros, my friend, what were you doing in the corner?
He was just in the middle of archives, maybe going to looking up at some old files, perhaps, seeing the best way to go play on Bank back from the 2020 stage. Hoku Looked like he was trying to find another kill, but it was just the Gemini replicator instead crossing his path, not the actual player wielding the hologram, so he still remains alive for only a few seconds longer. Butters eventually cuts him down with the not the pepperoni, but the P90 actually, out of all things. The P10 Roni is the other weapon I was thinking of in the back of my mind. But Bowling Green so far having an effective roam clear. They just need to deal with the actual site presence itself, but still, the Chaka and smoke available, it's going to be a lot of time burn, so this clear has to be very efficient by Bowling Green.
But they do have an ace up their sleeve. That's the ability to still use the Inox scanner. Not a single one of the 3 charges of Butters have been used. So if you want to know where the players, the smoke toxic gas grenades, the nitrous cell, and the Shamika launcher is playing, open up the hatches, their feet will be glowing on the map, and you can pinpoint exactly where they are. Now, to be fair, John, they're probably older footprints, but still, it is real-time information, and that is going to be critical to the Bowling Green success, just like removing the deployable shield was.
Good nade to break the shield, and good communication so far. Most likely calming to Ginger to go play aggressive on these hatches, trying to have that ample coverage, even with the Shamika launchers and toxic smokes in play. 30 seconds left, and the main wall still hasn't been opened up. Apparently a jammer still remains on it too, so they most likely have to plant behind the bomb chest, but currently there's fire and flames guarding them from doing so. The jammer finally destroyed by a very good heads-up play by Oven, and still, not much time left to spare. We're heading in towards red time, and we just have to see this Blitzkrieg coming through. The smoke's doing more damage than good as they're completely blinding the eyesight of Bowling Green. Oven waltzes in through, the Chaka falls, but the smoke is there to greet him, and the Shamika flames from the grave get rid of Butters. 0 seconds left, and the Sophia has to drop, but has no time and nothing left to find the last 2 kills. And Purdue, they take their first round in the second half, once again just flushing out the clock, as we saw attempted by Bowling Green, but not at all perfected.
John, have you ever seen anybody die to a Shamika launcher?
I have not, no, not in a long time at least.
You just saw 2 people die to a single Shamika launcher. What an unfortunate series of events. You're inhaling toxic gas grenades, your toes are on fire, you have 15 seconds to plant, you look down and say, uh-oh, I'm in danger, because there's nowhere for you to plant. What do? You steamroll into the deeper portion of the bomb site, and you pray to Lord Tachanka, who's on the defending team, to not kill you, and you get killed. It was a terrible spot to be in for Bowling Green. I admire their roam clear. Honestly, their roam clear was excellent. When it came down to this site, execute, and their time management, it just all spiraled out of control. And it feels like we've been here once before, John. A 4-2 split to the half for Purdue. They find the next round win, and then we kind of go talking about this could be the penultimate round if Purdue does things well. And, well, like their base bin round, I'm expecting Purdue to do things well.
It was a very attacker-favored site, at least for Purdue when they were over on the attacking side. Maybe that could reign true as well for Bowling Green. Their setup, I feel like that would more or less entail wanting to have almost the same kind of style of approach by Purdue, where they want to go for that early roam clear, have the Inox scanner and Butters kind of lead the charge, and then they want to late rotate over around either in towards the top of square, or still go for the full gold take that we had done every single attack by Purdue. But gold stairs in and of itself can be quite difficult, especially if the crossfires are established. So I would much rather prefer to see Bowling Green probably late rotate over in towards top of square, even when they have that big emphasis over near ATM. But 3 just goes for a spawn peek at just the right time and actually catches someone trying to go in the window repel. That's your flank watch already gone off the bat, Brian.
No, that was more frustrating than the spawn peek. That was a repel facing the west, so not on the north windows, but on, I guess, secondly, one of the east windows, looking into ATMs. The dude was a clay pigeon at the top of the map, basically, in clear view of a window that they can't challenge. That was a bad decision to be made. I'm going to put it very bluntly there, because now your SAM cams are not available to you. Your pocket thermite charges aren't available to you. Now, sure, you can kind of relegate them to drone watch, flank watch duty on the already roly-poly drones flanked throughout the map, but you have to have tabs on somebody like Squirrel as the potential to challenge. And uh-oh, Drew, don't make that gun fine. You won a round because of that. Don't fall into that pitfall.
Oh, he just re-swings it.
Okay.
Flagella
my bad, bro.
Yeah, Flagella not expecting it, and they will actually fall down to the ground like the Zero did much earlier on a different repel position. Butters goes for 1 kill, almost a second one, and that actually will be correct. We have a little bit of a freeze frame going on as Butters tries to look for yet another one, but can't seem to connect those shots. But still, 3 for 3, not too bad at all. Squirrel eventually will catch out Butters, still on the aggressive swing out near Banana to bring back the min advantage for Purdue, but still, 3 versus 2, much better than a 5-on-3, I'd have to say, Brian. So it's not all completely over just yet for Bowling Green, especially now that the flank of Squirrel has been finally thwarted.
Yeah, but Squirrel's wasted so much time, and now it's up to the members of Purdue, the last two alive, to delay time. And while you don't have a smoke toxic grenade to delay time, you can just delay it through your pure ability to win gunfights. And 2 mute jammers still in pocket for 3. A little different there, not like you're going to be able to throw that into the attackers, so I guess you're just going to have to run with the SMG-11, go old school style, and Purdue is definitely good for that. They find the final 2 members of Bowling Green. Match point, series point on the horizon. 1 more round away for moving to the grand finals.
Good attempt on the recovery there by Bowling Green, but still just a bit too much to bite off there. Ended up choking out on that CEO attack. Like you mentioned, series point all ready for Purdue. They just need 1 more clean round. And funny enough, we're actually heading over in towards Tellers and Archives more by force, but I would have imagined we would actually see open area. That's been more in the meta, as it's much easier to roam on that top floor, and there's way less vertical play to be an option for your attacking team when you are attacking open area in comparison to Tellers. It's also much easier to extend into Tellers when it's not the bomb site in comparison to when it is. So a little shocked that we have Purdue go here. I guess their notebooks are a little older than expected, but it's still not a completely horrible site, especially if you know how to do the old classic castle strat when bringing it out.
I will say, I hate Tellers because of the vertical above, but I also really like the footholds that you can set up that Purdue's already done, and it kind of denies this entire quarter between open and the elevators on this first floor. Like, what do you do if you're an attacker in that section? Somebody's going to be prone, watching for your feet, and they're going to remove you, and it's terrifying to deal with. Honestly, we'll have to see how it ends up going out, but I'm expecting vertical to be established, and then we'll probably go back downstairs to the basement.
That's what we would assume. Although we have had Purdue do relatively decent on their tertiary picks while defending. Bowling Green still have, again, the right piece of utility. They've got the sledge for that vertical that we've mentioned a couple times before on out when defending Tellers. We also have the Jackal still available in the hands of Butters. So everything is looking well on paper for them. The execution of everything, though, just has to go into full effect. And maybe that team play concept could be the one thing that allows or Bowling Green to at least outshine Purdue when attacking this tertiary site. If they actually move in together as a whole unit and just take their time dealing with this massive roam extension done by Purdue, they should at least be able to find a couple of kills here and there, or at least be in the right positions to do that. They've already spotted out Leopard, and I believe they're looking their way in through the rest of front desk and CEO, so they should be fully aware of how exactly this roam game is being intended by Purdue, and forcing back at least the alibi, a good start nonetheless for Bowling Green.
Yeah, removing Alibi in the first 60 seconds of the top floor execute is excellent. That's going to give you almost 90 seconds to play with on the vertical, and then that final 60 seconds can be converted into your actual site executes. But you still have 1 more lurker upstairs. The Vigil is very eager for a kill. The Pokeball, though, John, I'm not sure how I feel about that, but nonetheless, well, they're going to find a kill and hightail it out of there. So the Robes still find something upstairs, and Bowling Greens, they don't have the start that they wanted to this round, but they still have the ability to do vertical because, well, you have a pocket shotgun. No sledge, though, so that's going to be a bit awkward.
Oh, yeah, Bandrews was the one to die for Bowling Green. Probably the most important person you can have. But like you mentioned, at least we have Butters with the secondary shotgun to make at least a couple of kills here and there. And maybe if just a Ginger's in the right spot, too, they can utilize their explosive lifelines to open up some of the floor holes as well, just to have a couple more sightlines to actually deal with that anchor presence, which Purdue so far hasn't been all that willing to go in through just yet. They're still in a very heavy roam game in this final minute, and a beautiful C4 is tossed out by 3. 5-on-3 now for Purdue once again, and although we have the flank being detected by Ginger, they are kind of just stagnant holding this position. They've got to get active because they need to work that man advantage to at least have some sort of equalized position for these final 40 seconds, Brian.
Slow push. Again, you have vertical, but no flat place charges to Claymores. That's a critical missed opportunity because look at the lack of vertical is allowing Purdue just to exist in their very comfortable positions. Drew expands the defense to the marble stairs, and, well, where is BGSU? They're stuck on the door frames. 20 seconds to play with, John, and they still haven't even breached into sight yet.
Things aren't looking all that well. big round for Bowling Green. They need to win this to keep themselves alive. If not, they get sent home with empty pockets for the most part. A dry peak comes in through with a Zofia. It's a tag team. Ginger still finds one, and in fact survives the onslaught. Oven gets finished off by Squirrel, though, leaving only Ginger left to stand. They're on 1 HP, but the timer is even lower than that HP count, and because of that, we still have a victory nonetheless by Purdue, despite the fact they could not kill the Zofia, who I coined Ginger having plot armor earlier. Apparently that was still true heading into bank despite the loss.
Did 3 just whiff 3 point-blank Mossberg shotguns? Shots?
Potentially. They really
All right, I
wanted
just
Ginger
want to make sure I saw that.
They really
I don't know
wanted
how
Ginger
you
to win
missed
that.
The plot armor strikes again. But
Yeah.
apparently, the writer of the plot armor and the writer of the script didn't quite read the full script. Sure, one of their players was invincible, but they just did not have enough underneath them to find victory against Purdue. Purdue, John, looked like the better team today. They played as well a team should. They played as a cohesive unit. They droned better. They used utility better. And far too often, Bowling Green would have these solo roams that would just get dealt with. These solo entries that would get dealt with. And honestly, it was the lack of information, particularly on the attacking side for Bowling Green, that just allowed Purdue to have so much flexibility to play together as a team and roam together as a team.
General team play as well was very underwhelming for Bowling Green as well, so hopefully that can be remedied going back in the fall semester next year. But still, making it all the way to the semifinals, definitely not something to be upset about at all for Bowling Green. And if we wanted to speak statistics, I mean, I think these two teams have versed against one another, and that was still a win for Purdue. So technically you were coming in as the underdog. So, I mean, it's not like a full surprise you lost, but there were a couple of moments of like true greatness. Again, Ginger on the Rome game, that was always impactful. Bandrews as well. When we saw the effect, when we saw the team play actually there by Bowling Green, they had success. But when it wasn't there, it was Purdue to come out on top. But before we head into the second matchup of the day, we do have an interview lined up quite soon, so we'll get that ready for you and be back in a couple minutes to pick at the brain of somebody on the side of Purdue Black. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to NECC. We saw an extremely strong matchup earlier for Purdue. They shut down their opponents at Bowling Green State University. I mean, it was a swift execution there. Oregon a 7-2, Bank a 7-2. And now, John, I think things are about to get more spicy. I heard we have an interview lined up.
That is very true. We managed to get Hoku up here in the interview desk with us, so we'll get to go into pick of the brain of this fine man. Hoku, how you feeling after that win, man?
Dude, we are feeling great. We prepped so hard for this, and yeah, thank God we're in the final now.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to mention that earlier. I goofed on stream earlier about the actual stats of the last time you guys played against each other. It was actually the opposing team of Bowling Green to win 2-1 with a couple overtime victories, both 8-6. So I guess you kind of answered the question I had going into this. Did you guys prep a lot going into the semifinals matchup?
We studied so hard. We scrimmed, which we scrimmed us like extra much, like a lot. It was just sorry. I just can't talk right now. I'm
So
really
excited for the victory.
yeah. I can't like wait to like just go tell everybody, yo, man, we got the dub finally into the finals.
Fair enough then, Brian.
I love the enthusiasm, my friend. I want to talk about the prep 1 second. Your opponents banned Bank 85% of the time. You banned it approximately 50% of the time. So were you expecting Bank today?
I think the map choices got out on Monday, and we were like, "Oh wow, we're playing Bank. We never touched Bank like before." Drew, who is now our standing sub, um, he never played Bank before, or never played with us on Bank before, and we're like, "Okay, wow, we gotta go grab a scrim real quick and gotta grind." And yeah, we sat in a custom game talking about what we should do and what not to do, and yeah, thank God we can lock it down on Bank.
I mean, you fooled me, certainly. I mean, it looked like you guys been practicing Bank since day one when it returned back into the comp pool, my friend. I know you're super excited to celebrate with your teammates, but before I have to let you go, anybody you want to give love to? Anybody you want to shout out today tonight?
Oh, I need to shout out my team. We had a lot of conflicts going into the season.
Mm.
We are one of them is a senior, and a lot of us are have really heavy course loads, and we couldn't really make scrims a lot of times, and we pulled through together like this past couple of weeks and got ourselves together as a. I feel just so proud talking about them right now because I don't think you guys have like any idea um, how much we have to go through. So shout out to my team.
Hoku, my friend, it's been a pleasure talking today, and it's going to be a pleasure seeing you in the grand finals next week, my friend. Please go back, celebrate with your roster, because you certainly earned this victory, and you certainly earned your chance in the grand finals. Cheers, bud.
Thank you guys.
Bye-bye. John, what a matchup. Darn, Purdue just
Yeah.
looked so good today, didn't they?
Yeah, and funny enough, like I mentioned, Bowling Green, technically they weren't the underdogs. They actually had the underdog victory be here for Purdue, and even they were shocked to go and see Bank, which I thought was quite funny because I think neither one of us were fully expecting the pocket strats to occur today. But we still have one more best of three over and out with in about an hour, give or take. Hopefully, we try to get that process, sped up a little bit. But default time, we'll be back in roughly an hour to get the final matchup today between, I'll go actually check the matches for the 9 p.m. Eastern game. It's going to be Waterloo Golds versus Columbia College. So if you're interested in that game, stick around for another hour and we'll be back to get that game out and over with. See you in a little while. This is the longest we have gone without doing an actual introduction. All right then. Well, hi guys, we're here. Hope we didn't bore you guys too much with the incredibly long wait. Had to get a couple stuff set up once again, but same duo that we had earlier for the first matchup today. Fellow joined here by Chief once again, and we've got the whole run of show here today. As we were joking in the background earlier, we didn't talk about predictions going into game one, but all of us unanimously voted in for Purdue Black against BG in case any of you guys are interested. But we actually have the predictions up and ready this time around, and looks like we have basically a unanimous vote. Besides me, I'm the only one voting for Waterloo today versus Columbia College. Those are two teams we've got up today. And Chief, you left me out to dry, man. Thought you got intro this time.
I did.
You trolled
Here's
me.
the thing, man. Boy, I was really conflicted on this. Both of us kind of knew that Purdue was going to win Series 1 of the day. Coming into this series, it's a little bit on the fence. I mean, both rosters, second seeding and third seeding. Columbia in the second seeding, 6-1, and then respective 5-2 for Waterloo. They're so close to each other, and I'm a Lord of the Rings fan, so I want to vote for the homie, Samwise, because Samwise Gamgee's the GOAT. But I can't do that because Click 3K is also on Columbia, so I'm kind of conflicted this, and you know what? I have to go with the higher seed.
Oh, fair enough. Well, quickly, we'll go take a look at the bracket as well that we managed to ignore last matchup. We'll bring it up today just in case anyone was actually got the matchup here. There we go. There's the right division. I was going to say St. Clair does not play in Legends division, but this is what we've got going on. We saw Purdue versus, I believe it was all the way back versus BG. They played earlier and they proceeded up to their own bracket. But here in the Legends division, we've got Waterloo Gold versus Columbia College. They're fighting for contention of the grand finals. And then between Purdue Gold versus Ottawa Garnet, those are going to be the other two teams playing off stream today. That will be facing off to go and see if they're going to make it to the finals as well. So that's what's on the line today is grand finals contention, Brian.
And if you're scratching your head right now, say, hey, wait, Purdue played earlier today. It's a different roster. There's 4 of them. Purdue Gold is their A team and a top-seeded team in the collegiate ecosystem. Currently, seeded 3rd in the nation in collegiate? That's quite an impressive title. And you know what? Enough about Purdue, though. They're not playing today. Let's introduce our rosters over to Columbia College, our first representatives of the day, or at least in this series. Oni, KS, Dello, Phil, and Click3K rounding out the collegiate roster. And look at this. All incoming freshmen about to complete their first year of college.
Yeah, and I mean, they all look quite strong so far. One of the top teams in the Legends division, so things are looking quite well for them so far. I mean, we almost had everyone voting out for them. The real underdog storyline has to be Waterloo as we go quickly take a look at their roster, because both these two teams have played before in the past, and this was a game I actually casted, so I know the outcome. Columbia College actually won this matchup. I did not flub it up like I did last time where I said Bowling Green had lost their previous matchup. It was the other way around, and they unfortunately lost the matchup they played today, the one that mattered the most out of all. But like I mentioned, we'll take a look at Waterloo's main 5 for today to see who they've got up in their stack, and then after that, we'll take a look at the map bands. We've got Slate, Samwise, Ultra, Gurv, and then Suvin as well.
A star-studded lineup, and honestly, this is an excellent team, and 2 of the teams that have earned their spot to be top 2 and top 3, but sadly, they're fighting for the grand finals. Only one of these teams is going to be moving forward. One of them is going to be packing their bags, finishing in the 3rd, 4th spot. Let's go over to the maps. Let's see where we're going to be playing today. Only 3 maps of grand final. We'll go over to 5 maps. And look at that. Chalet, Borgen, like we saw in our first series of the day, and followed up by Coastline.
I believe this was the map, Chalet, being that Columbia College managed to bring it out as a win in overtime. Correct me if I'm... Yeah, no, that was right. They beat it out 8-7. Then the second matchup they had was 1 out 7-5. So it was a very close game overall. There's a good chance we have the underdog of Waterloo win out this game, but Chalet seems to be a pretty heavy comfort pick for Columbia College, hence that being map 1 here today. And then the rest seems pretty straightforward, besides the Coastline pick, which both teams have been trying to avoid rather like the plague almost. I believe one of these teams had a 30% ban rate on that map, and the other team had either a similar one, if not a gigantic differential. Yeah, it was actually Columbia College who had a ban rate of 71% now. It was 80 before going into this matchup, and then both teams for Cafe Dostoevsky had around 33%. So I don't know if it's the lesser of 2 evils in this matchup, especially since a lot of teams have been avoiding scrimming on Coastline because it's mostly out of the comp pool, but I guess we'll have to wait to see if we even get to that map, Ryan.
When we talk about evils, Flores is going to be the primary ban. Why? Because that drone destroys utility. You set up a deployable shield, boom! Shield's gone because the R60 drone. You have ADSs protecting those shields? Well, the ADS will just wave by and detonate the deployable shield. Flores is extremely powerful. Same thing for Thatcher because of that utility meta. Thatcher can disable all those ADSs from outside the building. So no surprise that they're going to fall. But the Cade ban, ooh, this is perplexing, John, because Maverick is free. You can just slice and dice around the Cade. The wall's electrified.
Well, everything seems to be fully underway in terms of the bans. Valkyrie out for the count as well. This does leave Mira available, which is a pretty potent operator, especially those extensions that you tend to see inside of bar and gaming. If you're a team that likes to have 2 shields set up, both at the top of blue stairs leading near library, and if you like to have the chimney shield stacked up as well, have a Mira there too. That could be a really good power position to make sure nobody can get proper control of library, which is kind of a staple of when you're defending bar and gaming, but we're not going to see that sight in option just yet. Round number 1, we're heading out in towards dining room and kitchen, where we will still see an extension, but it's not directly into library. Instead, a little bit more dedicated towards the master bedroom and office side of the map.
And then extension is going to have a lot of defending utility. 1 deployable shield upstairs being brought out by Suvin on the Echo, and the castle barricades. Man, John, do I love castle barricades, both downstairs in the kitchen and upstairs. because it allows you to cut off lines of sight. You want to upside down repel on big window? Well, you have to bring a sledgehammer or a set of flat place breaching charges to cut that extension upstairs in half. And also the rotations back can be a little bit cleaner with the castle barricades denying line of sight. And then also, let's talk about that post-plant positions, or pardon me, the post-plant denial that you can potentially have with the Echo cameras.
One thing to note as well, depending on how Columbia want to approach this top floor, if they want to go for more of an aggressive stance, fully clear that out, or go for more of just holding those passive cutoff angles when they go for the plant position, that could maybe allow Waterloo to hold down some longer angles. So maybe trying to hold this top floor for as long as humanly possible could be the right idea for Waterloo. A good nade attempt, but it's somehow not going to break out the second castle barricades. That long line of sight out on the master double window is not going to be as potent as it normally would be, but still, the opening duel is going to be found by Columbia, this time by D'Lo, as Slate will fall pretty early on in this first round.
Yeah, sure, the nade doesn't land its mark, but the ARX will, and now Columbia will have a little bit of wiggle room to work with. They've taken control of library, but that's only one step in the puzzle piece that they have to deal with. They still have the entire top floor and still 2 members of Waterloo actively lurking and actively ready to take some gunfights. The nades will potentially be able to break down some of the potential of Waterloo, and there's Gerv. Still existing over here with his bulletproof camera providing all the information in the world. And the nades in the Gon 6 of Columbia, they've attempted to remove that deployable shield, but it's been volleyed by ADSs.
And we have a secondary breach now being deployed, but the kill hole made by the cluster charge actually favors Gerv. In that position, he swings wide out near piano as well, a second to the man's name. And with the fact we still have that castle barricade completely deployed out, nobody can hold that cross cutoff angle despite this control almost being gathered all the way inside of Master. Ultra there is on the swing, good to finish off Phil. Man advantage back in the favor of Waterloo, and the struggle for this top floor has still been quite heavy between Columbia and Waterloo, but eventually the offense will take charge. They have the 3-on-2 and now have all the time in the world to play for that vertical as KJS is still alive and well on the sledge.
Samwise can no longer roam upstairs by the solar stairs, recalled, and now sitting underneath. This is an interesting spot to be in. The Harry Potter spot is very seldomly droned because why on earth would a defender be there? They're exposed to the window out towards the east, and they're exposed to pretty much any gunfire from above, but Samwise is going to try to be as unpredictable as possible, and look at Click. They're starting to work their way down the stairs. They have vertical from above, and that's going to force Samwise away from the position that they were. Sovan's long angle, the pre-made murder holes finds Click in a 2v2 going 40 seconds left as the hologram goes downstairs. The information trying to be grabbed by Columbia, but they still don't really know where anybody is other than Suvan.
Bare knuckle brawl bound to happen. Suvan's getting a little bit closer inside of West Main, trying to contend these mid-range engagements. Both attackers relatively low in HP, and the fallback is actually confirmed by Waterloo as well. Suvan still has those yokai drones that you mentioned all the way in the beginning of this round, Brian. So there is potential to stop a plant from going down with only about 10 seconds left, especially if Columbia have no idea where these yokais are actually deployed. Suvan appears to have his echo drone actually placed under the hatch, and the other one's in the middle floor as well. It's in the basement. The plant will go down. No questions asked. We're in the post for Columbia, and now everything is just favoring them essentially, besides maybe their general positioning. But even then, they've got the time advantage now with that plant going down. They have the slight element of surprise as Waterloo don't have a whole lot of information besides from those yokai drones. Sam will try to go in for the swing, but they'll fail against KJS, now leaving Suvan in the 1v2 with no yokais being deployed in the midst of dining room. It allows the plant to go down seamlessly, and despite a 2v2, Columbia still hold on.
Oh, John, I was so excited to see those Echo drones find impact because it's a perfect plant denial. However, the Echo drones were nowhere to be seen. One was in the basement and one was over the hatch. You can't drop that because it just goes straight in the basement where the other one is. And Columbia read that round like a book. They took their vertical. They realized that they couldn't go for the default plant behind the dining room table, so they'd have to go in for a trophy, use their sledgehammer, then eventually plant in a kitchen. And Waterloo was prepared for a standard plant behind the kitchen table. Their Echo drones were unable to rotate. This is why it's so crucial to have an Echo drone at least capable of denying every single bomb site, because sometimes the attacking team will go from a different angle. I have to admire Waterloo. Great effort for them, but just not enough to find the first round.
Moving into bar and gaming, hopefully they see a little bit more success, and seems like they've got both shields stacked up, one for top of blue and then one for Chimney, like I mentioned earlier. And with both Wamai and Jaeger, there seems to be enough utility to hold out for Columbia for quite some time, unless we have the timing be absolutely spot on for Columbia College, because they have tons of grenades, but the flashes and also only one set of flashes, but all the secondary utility might not be enough to break through the Surya Gates, Magnets, and ADSs. They might need to rely on Phil's cluster charges more to break through those ADSs and also Magnets, and maybe depending on where the Fuse is playing at, he can maybe even break the blue shield as well, depending on how close it is to that window.
So you might be able to. So if you place it on that window, as you're talking about, the north-facing window, it's going to burn all the ADSs. It will get grabbed by the Magnets, and honestly, it's in close enough proximity to the shield where I think it probably will work. Now, there is kind of an opportunity cost to that, as Slate is going to hear the cluster charge be placed to their right, and they'll be like, hey, wait, there's something odd going on at this window. Now that it's been shot away, you're not going to really be able to approach the window safely. So it's a lot of gamble placed on one bit of utility, but to be fair, Columbia College, John, isn't really pressuring a lot from that window. They've now entered in the basement after finding the first kill, and while it's not quite a rush, they're just doing things a little bit differently here.
Well, they're opting to go in through the basement, which is not a bad idea. If they can catch the player in blue stairs off guard, that's a key part of the map, essentially gone from defender's pocket, and they can maybe go for more of a direct approach, heading in through fireplace, leading towards barn, going for that kind of plant, so long as the vertical pressure is not really there by Waterloo, which most defensive teams don't expect to be holding onto this top floor in the final, minute or so. But for Columbia, instead of opting to commit to that bottom floor push fully, we actually have both the Twitch and Maverick relocate up to the top floor, and this shield still stacked up in blue has not been dealt with just yet. The Fuse is kind of far away from all of the util, consumption simulator part of the map, I suppose. So it's going to be more or less up to the nades, and those Twitch drones performed by both Click and the Maverick of KJS. But a minute to go, still enough time to get that util clear done and dusted. But the rotation back in the first floor, that's what's going to be the really big make or break here for Columbia if they can get this shield gone.
Well, here comes the nade lineup for that. Smoke grenade burned, holes created in the reinforced wall to have the nades fly in, but yet to find their mark. Both deployable shields seem pretty alive and well, and the same thing can be said for Waterloo as they find an additional kill. That's going to be kind of a bane right now for Columbia because they're stuck against these shields. They have no more utility, and honestly, maybe rotate back down to the base where we found the opening kill. Slate's on their third, and oh no, things are just going terribly wrong for Columbia. They're still existing on this top floor over towards the east. They can't make an entry into this building because Slate is so eager to find these gunfights.
At least we have KJS finding something for his troubles on this top floor, but 20 seconds left. Things looking quite risky, and now the top floor has been given up. It's been forfeit by Waterloo, but for a good reason. They can just play for the site in these final 15 seconds or so and be pretty all right for the most part. Columbia, they've got to act fast, maybe hopping in through this library hatch that's been already opened up, and someone's also walking down in through fireplace stairs. A couple of missed shots there. Big opportunity that's lost by Subin, but still not much time left to go for Columbia College. They've got 3 seconds or less on the mark. Gurr finds one from Laundry Stairs, or pardon, Snowmobile Stairs, my mistake. And Waterloo, just based off the time deficit, they'll win out the round. But big thing to look at from that last round, Brian, was Phil and his lack of really anything done in that round. I thought they would have utilized the cluster charges more, but I guess Columbia had a different idea moving into round 2.
I have no idea what the strategy there was for Columbia because they were never in a position to use the cluster charges. They execute through the basement. They run a marathon through the basement, through the middle floor, up to the top floor, and start to do things normally. I say normally in kind of quotes because they start to Maverick holes to line up their nades, but they don't really actually line up anything. The Twitch drone removes the ADSs, but still the nades don't find their impact. The cluster charges never detonate. They never get used. It was just like a strange scenario that Columbia set themselves up for. Plus, when they started to run into Slate and their 3K during that round, Columbia just crumbled underneath the pressure. A strange attack kind of led to predictable results because Waterloo was able to just sit back, relax, put their feet on their desk, and win the round.
Once again, we're seeing dining and kitchen now in play for Waterloo. Big reason why they lost this round was just the simple placement of those yokai drones. We had at the very beginning a relative back and forth between Columbia and Waterloo, both teams picking pretty ample moments to go and get aggressive. We saw D'Lo win that opening duel. That set the momentum quite well for Columbia, and then they just kept that trade game flowing quite well, having tons of vertical coverage as well, but KJS still alive on the sledge. And when they went for the site push, they had very little HP, but again, those yokais just not being in the right place at the right time just felt disastrous for Waterloo as they ended up having to go for a retake position. And even having that health advantage, it just was not enough because how difficult it is to retake in this position. But off the bat, we've got Columbia finding 2 big ones. They already take the advantage in the first 30 seconds.
KJ just drone hold somebody. That's a drone hold near a trophy, and then Click just took map control instantaneously. And look at the positioning now, Samwise. They're kind of stuck because they're relying on the castle of Ultra to hold their window above, but also try to hold Columbia, who kind of just steamrolled in the top section. And Gerv is going to be the primary defender trying to deny access upstairs. And, well, they absolutely whipped with the 416, and now this, once again, leaves Ultra and Samwise in a terrible position, John. You have a Nitro Cell, which is all fine and dandy. Ultra's going to find their kill, but Columbia pretty much has absolute authority upstairs. Ultra's going to continue to fight, but if they lose their life, that puts Samwise on that middle floor all by them lonesome. And look at Columbia's crash. Oni's going to find that, and now Samwise, what are you going to do, my friend? Well, they're going to attempt to retake the top floor, and they get air jab in the process.
Oh, the air jab blasts him on his back, gives away his intentions as well. Cannot go on that flank, just almost has the walk of shame almost back to sight, because there, like you mentioned, there isn't much you can do in 1 versus 4. And Columbia, they're playing this safe. They've got the twitch of Click trying to drone out the mute, detecting him anywhere near both the bar room and also blue stairs. So there really is no option left for Samwise. Nitro in pocket, but too far away to probably huck that properly. We'll have to just go into the direct confrontation, and they're already low in HP, and being met by some LMGs in the hands of Oni, just holding down M1 is all you need to do in the current meta. And because of that, Columbia take yet another round on their attacks.
John, did you know LMGs go burr?
Well, if we didn't, then we figured it out thanks to Oni, so I can say yes, confidently.
It's certainly put in our back of our minds now, but to be fair, I don't think Samwise was going to win that, even if all 5 Columbia members had boss Gs. Like, there's just nothing that Samwise could do. He'd have run out of ammo with the SMG-11, and then he would have ran out of ammo with the Mossberg, and the boss Gs would have still gone pew, pew, pew all the way on through. But Columbia, we called it last round weird. Honestly, round 3, what worked out for them was probably weirder. You find the opening kill because you have one of the members of Columbia prone looking through the drone hole, and Click wallbang somebody through the soft wall into piano. Like, those are some really unfortunate deaths for Waterloo. And if you're going to be in a 5v3 in the first 2 minutes and 30 seconds, I mean, there's just no way that you're going to be able to waste time with your deployable shields upstairs, the ADSs, and all the hard work that you've done setting up your bomb site and setting up your extension because you lost dumb gunfights.
I'm not too sure how the entire round played out there for Waterloo, but maybe a bit of overextension might have been the wrong call there for them. Again, didn't quite see how the 5-on-3 immediately unveiled, but we still saw a lot of aggression by Waterloo. And don't get me wrong, you've got to work for picks, but if we're not in a very safe position to do so, then it's still kind of a high risk and mostly no reward scenario for you. So just how they were trying to maybe, relieve some of that pressure was just not the right call. And it seems like we'll be heading into Master Room and Office now instead for Waterloo. They're not going to try to reattempt going in through Dining Room. They're not even going to try to go to the basement site. And Master, although it's a pretty standard site to go to, it can be quite challenging, but at least Gerv gets the opening duel. So at least the momentum so far is favoring Waterloo.
Good news, John. The terror and the menace of Columbia has been dealt with. No more LMGs to be seen, so a sigh of relief there for Waterloo that they don't have to deal with 100 bullets whizzing at their forehead. What they will have to deal with is the linear push that we're seeing starting to develop. It's going to be the solar take, and Waterloo is doing a masterful job of denying pressure. Windows are being leveraged by Columbia. I say leverage loosely, though, because, well, Columbia has found themselves with 2 players dead far too early on. Sure, you have an OSA shield big window, but that hasn't found anything yet for KS or KJ.
Seems like for Columbia, they were trying to go for a push leading in through Trophy Room, having those air jabs stacked up maybe for the garage run out, and then they can maybe try to play off of that window pressure once going for the plant, but they're not in a good position to try to even apply all that much damage inside of Solar, and because of that, it's going to be a full rotate happening by Columbia. They at least find 1 kill, that being Oni on the Habana, get rid of Gerb eventually. Still at a disadvantage, though, but all the time in the world to reposition yourself, still get that hard destruction down if you're able to detect where those mute jammers are, if they're even on the wall to begin with, and maybe try to tease a plant perhaps, but still need to worry about all 14 Shamika launchers in the hands of Samwise. Definitely going to be a very difficult position to put yourself into in the final minute, Brian.
Deployable shields, that's going to be Columbia's next task that they have to deal with, and Sovin is here to greet them with their MK DMR. Looking at the side of Columbia, you don't really have anything to deal with that deployable shield, so you're going to have to take the heads-up gunfights, and the fact that Waterloo is now going to start to move some of those defenders away from the solar executes, that they can hear Columbia starting to prioritize the main wall towards the south. I mean, Columbia has to win a gunfight. At least you have the ability to use your plexiglass shield to gain information. KJ is now into sight, my friend. This actually might be a potential avenue to go for a plan. 1 Nitro Cell, though, and then the deployable shield, the plexiglass shield, and OSA will not be enough to deny an explosive explosive device.
Ooh, Phil getting down. Case dropped as well by Oni. Suvin with 2 kills back-to-back, leaving just KJS 1vx position. Here come the Shamika launchers I was mentioning earlier and how devastating they could be to stop a plant near that half wall. And Suvin, once again, just getting aggressive at the right time inside a piano, finds their third with the M14. And despite this site being relatively difficult to hold on paper in comparison to other sites like Dining Room and Bar, for example, Waterloo will still reign supreme and have a pretty solid round overall, not only from those opening kills as a win, but also just having a pretty strong anchor game to stop a very default play by Columbia.
Well, we learned a very important lesson there, John. You should always drone in your primary entry. We saw Click walk up the basement stairs without a care in the world. No drones, and they were just certainly not prepared for Gerv to be anywhere near the kitchen. And that's surprising, because Click has a lot of T3 experience. They've been playing Collegiate for now a year, and they've also had their experience again playing T3. So that's something that they should be at least somewhat comfortable with doing, but I guess the lack of drones puts themselves in a bad position from there. It just starts to spiral out of control. Something that we've seen happen maybe far too many times so far this map. We saw the previous round where it was Waterloo dropped 2 instant defenders, and now for Columbia, they dropped 2 instant attackers almost.
Seemed like the potential for a trade just wasn't really there for Columbia in the beginning parts of that round. They were able to try to have a pretty decent conversion rate heading in over and through the office wall and still try to have ends meet. But again, too much utility and not a lot of time to burn through it. Just spelled disaster for Columbia. But things still relatively close and not the end of the world, to say the least. Now, heading back into Barroom, though, this was a site that didn't end all that well for Columbia. They had a really bad time with time management. And another big thing to note as well was the inactivity by Phil with the fuse charges. And also, when you don't have a lot of stuns to help with that grenade spam, you really need those cluster charges just to be your main set of burn besides those flashes. So instead, Phil will opt in and readjust, bring out the Nomad this time for both the flank watch and even more secondary burn, having those flashes. So big fan of that change in Columbia. Also bring even more grenades, 6 in total in comparison to what they brought last time, which was, I think, between 2 to 4.
Drones of Columbia walking in through vines right now have identified the hole that they're going to have to burn with the utility that you were mentioning earlier. There is another wrinkle to that, though, is you're going to have to use your X-Cairo pellets to create a line of sight, like what we saw earlier from Columbia using the Maverick Torch, but this time it's going to have to be a little bit more precise, where you have a larger hole so you can guarantee that the utility finds the right mark. But also, be very mindful of where Slate is playing. They found 3 kills last time we're at this bomb site, and they might have to replicate that once again. Utility's doing its job, grabbing some of those ADSs, and Samwise will find the opening kill, and that's a set of grenades. Your ability to burn the deployable shield has now become much more difficult.
Slate also joining in on the fun. There's a second one. Slate getting hyper aggressive out near mezzanine window, leading out through main balcony. They can maybe try to hop in at just the right time and maybe find somebody, but KJS caught back out on the rotate, almost gets met with a fatal death, but it looks like the Frost try to fall back and not at the correct time. KJ's there to punish, and he's good for 2, actually. Suvin extends, trying to play for the trade game, but it utterly fails. Now even more damage dealt by the sledge, and because of this top 4 being forfeited by the defense, he can go play for vertical, and all of a sudden, it's a completely different setup so far by Columbia. 3 kills now for KJ. He's going huge on the sledge play currently.
Oh no, Waterloo, where has this round gone? It all relies now on Samwise, forced to find 3. And the majority of his attackers are all high HP, but Samwise has a trick up his sleeve. He's coming down from a flank. He finds the diffuser, so important. Now he can play a brand new objective, protect that nest egg for as long as possible. But he's on a stairwell. His head's going to be exposed as this gunfight takes place, and Columbia, with 2 players left, they can go for a flanking from behind. Samwise is keen to that, though. Click falls. It's now 1v1. 30 seconds to play with. More crucially, KJS has found the diffuser. They're going to begin to plant in a position that will deny access from one of the vertical hatches. And Samwise, they're hunting on the vertical. They might be able to spot them behind the chair, and KJS seems to be somewhat aware as they go for the relocation.
Readjustment here could be big for KJS. Seems like he'll get the diffuser down at the very least, put himself up in the post plant. There goes the swing, almost finding something for Samwise. And as the Siri gate gets reset, it's not going to be all that problematic here for the Alibi. She can just walk right through it, but has to be gret out by the LA. But Sam still wins it outright. The quad kill for quad kill favors Waterloo, and they have all the time in the world to get that defuse. A really good attempt by Columbia College. I don't blame them, but a relatively sloppy recovery of that diffuser, and only having that 1 versus 1 did make it a pretty close call in the final 40 seconds once that diffuser got planted.
John, there are so many highlight clips during that round. We're going to start off with KJS. Sure, they weren't able to find the final clutch, but did you notice the kill that they got jumping in through the window? They were shooting a frost mat, and they flicked over 90 degrees to their left, down on the stairwell from the basement, and slammed whoever from Waterloo was peeking that. But they themselves get slammed at the end of that 1v1 because Samwise finds the 4K. They find all of their kills during that round, and you know what? They do exactly what they needed to. And honestly, did you see how genius Samwise was in that 1v1? The sledgehammer hilt or handle was sticking up beyond the bar, and Samwise was able to track every single thing that KJS did, and no matter what, even with the reactivation of that Surya gate, which allows KJS to know when the swing is taking place, they still weren't able to deny that 1v1.
Well, a wise play from the wise man, but still was a relatively close matchup overall in that final round. I mean, a lot of hero plays happened between both Sam and KJS. Funnily, there was only a little bit of proper team play, I would have to say, more or less in the beginning of that round for both Columbia and Waterloo, especially when we saw that 3 versus 1 trying to recover that diffuser. There was not really a lot of genuine team play established. I'm not too sure if they had enough drones to maybe gather that information as to where exactly the alibi was playing, but it was a lot of isolation, which did allow Samwise to end up overcoming that obstacle of the 1v3, even the 1v1 during the post plant itself. But finally, on the last round of the first half, we get to see Basement in play for both Waterloo and Columbia, with more or less a play happening from both sides of the map, a 2-3 split directly, where we have a good chunk of everyone hopping in through both Big Garage and also heading in through Trench, but we still have the Maverick and Finka player of Click and KJS respectively, trying to have these cutoff angles established, with a cheeky rappel angle being held by Click, but it's not going to bear any fruit as Slate cuts him off the wire.
Everybody from Waterloo wanted a piece of action there of Click, and they lose their life. But Columbia, they're actually going for a completely different gambit. They're trying to push in from behind, and Waterloo's completely prepared for that one as well. They have everything to deny it, and look, Columbia's starting to stack, and Waterloo's going to respond with their own stack. They start to rotate every single defender, 3 of them who are in the bomb site to deny that door frame. Slate finds 2 additional kills, and it's now all on KJS. Sure, you got nades. Sure, you got the M4, one of the best rifles in the game, but you have to find 4. Yeah, maybe you can make the argument that Ultra's low HP, but I just don't see this going for KJS. And the way that Slate's been shooting, it will not go in favor of the offense.
Just seemed like a whole lot of gunplay happening in that round. Really nothing to harp on all that much. We had the cutoff angle being established at a good time by Click, and although you didn't see both the Maverick and Finka playing in there for trades, essentially, you normally don't hold that position as if you want to go for 1-for-1s unless you're opening up the wall directly, to go in for a post-plant setup. But no, we saw the exact opposite, where a majority of Columbia were opting to go in through the back part of the map and try to go more in for a wine direct take. But a little bit of over-aggression still hinted all throughout the round, even for both teams. Definitely did spell a bit disastrous, because a majority of those gunfights were won out by Waterloo. They'll end out the half 4-2, which you don't see all that often on a map of Chalet. Normally it tends to be more 3-3, or if you do see a 4-2, it tends to favor the attacking side. But overall, this matchup so far has been roughly defender favored. I'm not too sure if we're going to be seeing that pattern transition over to the second half as well, Brian.
And I think what allowed Waterloo to find themselves at a 4-2 split was they just kind of read the writing. They read the room. They realized that Kitchen was a Columbia College paradise on the attack. But they only played that bomb site twice. The only times that Columbia ever won rounds on the attack. We saw the changeup into the basement. That was an opportunity for Waterloo to return back to the kitchen. They said, nope, not today. We're going to try something new. And new worked for them. Now Columbia on their defending side. John, what are they doing different? What are they doing new? Because so far it looks pretty standard. Looks like the same old bar setup that we've come to know and love, just with one small twist, the castle being played.
Honestly, a pretty good fan of that. Despite the fact you normally see a sledge for a bar attack, because there is no sledge, there isn't really a lot to destroy those panels, except for maybe a couple of Gone 6s, maybe some of those Zofia explosive lifelines, but normally you save that utility to either help with the regular burn for the shields, or you use them directly for a shield, especially if your grenades are being saved for something else. Great run out by Click, noticing there was no flank watch and no claymores as well, funny enough, in the hands of Ultra. That allows for a freebie to slip through the fingertips of Waterloo, and that grants Columbia the early 5-on-4.
While there's no flank watch, you're going to have the ability to grab instantaneous information. You brought out the Jackal, and you can keep track of Click, especially after that swift engagement. There are red feet for the Inox scanner to find, which means you're going to have 5 pings of wherever Click goes. And, well, they're in the basement. They're now back to their deployable shield, playing over by the library stairwell, and that's a good position for Click to be in, because they have the ability to grow their My Pancakes almost perpetually during the round to continue to absorb as much of that Waterloo offense utility as possible.
When your main sets of grenades gone, Click finds a second good kill in the Momai, just playing quite comfortably in the middle of blue stairs, and even adds some all chat in for good measure as well, just to make sure the blood's really pumping against the opposition of Waterloo. 5 versus 3, like previously mentioned. Columbia still having all the utility in the world, like we've both mentioned at this point, Brian, just to sit here and look pretty at this point. D'Lo even joins in as well. Gerv's going to fall as he's holding down a pixel angle against the west main balcony, leaving it just only up to Ultra and Samwise. And at this point, it's good to assume they've got no utility and no player base to actually clear out anyone properly on this top floor. Now Samwise, the clutch king from last round, will have to do it once again, or I should say the round before that. But regardless, as I get cut off, it's a flawless round to start things off quite strong for the defensive side of Columbia College.
Woo, boy, John, that was an excellent round there from Columbia, starting off with the initial run-out aggressive play from Click, who would find additional kills, returning back to their standard setup. Man, that was a risky play for Click to have, because if there's a Claymore and air jab, they lose their life. Waterloo's going to be able to burn the utility on the deployable shield over by the library stairs pretty much for free, but Click survived, Click rotates back, and then they become the thorn for Waterloo, both from a utility standpoint and both from just a gun-clicking, head-clicking standpoint. Columbia just played so aggressive that round. Waterloo was just simply not ready for a team to swing every single available door frame. Now that we're going to Kitchen, a bomb site that probably is arguably more aggressive because you have to play upstairs around that utility.
And the one thing that seemed a bit off by Waterloo was how linear they approached that actual take. I feel like they only wanted to go for the basement roam clear because we had Click run out and kind of reveal his idea of, oh yeah, I want to play a little bit aggressive in the early game. You need to deal with me now, or I'm going to go back to the top of blue. If we didn't have that happen, I would assume that Waterloo would only want to focus their intentions leading in through offices and going for that default clear. And because of that, they had nobody playing near library double window, and they had no one even try to clear out that part of the map. We saw a very tunnel vision-esque style of play by Waterloo, and if we continue to see that on a map like Chalet, this could be a pretty rough second half for them, to say the least, because if Columbia, just like you mentioned, keep going for those heads-up plays and just constantly remain mobile throughout this round, it's just going to be too much for all the Waterloo party to handle all at the same time.
Hopefully the drones are able to monitor some of those rotations, right? You're able to at least pinch them into a corner, then maybe use your utility. It's not like we're seeing a Lion Dokkaebi combination, but you do have the Jackal, which will still provide instantaneous information, and you'll be able to hopefully put some of those defenders in positions that you might be able to capitalize on. The castle barricades are going to make that endeavor just a little bit harder, because you're not going to have the traditional lines of sight, and also it helps to have good utility usage. A nade falls short. It gives D'Lo the opportunity to swing since a nade was in hand. Slate is the opening death. 10 kills to their nade, but they're going to be forced to be silent. They're going to be forced to staying on drones and act as a flank watch for the rest of round 8.
Yeah, smart play by the Momai, and Gerv will try to avenge his fallen brethren that was on the sledge previously, but it doesn't seem like it's going to go all that according to plan. Across the ways, we still have the rest of Columbia dealing with the remnants of Waterloo trying to push in from Piano, and maybe someone lurking around near the double window. Perfect timing, though, by Gerv to go for the swing, and the Jackal Inox ping gathers plenty of info to find a second for the Finko. All of a sudden, Waterloo enter in the top floor. They've got full control of that department of the map, and now can go for vertical if they had Slate alive. There's still an option of the secondary shotgun, of course, in the hands of Subin, but currently they're across the ways on the top of blue, looking for footprints, which eventually they do, and that can potentially find yet another kill for Waterloo in this final minute 10.
Oh, Columbia was trying to be so sneaky. Oh, Odie, you have to know how many pings you were tracked, because that tells you how close Subin was. Unfortunately, a bad play for Oni is going to put Columbia College in an awkward position. Phil and KJS, the last two left alive. You have a Nitro Cell, and you also have the ability to deny the plant through the Echo drones. We saw Waterloo do a very similar strategy the last time that we were on this bomb site, but those Echo drones were downstairs in the basement, so hopefully Phil has learned the lesson from their own successful attack and have put those information and concussive blast drone devices in positions to be able to deny the plant, or at least deny Waterloo some access to the bomb site.
Well, looks like only KJS is alive, and I mean, he just got located in because Gerb just fed information after falling. Plenty of hard pings to maybe work around and maybe try to go for these 1-for-1s, but besides that, you still have to go for the gunfights directly, and only with such a small amount of wall left for coverage, Suvin will get the final kill to add to the tally board, and just like that, we've got a pretty good recovery by Waterloo overall. They had a pretty decent recovery starting out in that top floor because we had D'Lo isolate for one really clean kill, but after kind of deviating away from the actual bathroom window hop in, that allowed Gerv and also the Jackal of Suvin to play in tandem. It was fantastic team play to gather the information and cause a distraction to allow Gerv to hop in through bathroom and just do absolute God's work on that top floor. And the rest was just a very simple cleanup by Waterloo, especially since Suvin was still able to gather tons of information and just self-enable to find even more kills on that round.
One of the things that you mentioned about the bar attack for Waterloo was the fact that they were just so linear that they kind of put themselves in a bad position. And that round, Waterloo was pushing from multiple sections of the map, from the highway, from vines, and it pinched Columbia. They were being swung left, right, and center, and there was just not much for them to be able to do. And remember, Slate, the top killer so far for Waterloo, they were silenced earlier because of a nade in their hand. And that was just the rest of the Waterloo team coming together and finding impactful kills. And it's wise that Columbia has decided, you know what, Kitchen has yet to be won once by the defense. It's time to go to greener pastures. It's time to go to do something different. And that difference is going to be upstairs in master bedroom.
Click maybe opting to go for a run out as well. There is no Nomad. That's been a constant for Waterloo so far on their attacking rounds, and also no Claymores, funny enough, although I believe Suvin can actually rock them on the Jackal, but the drone is going to detect Click trying to go in the cheeky plays. They'll have to fall back. There was somebody kind of close to the trench doorway, but I don't think they're set up in actually a proper way to hold that cutoff, so the Malusi will get away scot-free. Still that 5-on-5, but a pretty close call indeed to be made, because if Click was not spotted out in that basement floor, that could have been a huge play to find another opening duel win for Columbia College.
Click was pinched. There was somebody on his window. There was somebody coming in from the basement. And the fact that they weren't held in the stairwell and punished for that rotation baffles me. Columbia just took a massive win by the life of Click. And now they can relocate to a different portion of the map and continue to pester Waterloo. The Jackal tracks even go out. They've identified Click, but they've also realized that Click is nowhere to be seen. Because again, they're back home with the side. That was a missed opportunity for Waterloo. It's 5-3 right now on the scoreboard. If Waterloo maybe found Click, that could have been the avenue to find themselves on match point.
Potentially so. And also Click losing or actually destroying a lot of drones in that, retreat, I should say, is also something nice to note as well with the roaming Malusi, like you mentioned, now relocating as well. Waterloo are just going to try to gloss over that, but instead of being met by the roaming Malusi, they get met by Oni playing for vertical coverage behind a shield in the middle of offices, I believe that to be. He'll get the opening duel, Ultra to fall, and with the back wall not even being opened up either, this could be quite detrimental here for Waterloo. Samwise is able to finish off Click before Gerv can actually get fully confirmed as a kill, might be able to revive himself with an adrenaline surge or get picked back up by a teammate as someone waltzes their way into a trophy. Still though, that slight advantage could be quite impactful for Waterloo, especially if they have Suvin get a bit more active here on this Jackal pick.
Gerv had two of those nanobots still in pocket. They're just waiting for the cooldown and waiting for coverage to end up rezzing themselves up. Back up to about 35 HP, Gerv will be, and their comrades are also going to be better for that as well, because they're going to have their HP boosted as well. So, comfortable position for Waterloo to be in, especially once you start to factor in the fact that they have the man advantage. There's still bits of utility in their way. The Malusi Wubs and the ADS is protecting them, but KJS is going to be your first point of contact in Piano, and well, they don't really have a deployable shield to play with, and that's not going to matter at all for Waterloo, because they're going for a solar take. KGS now good for 2. The diffusers fall into sight. Gerv, who was DBNO earlier, forced to find the last 3. Good for 1 on the snake prone angle, but they have to make a decision as toxic gas grenades land in their face. The decision is to go for kills. Good for an additional, but the final one, Oni lines up, and Oni's good for that. Oh, it got close there, but Columbia will continue on their fight.
An absolute massacre in the final 30 to 40 seconds, give or take, on that round, but still a close call nonetheless. I don't think Gerv was able to potentially plant in that position, or they were just too worried about being met with a crossfire, potentially a tag team by Columbia College, because despite killing the smoke, it was still a 2 versus 1. Actually, no, I think it was the mute that actually died and not the smoke, but still that 2 versus 1 position that you have to worry about. If you even kill one of those 2 players, you're still bound to most likely immediately refrag. So it was probably the better idea just to go off some slightly dried up information and just hope you win both your gunfights, especially on the Finca. That LMG is quite a potent weapon to use. So not a bad idea at all, but Columbia, they simply had the numbers advantage, and simply off the bat of mainly KJS in those final 30 seconds being able to hold off that multifaceted approach leading in from Piano really paid dividends for them to manage to stop match point from happening just yet on Chalet.
Back to bar, Columbia not out of the woods yet, though. They still have to find victory in this round. That's going to take us to 5-5, and then we'll guarantee to see round 12, because Waterloo has looked strong on their attacks, particularly that kitchen site. But in bar, it certainly became close. They were too linear in their last execution. They kind of spent too much time lost in the sauce, and now it's time to make some adaptations, prioritize the clear, and prioritize the utility over by that deployable shield of library. Now, I think there might be another option. With Slate bringing out the Nook, is it potential for a sneaky beaky play? Maybe try to flank somebody on the deployable shield? It seems like a high-risk, high-reward scenario, but technically, Waterloo does have one mulligan to play with.
It's not a bad idea, especially since you might be able to catch one of those main roamers dead to rights if they're just not in a good spot to actually counter out the Nook, depending on if their device is activated to go and just kind of sneak their way in. It actually might happen too. We've got the Nook playing underneath close to West Main, but they're still actually located outside, and instead of opting to go for that basement play, they'll try to maybe spend up their grenades to break some of this utility early on. But if they don't have to worry about those grenades in pocket anymore, if they want to go for that roam game, then it's a pretty viable option, to say the least. I mean, you just get that utility spent up, then you have no other options besides maybe just trying to go out around. But all right, I guess they are dead. My mistake for trying to hype you up, Slate, maybe going on a potential clear later on. Nope, you get one tap by D'Lo, and once again, Columbia take the charge in the kill department.
Well, as you cast or curse members of Waterloo, it was interesting that we saw the Nook post up on a window. I mean, you've been better off bringing the sledge and using it that direction. Sovan's going to also fall, and it seems like the members of Waterloo find themselves in a very perplexing decision. Where on earth did all their attackers go? They're currently 6 feet under. You still got Ultra and Samwise to play with and potentially find remaining members of Columbia. 5 kills to find, and you do have a decent amount of time to play with the Rooney gates, the barbed wires, and again, the utility, the ADS is all stacked up in the bar. It's just not going to be a wise decision to continue to push into that section of the map. So full rotation being elected from Waterloo. Now in the middle floor, and they might just try to go for a full site rush. It's definitely a gamble, John, but what do you really have going for you right now? You have to do something different, and that's going to be the difference play right now.
Yeah, you've got absolutely nothing favoring you. Just got to get aggressive and hope you can just win a couple of gunfights immediately. But even then, if they go in for this rush play, it's going to be detected immediately because of that castle barricade still being up at the ready. Even one located in Mudroom as well. Seems like Columbia were having none of that and wanted to completely force that top 4 clear out, which has been quite favorable for them so far. A lot of HP being lost off the body of Oni, but they're still alive to tell the tale. Click catches one off screen, leaving just Samwise. Another 1vx position, but it won't end out flawlessly like it did last time. At least they'll finish off one with the bearing 9, expecting yet another, but they have both windows to worry about, so it's not looking to be all that much of a favorable position in these final 10 seconds. Oni runs out and gets aggressive, but they're on such low HP, it'll be easy pickings for the Havana, but such little time left, having to worry about the smokes engulfing your vision. I mean, this does not look like it'll be a round win for Waterloo, to say the least. 0 seconds left on the timer, and not another kill will be found by Samwise. They'll be finished off by the Jaeger, and Columbia went out round 10, equalizing going into round 11.
I'm going to call that a flawless round adjacent, John, for one reason. The only kills that were found that round were because Columbia members were so far away from the building that they were running out. D'Lo's outside in Narnia, and then we see Odie swing with the super shorty shotgun on like 3 HP. They're just not going to win that gunfight ever, so flawless round adjacent, because those were just dumb deaths of members of Columbia trying to get aggressive. What really happened in that round was Waterloo just never really set up for a pinch properly.
Oh.
And, well, I guess we can adjust that now, because Waterloo really doesn't... They can make the same error that they did on Bar, and they're going to put themselves in a good position, because A, you're going back downstairs to the kitchen, a bomb site that Waterloo looked brilliant on, and B, and probably more importantly, KJS is dead. because they brought out a band operator.
Columbia now playing on hard mode, I guess, trying to see what they can get away with in terms of tomfoolery. At the beginning of this round, things did look favorable for them, but because they were so hyper-focused on having everybody deal with Piano Room, that allowed Gerv to pick the golden opportunity just to hop in through bathroom window and find 2 kills. That removed everybody from the top floor. That allowed for, everyone just to slowly transition their way a floor lower, and still plenty of time to gather information, especially by Suvin, who is no longer on the Jackal, unfortunately. But there is still good kill potential and intel gathering potential for Waterloo, as they still have the Finka, just this time on Slate. Last time he was out on the Sledge, and we also still have Gerv on the Iana, so tons of information can be collected as well early on, even though Waterloo will most likely expect this play to happen up near the top floor over towards Master and Office, and because of that, they find an opening kill quite early. Ultra finds a good kill.
A 3v5 so early on for Columbia College. It's a difficult pace to be in, but if there's some saving grace this round, John, it's the fact that Waterloo doesn't have that Sledge. They do have flat place breaching charges, so you could still be able to open up a lot of lines of sight. But Suvin, my friend, you can't make plays like that. You have to swing off information. You can't start to bury your attackers. Again, you have 2 minutes to play with. Use information, facilitate your gunfights, and land your nades perfectly, because that's going to be your key to success right now. Again, Columbia College continues to bleed defenders. It's all left on Phil, forced to find 4 members of Waterloo. Sure, you got the Echo drones, but I don't think that's going to matter right now as the LMG starts to bear down bullets on their position, filling out 30 HP, isolated to a new position of the map, and I don't think they're going to be able to really deny the plant either whenever Waterloo goes for the drop.
Yet another 1vx. All the time in the world, all the health in the world with those adrenaline surges as well. This just is such an unbearable position for Phil, and he'll just be put out of his misery by Ultra, finding the opening kill and finding the last one as well on round 11. It'll be match point in the books finally for Waterloo, but like we saw last time these two played out head-to-head over in Chalet a couple weeks ago, so to speak, it was a similar position where Columbia College kind of had to work their way back up to get match point and then ended out via overtime, heading the full distance 8-7. So, I mean, there's still a very high chance we have Columbia eventually claw their way back, despite the fact we are not seeing Barn Gaming, which has been a perfect sight for them so far in the second half.
Currently locked out since there's one last in round 10, but we're going to go over to Master. A wise decision because the Kitchen has yet to be won once by any of the defending teams, lost both respectively by the teams when there was attempted, so 4 total losses, 2 per team. And downstairs in the basement, while it has had more play recently if we're using competitive as our litmus test, at least Pro League as our litmus test in North America, doesn't seem like a bomb site that a lot of people are particularly comfortable with, because if you establish vertical, where do you go? You open up those exterior walls, all of a sudden you're kind of just sitting in a terrible position, and the attackers are going to have free avenue to go for a plant.
Heading up in through the Master defense, vertical can be a pretty big challenge to deal with depending on what you normally are set up as for normal defense. You tend to have that roam game established over near your dining room to make sure the vertical doesn't happen, especially if there's a Zofia on the board to help destroy those mute jammers to get the office wall opened up. I believe last time we saw Waterloo opt for more of a solar and trophy kind of approach, and it seems like that's going to be the main point of contention. Once again, having the drone game already established out by the Habana of Samwise, and having some people already try to gesture their way over towards the wall itself to get on that rappel and maybe start throwing out some grenades, some general util, and then maybe getting that back wall opened up, leading in through solar towards the actual bomb site. And seems a bit of an upset for Columbia because they were expecting more of a library take, but it's not going to take them all that much time to realize it's a solar take, and they can just readjust their positions.
Everybody is situated over towards the north. There's even a time period where we saw every single player of Waterloo sitting on their little phones, grabbing information like some brand new hot take dropped on Twitter. But now Waterloo, off their phones, starting to grab map control, and honestly, they actually have a ton of map control. They might be pretty close to being able to go for their execute direct in the site. They still have a couple of things they need to lock off their checklist or knock off their checklist. It's going to be the player sitting above the solar stairs. As soon as you're able to remove it through vertical, like the lifeline impact that we just saw there, Columbia is going to be forced deeper into the site, and as the Selma charges detonate, that's now a potential avenue to plant. Sure, you got one close quarters, and that actually might be good for some utility usage, but Phil doesn't do anything except they actually just lose their life altogether.
Second entry for the ace player of Ultra. Phil to go down. That's one of your only sets of Nitro cells, and Gurv catches KJS in a vulnerable position. The cutoff still being held by Suvin as well. They just have to worry about the anchor pressure, which so far is still doing relatively well considered most. Click is able to find at least Gurv off the board, but still that slight advantage favoring the side of Waterloo. Slate, beautiful shot against D'Lo. He wasn't expecting to find that kill, but the final bullet with the pre-fire will do the job. Suvin gets aggressive as well, formally holding that flank watch underneath. He actually steps up almost into piano fully, and in a matter of moments, we're bound to see this plant go down. I'm not even too sure Oni's in that good of a position to actually stop this defuse, and no, we can't even do that from the grave. We're not going to see overtime, apparently. Brian, Waterloo ended out in relegation as they take the match 7-5 going into map 2, already a win in their back pocket.
We already showed that LMGs go burn. It's now the opportunity of Waterloo to use it against Columbia. They hold Mouse 1. They find the final kills. Well done to Sobin in the final round. And honestly, well done to Waterloo to be able to shut down everything that Columbia College brought out. Again, a rematch. We saw the outcome earlier this week, or earlier this month, where Chalet was a safe haven for Columbia College. Not today, John, when it probably matters even more. That was a seeding matchup the last time that we saw this battle take place on Chalet. Now, this is for the grand finals. We're currently in the semis. Whoever loses this series, they go home. They're running the NECC. It stops today.
Well, we'll have to see if we end up seeing overtime heading up into Oregon, or if we have that matchup ended out in relegation or regulation, as well. No relegations happen here, just a little slip of the tongue, I suppose. But before I do any more slip-ups over on the broadcast, we'll go into a quick little break, get Oregon ready for you, and be back in just a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, everybody. We are back. It's Columbia, Waterloo. And I know you're so excited to get straight into game that you're going to see our faces for just a millimeter of a second. We measure it in lengths of times. That's how it works. For a short amount of time, and then we're back in the game.
Yep, for only a millisecond.
A millimeter.
Or a microsecond.
Thank you.
The Uzi 9mm, as people would call that. Thatcher Flores, already banned here in Oregon. Funny enough, we had our producer talk with Click a moment ago for the inside drama. Apparently, Shelley is one of the worst maps for Columbia College, despite them almost playing that map religiously. But just insider information now being leaked R6. Maybe that was the mindset of Columbia going into Shelley, as they weren't expecting to win that one out. Decided being their map pick, and they'd be more comfortable on a more dry map such as Oregon, which I don't blame them. It's a map that everybody knows. So even when it isn't your map pick, quote unquote, it's still kind of a pick you're comfortable going to just because, you know, everybody knows Oregon like the back of their hand at this point.
Shelley can't be any worse than Click is at trying to find Waterloo hitboxes.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed that he actually hit some headshots this time. If you don't know the reference, I'm sure he'll be on Twitter pretty soon, knowing Click 3K on Twitter. Regardless, it's time to go away from the French house, over to Borgen. And now we're downstairs in the basement. Mira's in play still, and honestly, Mira's sometimes this breath of fresh air, even though she's a terribly frustrating to deal with as somebody who's actually live in the server, because if you want to go for a freezer execute or a laundry execute, what do, John, if you find yourself facing one of those Miras where you say, nope, not dealing with that, and you go to the other side of the map?
You cry. You just cry. You move across the map. There is no, anti-breach. So Waterloo, theoretically speaking, they could actually get the mirror windows off the wall and still have a kill hole for their own enjoyment, their own viewing pleasure. So it's not a horrible position for them, to say the least, but I think the big thing they're going to have to worry about right now is more or less that heavy roam extension done by Columbia. Not so much the Mira windows, unless they struggle heavily with this roam clear, and then they have about 40 seconds left or so to actually go for that basement floor clear, and then are met with the Mira windows, because at that point, they would have no time to remove them. So it all depends on how well the early game and how well the tempo can be by Waterloo, if they want to even have to worry about those Miras, Brian.
You shouldn't have any problems, though, with gathering information. Well, now you will. That slate is dead. They were the ability to expedite this clear, because they have the ability to use the Inox scanner to find exactly where those roamers are. Now you don't have that, and you're going to have to go the old-fashioned way. Go through the drones and gather information kind of the boring way. And how would you really do that, John, when you see an Oryx in play? Because Oryx can get drone and fly up a hatch, and all of a sudden you kind of have to go back to square one and repeat all of that droning that you just once did.
Well, so far it looks like the drone potential has not even been all that much there for Waterloo to favor them anything. Phil's going to collect one as well. That's case dropped as well by Ultra, so not a very good start on round one here for Waterloo. That roam game is still doing relatively well. Even we have Click still on the very top floor. They've got the fallback of either the hatch or the wall, but neither one seems to favor them. At least Phil's there at just the right time to net a second one on the castle selection. And now D'Lo is actually in Click's spot, taking his place, cut off the head of one. Two more are there to greet you. So it's still a fantastic roam game done so far by Columbia. Eventually they fall back, but they've already done far too much, so it's not that big of a concern.
Phil's already been able to double their kills that they had in Chalet, and well, that's just because they've been camping that diffuser that they found so early on after picking off Ultra, 2 members left of Waterloo. And well, now where do you go from here, John? You have to start to go down one of the stairwells, and they're being all completely occupied by members of Columbia, whether or not it's the Mira windows or whether or not it's the barbed wire providing information as soon as one of the attackers ends up stepping into it. And look at this. Columbia is just monitoring this north stairwell. A double crossfire. And even if Suvan Swings finds a kill, they're going to be instantaneously traded. You have to deal with something. You have to do something right now. Maybe a concussive lock on the lifeline might be enough to break down that crossfire, but it's just grown by one more entity as Oni is now challenging the main stairs.
Mirror window gone, but I mean, it's not really going to be all that important this go around. We've got the toxic smoke still being deployed by KJS in the final few moments of this round to make sure no one can comfortably drop down the E-box hatch. D'Lo watching that one with great coverage. coverage as well. It's just multiple angles looking down and through that hatch to make sure they can almost immediately guarantee this kill, and that will reign true. KGS the one to find the pick, though, and not D'Lo, as he gets DB&O, but it doesn't really seem to matter as Samwise only left to stand in the 1vx and can't even finish off the Jaeger player to make it the 1v3. Columbia College take that round with relative ease, as their roam game was spot on and their anchor game was tenfold as well.
As a frustrating start for Waterloo. I mean, you have Click running out the big window after all for the first kill, and that's a Jackal. Your primary roam clear no longer available to you. You follow up with the death of Ultra dropping the diffuser over by the tower stairs, and then there's just nothing that you can do at that point. I mean, it's a constant battle with Phil on that diffuser after all. You don't expect the castle and the UMP to get so darn aggressive, but Columbia kind of read the writing on the walls, and they were able to just continue with their aggressive lineup. And now they're also being just as perplexing. It's a bomb site rotation for the basement to the middle floor. It's a meeting room as their secondary bomb site of choice.
Seems like for Columbia College, though, this is not a horrible idea. It can be considered much easier to play for that roam game when you are defending meeting room in comparison to kitchen, because it's kind of a necessity, especially when we have Columbia not afraid to shine in the castle pick. We saw them bring it out a couple of times over on Chalet, and looks like they'll bring that in for a second time in a row already on their Oregon site selection. So not a bad option, to say the least, especially when it can be quite straightforward to go extend a floor higher up, play near both Addict and Kids, for example, and again, have those castle barricades for those key choke point areas to be completely locked out for Waterloo unless they have enough utility to actually break those castle panels. But already in the 5 versus 4, it's definitely going to weaken the amount of utility they have in general, let alone just to break the castle barricades.
The Thermite's already dead, so if you wanted to go for a rush that so many collegiate teams like to do in through split, well, you're not going to have that as an opportunity. I mean, I guess you could try to Maverick torch your way in, but that's going to be a slow and painful process, and you're just not going to really have a lot of time for that. So I think Waterloo's going to have to go for the heads-up gunfights. You're going to have to clear above, kind of go for the old traditional way without Samwise being a presence on your attacking side. And also, and maybe more importantly, no sledge to deal with the castle barricades, which also means no sledge to help take vertical and create new lines of sight in the kitchen.
Well, first minute officially over. D'Lo almost spots out another potential kill to find for Columbia College, but so far it's not going to really collect anything just yet. Managed to get the siege timing there, favoring the side of the offense, and that's going to happen yet again. Slate is going to manage to shut down KJS, so we are in even footing. But again, with the aggression we've seen out here by Columbia, it's more or less only a matter of time before someone ends up finding yet another one to make it that 4 versus 3. A magnet catches the Gone 6, so a nade has to be used to actually break that castle panel. And like I predicted, D'Lo ends up finding at least one more before being dropped down to the grave, but Gerb is there to one to finally put in the last bits of dirt on that tombstone I just mentioned.
We saw Click place the My Pancake during the prep phases. Like, there's just no way this is going to grab any bit of utility. An important bit of utility. The Gone 6 found, and now the player who had the Gone 6, Slate, is no longer available to Waterloo, and Click was thinking about continuing their aggression and challenging the top stairs. They're going to elect to think better about that, and they're going to just return back to the bomb site because they realize that Oni has the potential of wasting more time upstairs. Not yet droned by Gerv, and look at the positioning of Gerv, John. They're just checking every single corner except for the right one. They lose their life, and now Ultra being monitored on the bulletproof camera has nowhere to go because Phil is going to deny entry into green.
Fantastic aggression once again by Columbia College, and funny enough, it's what I mentioned, I believe, earlier in the first matchup of the day, Brian. It was that element of surprise that favored Bowling Green a lot on their defenses of Oregon. We're seeing that once again, except this time it's just favoring Columbia College against Waterloo in a completely different matchup, but still, you get the spawn peek off the bat. You had the run out the round prior. That's immediately a 5 versus 4, and again, the high value of both operators that were killed because that your main flank watch on a roam heavy composition and your main hard breach on a relatively decent hard destructive site such as meeting room and kitchen side. It's just a huge smack in the face for not expecting that kind of aggressive playstyle by Columbia, even though they were a team last map to still go for those runouts when a Nomad was available and still go for those flanks again, even when you had potential for that flank watch.
Upstairs the dorm, the bomb site that we see so frequently as most teams' primary bomb sites. I love what Columbia has done here, John. They're just doing things differently. Far too often, we just kind of just get stuck in, I do this bomb site every single time as my first bomb site. Why? Because it's just the way it is. Columbia is doing things differently, and honestly, even if you're the most seasoned IGL, sometimes when things go not the way that you're expecting or even a different bomb site rotation, it can kind of throw you off. To be fair, the strategy isn't as powerful as it once was because the attacker repick allows you to change your attacking lineup to meet the bomb site, and here on Oregon, it's very likely that you're going to know exactly what site you are without expending too much of your precious drones.
One big problem we saw about that drone game last matchup we saw in Oregon, it was just the general lack of where to drone out. We had people playing out near shower hallway and near the top of white just completely unnoticed, and that would allow them to go for a very aggressive hero play towards, the last minute or so of the round. And so far with Waterloo focusing most of their utility actually over in towards, that deer area, also leading in from master bedroom as well. That might become a problem once again, especially with no nomad available for those air jabs. Someone could just simply walk up Armory stairs if no one's guarding that directly, and that could be a huge amount of damage dealt against Waterloo.
Phil's deployable shield is burned away, and now they have to leave that location of the map. They've elected to play an Armory, but that's probably even a worse place to be in because you have no escape route. Sure, you could drop the hatch, sure you're Rooney with a Thunder Punch, but it is not a comfortable spot because you can just get shut down and they rotate somebody, they being Waterloo, somebody down to garage. Phil's life could be forfeit, but they've returned back to the bomb site, more or less safe and sound. Sure, they lost some HP during that firefight, but they're alive and well, and that's the most important thing.
Minute 30 off the board, and what has really been accomplished by Waterloo so far, not much. Pardon. I think they eventually have someone late playing over and towards Attic perhaps, but there might not be a lot of time in the world for Ultra to do his job on the Maverick, but so far he doesn't really seem all that concerned about it. Phil tries to go for a good aggressive swing near the main wall, but gets immediately shut down by Gurv. Waterloo, for once, will now take the lead-off kill as a success, and, besides that, they at least have this push inside of Attic kind of brewing about, and Suvin gets one kill as well to favor the team, and the flank actually being guarded as well by Suvin, just stubborn and resilient, holding down that middle floor, actually grants Waterloo a pretty favorable position, almost a third for Suvin, but instead it's actually Gurv on the Iana, almost finds a second, they get down, but Ultra is there for the immediate trade before the finisher even goes and throws on the Iana, and despite a very, time-consumed setup done by Waterloo, it still favors them flawlessly on round 3.
It seemed like just a really clean execute for Waterloo. It was their initial utility usage to remove the deployable shield. It was their constant flank watch, making sure that nobody from Columbia would rotate from Zulu back up the Armory stairs. And it was even when Columbia was getting aggressive, whether or not it was the MKDMR swinging to deny the main breach, or whether or not it was something like Click in the latter stage of the round, swinging with their MP5 on the Warden. Everything that Waterloo was doing was just well orchestrated. They played together as a team almost flawlessly. And that's probably why Columbia put dorms as their third bomb site. That usually shows it's its weakest site, and now, with that logic in mind, Columbia's returning to their strongest bomb site, and it certainly was.
Well, it wasn't that strong of a roam clear by Waterloo last time we saw this site actually in play. It seems to be like Columbia, they're going to go by the old saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They'll still have the exact same setup of play, performed having that heavy roam game that we mentioned earlier, having the Oryx still in the pocket of Click, having Oni on the mirror once again too, in case we need to worry about that anchor coverage as well. Although we didn't really see that big of a emphasis heading inside of Blue Bunker, so maybe putting that somewhere else could have been a better option, maybe inside of Closet, along with Freezer might have been the better option, but I'm only picking at straws here. The main thing to worry about, once again, is just this heavy roam game, and if that gets dealt with properly, then you might need to focus your eyes over and on the mirror, but I might have to get my own words, Brian. It's a rush occurring in through Blue Bunker. Apparently, the trouble was well rested in the hands of Columbia, expecting the blue play, and it will be matter of fact, but the damage has already been done.
There's a mirror window, though. How on earth has Waterloo got so deep into the site? Gurb's going to find an additional. Things are not looking particularly swell for Columbia. You've lost your primary denial with the smoke grenades off. And now it seems like Waterloo has a path into the site. Plus, with the LMGs, they could be so terrorizing to the defense, and they certainly are. It's now just Click the Roamer playing the E-box hatch. If they drop, they're going to make noise, not only from the fall, but also from the debris beneath that hatch. And Waterloo is so close to be able to spring on that audio cue. There's one in pillar after all, and plus all the players lurking around J Bunker. Sovin has yet to go for the plant. They're waiting for some type of cue, most likely trying to figure out if the bomb site is clear. It most certainly is. There's a drop from Click, and they won't be able to find anything. The blitz play works perfectly. If you're going to go for a full roam, screw the roam clear. Go for the execute.
It's exactly like you mentioned. Sometimes it's better just to completely ignore the main problem of the day and just go for something completely unique, which, although, like you mentioned, we still had a smoke guarding in through Blue Bunker. We still had a mirror window placed over near E-box. It apparently was not enough to stall out the blitz play. I guess maybe Columbia were only half expecting it to happen. They were still anticipating heavily on a play leading more or less in through that top to bottom clear, as if you're playing on Cafe, for example, where that's almost a necessity every single round. I guess Columbia were expecting the exact same thing to happen and weren't fully prepared for a rush that would happen over in through the elbow wall. But this time about, seems like Waterloo were not going to be opting for the exact same blitz play, and for Columbia, they still have the exact same rotation hole, but the mirror windows have been readjusted slightly, with one actually being located all the way on that elbow wall, maybe to just have a bit more of a better sight line once they have to give up elbow itself, but can still kind of hold it passive aggressively. Not a bad option, but wonder how well that actually will play off, depending if Columbia actually, or pardon, if Waterloo actually want to go through Blue Bunker a second time.
I don't think they will be, John. They kind of had their pocket strategy, the blitz pick, find the round victory, and there's just no way that Columbia is going to allow that shenanigans to happen again, and I don't think it's going to go, because look at this. Waterloo is changing up their execute. Ooh, you can see his feet, bro. Slate. Oh, that could have been a free kill right there, but Waterloo's doing something that Purdue was doing earlier. At least they're setting themselves up for. That was the tower take, where you push in from above, but now the attacking team is starting to expand just a bit, and Columbia on their full roam, and Waterloo starting to expand. We might see a lot of 1v1 gunfights with no real teammates to help.
Might be one of the bigger issues of this round in particular. The trade game was always something that I was harping on a lot for both Waterloo and Columbia, and so far having that heavy isolation actually is going to favor the offense. Phil is not going to be in that good of a predicament between both Kitchen and Green Hallway. He'll be met by a couple of quick AR bullets shot out by Gurv on the Ayana once again, and the first minute so far is looking quite promising for Waterloo. They begin to detect out the Mira playing lower in Freezer, and I believe at this point they have every roamer completely dealt with besides maybe Dilo, who could be proxying around near main stairs, but at the ready if need be. They can just fall back the rest of the stairs down and then just kind of play next to pillar. Other than that though, Brian, things are really looking top notch for Waterloo in the first half of the action phase.
Drones finding their impact, hopefully gathering the information. And Columbia, they've called everybody back home, called everybody back to the bomb site because of the loss of Phil earlier on. Jackal Tracks identify one. That's going to be the Thunderbird. And Click, one of the primary aggressors for Columbia, currently being monitored because the INOC scanner. Vertical for Waterloo. It's about time to start to crack open that hatch. You have plenty of hard breach to be able to do it. You both have Samwise playing the Habana and the X-Cairo pellets, and you also have Ultra playing the Maverick to potentially deny a Cade, which has already actually been banned from Columbia. So the Maverick just allows you to have more grenades to whip down range and potentially find members of Columbia.
Especially already having that man advantage. Definitely not bad to try to add more onto that insurmountable pressure, perhaps. Waterloo, they've got about 50 more seconds, which is not a bad spot, but they've lost the one thing that was really looking well for them early on, which was the man advantage. D'Lo just picks the perfect mold to go for two separate swings, one through the E-box hatch, killing somebody in meeting, and then finding the one player isolated outward inside of backstairs. Again, the isolation. It was a problem for Columbia, but now they use it as their own advantage. Oni kills Gurv as well, leaving just Samwise left waiting along the E-box hatch, and D'Lo finds another through it. Brilliant placement done by the Jaeger, and despite the beginning of that round looking quite worrisome, the anchor game was top-notch and apparently too much to handle for Waterloo.
D'Lo was too much to handle. Everybody just challenged the hatch, and they expected the same result. I mean, definition of insanity. Like, D'Lo just went nuclear. They just found kill after kill, and Waterloo just never played the trade game. Waterloo never tried to shut down D'Lo as a team. They just took 4 individual gunfights, and D'Lo said, thank you very much, and put those in the bank, and was able to just single-handedly find silly impact because Waterloo made a mistake, which is frustrating because Waterloo, who's been playing brilliantly so far in Oregon. I will talk about the opening kill that they had on Phil. They do things really well, and then when they have like a man advantage by a decent margin, they start to move maybe just a bit too fast and they make silly mistakes.
That's the one nice thing about having a man advantage is you can take your time. You don't have to overexpend yourself too much. You have the ability to breathe. There's less sight lines you need to worry about, less utility that's stacked up over time as well, especially if you kill somebody who has active utility like Wamai, for example. If he's dead in the first minute, you're going to have to deal with maybe like 1 or 2 magnets, depending if he even placed the second one during the prep phase. So that's a huge positive overall for Waterloo. They had almost immediate map control in the first minute because the roam game was instantly thwarted. But because of, I guess, just jumping the gun, like you had mentioned, Brian, it just didn't work out for them. And the isolation was something they did not need to do. They already gambled that huge risk in the beginning of the round, yet they still decided to play 1 by 1 by 1, lining up for D'Lo, and that's going to give Columbia that slight lead, and looks like they'll head back up into Kids Room, which wasn't a sight all that favorable for them, but that was mainly due to their own over-aggression and allowing Waterloo to kind of get away with robbery at that point.
It's odd that we're not going to meeting room. That's a bomb site that Columbia won. Only played once, so it's back in round number 2, and we're going upstairs to dorms, a site that's been lost. A traditional nade to remove utility, usually mute jammer or panda batteries, but there were none there at the time. That was just a nade that was kind of default. The lack of information maybe wasted a precious bit of utility, but to be fair, Waterloo has been quite strong with those grenades, and you still got plenty of more to leverage. You brought out 3 sets after all for a total of 6. Gerv has already spent theirs, but you still got 4 more in pocket, and that's going to be quite nice when you realize that Phil is playing behind the deployable shield. An awkward challenge for Phil, and they lose their life. Gerv, sure, no nades left, but they have an LMG.
And I mean, that shield position now completely useless if it hasn't been taken care of already, as is because no one's playing behind there. A much faster clear into the backside of Attic as well, almost netting a second kill for Waterloo, but D'Lo is thankful enough to only lose a bit of HP near their shoulder and not getting their head ripped clean off of those shoulders I had mentioned previously. Click having to fall away from the roaming game as well, only playing a bit active near the top of White Stairs. Things are truly looking up for Waterloo once again, but the only thing favoring them was that man advantage, but they'll double down on that factor. Gerv steps up in through Trophy Room, finds a second, soon with LMG of their own, collects one onto D'Lo, but Click is able to shut them down before they find another. But the rest of Waterloo are still doing quite strong in this final minute, leaving only Click. 1vx has to worry about both Attic and people pushing in from both Deer, and the main breach case is dropped. A second for Click, but there's the trade by Ultra at just the right time before things got too chaotic in the midst of Attic Room. It's going to be a 3-3 split moving in the second half, things totally 50-50 between Waterloo and Columbia College.
Very impressive shots there from Click, finding one, putting one DBNO, but it was just overwhelming numbers there for Waterloo, just able to throw bodies at the issue, throw bodies at Click, and I mean, an incredible player is just unable to break down a 1vx, a 1v4 in that scenario. Waterloo now moves over to the defense. Common wisdom and saying defending is just simply easier, and we're going to have to see if Waterloo is going to be able to shut down Columbia, because we saw Columbia look very strong the last time that we saw them attack. That was back on Chalet. They did a lot of things well, John, but this is for the grand finals. You can't be doing things well. You have to be doing them impeccably.
Fun fact, we have Purdue Gold winning out 2-0 over U Ottawa Garnet. So whoever wins this series overall is going to have to face up against Purdue Gold, deemed one of the best teams in collegiate R6, period. Not best in NECC. We haven't figured that out just yet. The grand final will determine that fact here or there. One of the best teams just in general that have gained a pretty big reputation over their experience of playing this game. So it's going to be a very tall task to accomplish for either Waterloo and Columbia, but they still need to finish this matchup overall, and still allowing a 3-3 split, almost a 4-2 split, to slip by your fingertips. It's definitely concerning. And what else is concerning is that still that huge element of surprise. 2 separate spawn peaks, one of the 2 working out, but still your main hard breach gone. That is a huge net buff for Waterloo.
Hey, man, if you're in a spawn peak and lose somebody, but you gain a hard breacher, you say, yes, please, thank you, and you move on with it. Now, Columbia has brought an additional hard breacher. That's KJS on the Maverick, but we've seen how Mavericks are usually deployed. They elect to go over by Big Tower with a friend, and they start to slice and dice their way through this wall. What's going to happen is you're going to go for the prone angle, create a line of sight into the deep portion of pit, which Phil's going to hold, and then you have your own small rotation. That's all fine and dandy, John, but it's kind of a fatal funnel. You kind of claustrophobic. You don't really have a lot that you can do with that one hole. You kind of have to single file like ducks through that position, and that also means you're probably not going to be able to open up the game's wall either.
Well, so far, the first minute is now burned off the board. Could still potentially see maybe a big window play perhaps on top of this attic position, but Slate completely by themselves is going to get punished by Slate. That's Case gone and dropped on the ground, but Click could probably recover that in the next 30 seconds or so, maybe even faster, depending on how aggressive Waterloo plays around that knowledge of maybe having Case dropped in the middle of Deer. Click having to expend almost all their util. The Barbed and Syria Gate will get destroyed, and a pre-fire will amidst as well, trying to make sure they can safely recover that diffuser, and eventually that will happen. So a huge sacrifice made, but at least the Case will get picked back up by Columbia, but they still have to work for another pick in these final 70 seconds if they want to, at the very least, make it that 3-on-3.
Columbia is so spread out right now. Getting a trade is going to be difficult to do. You got two players pushing in from Attic and the other one pushing in from Trophy. If Click dies by themselves, they're not going to have any teammates to end up counter-swinging, but a rotation's been made from Click. They're going to elect to go in from the big window, but remember, they have no more utility. Slate just swings. KJS finds an additional kill. The round potentially turned on its head, as now Columbia has the roster advantage. A 3v2 and still plenty of time. Looking at the drones, Columbia has 5 to play within 40 seconds. That means you can gather exactly where Ultra and Sovin are playing, but you have to use that time wisely. Nobody's yet on drones for Columbia. They're all gun up. Finally, decision to be made. KGS is going to find one. Sovin found out in the door frame, allowing for the LMG to start to just go burr. But Ultra shuts down that, clicks off the board, and now Phil's on the window rappel. They got one stuck, and KGS deep into sight. Swinging with the M4, finds 3 kills in the round, and Columbia is going to find an important, impactful round. That's going to be 4-3.
And a brilliant recovery once again by Columbia College. Things were looking quite dire, but they still A, recovered the case, and B, stuck to their guns. They had great coverage on both the window rappel and also people slowly moving their way in through Addict. And maybe if we saw a more reserved setup by Waterloo, that could have been a different story, but they had really everything taken care of for Columbia. Even the big window pressure as well, done by, I believe it was Click out on the Zofia. It was more than enough to just deal a minimal amount of pocket damage, and then they just rotated around to be somewhere more useful, leaving very little options left for Waterloo just to hold down the site and just win their gunfights. They had no smoke, they had no Tachanka, they had no nitro cells, they just had to win their gunfights. So once they lost that man advantage, things just turned quite sour for them in the final 20 seconds.
No Mira being brought out by Waterloo. We saw Columbia bring out that operator. And honestly, Mira really didn't do a lot for Columbia. So Waterloo is going to elect to bring out something a bit different. That's Lord Tachanka with a defender pick?
It's a bug. It's a
All right.
It's a bug. Don't worry about it. He didn't pick off the Tachanka. He had it on.
I was so confused. I saw a muted Lord Tachanka.
It's
Wild.
like your Twitter thing you had earlier on at ChiefCast on Twitter.
Yeah, at ChiefCast and John
Yes.
commentates. I actually just filled the cast. I'll give you your real one.
That's not my real one. That's okay.
We'll send it to whoever John commentates is about to get like 1,000 extra followers because of that shout out. So you're
Yeah.
welcome, John commentates.
Yeah, let's go. John
Wherever you
commentate.
are.
Somewhere out in the world. Probably
Your alter ego.
talking with Hector. I still haven't been able to find Hector, sadly. Maybe
All
one
right, well,
day.
hopefully you find Hector. Like Slate finds his kill. He's sneaky. He's trying for it. Sure, the glass found one kill, but oh, Slate, there's nobody in the window. No. Oh, poor Slate. Brilliant play there, but sadly doesn't find anything. Well, I guess it does find something. Dead members of Waterloo. 2 of them early off.
Just not what you wanted to find, I suppose, Brian. Off the bat, Columbia are looking quite powerful. The Glaz doing quite well, but eventually it's going to get thwarted before the smoke plant could probably actually be the main priority that Columbia College want to bring him out for. But they might not need to go for the plant. They're in a 4 versus 2, and I mean, I think it's just Tachanka on site. I mean, Ultra is just across the map, maybe trying to go back to the bottom floor or just trying to work for a pick. He's kind of stuck in security hallway, is greeted by an LMGE, and will quickly wave their goodbye as they are now gone. 4 versus 1, Samwise just spamming fire and flames, hoping they connect past the smoke, but those shots, they're not going to connect on a fill, and that will be the final thing they'll end up seeing as well before they just turn into death, or turn into complete dust, I should say, sorry, as Columbia now take 2 on their offense, looking quite well.
You know, the perfect way to show how desperate of a final engagement that was for Samwise, they had to literally walk through their own Shamika launcher Molotov fire to even try to find a kill there, which they were unable to do. So, why, John, you may ask? Because of the wild kills that we saw. First opening death was with the glass sniper rifle, and then poor Slate on the most genius flank that we've ever seen get foiled by a silly play on a window. Man, I had my fingers and toes crossed that Slate would be able to find the kills, but they were unable to do so. That's Columbia, a 5v3, and honestly, we've kind of seen this storyline all day, John. Whenever there's a 5v3, pretty darn difficult to win.
Not impossible, but like you mentioned, very, very challenging. Kids, once again, are actually, yeah, this is Kids' room once again in play, as we didn't have Waterloo do all that well in the end game position. They had the good opening kill, and they were able to slow down Columbia for quite some time, but they ended up just kind of overswinging a couple of angles and not having a lot of utility to fall back on. This time we do have a Nitro Cell as potential, and Slate, maybe for the early game, is rocking the Ella for those Gersmots, maybe just to gather a bit of pocket information to see if they can maybe go and swing somebody out and find some sort of instant gratification for Waterloo. Not a bad idea, but that definitely seems a bit unorthodox in comparison to other operators that you can bring in terms of intel gathering.
Now, if you want instantaneous gratification, bring an LMG, hold mouse 1 like the Zofia LMGE, and find kills. Nothing's more satisfying than hosing down defenders. Columbia's done a wonderful job of that, but they still need to find the members of Waterloo, who seem to be sprinkled throughout the entire map right now. 2 of them stacked up in the shower corridor. An odd position to be in. I do say odd, but we did see Slate over there moments ago in the previous round, and it really didn't work out well for them, John.
I wonder if they're going to drone out Samwise, because he is kind of behind like the little tarp, I suppose. They might not detect him. He's actually moved a little bit closer towards the actual, 2x4s, the little stacks. And, oh no, they see him through the hatch. Oh, there's his foot, and Sam is gone. Well, that's unfortunate. There goes Click with the opening kill. Slade at least trades out another, though, across near, I believe it being master bedroom, if not near the deer doorway. He's able to hold off at least one half of this pincer attack being attempted by Columbia. But besides that, the attic play is still doing quite well. But there's Slate and Ultra in tandem, take me, eat my own words, and have it just be this attic push, be the lone thing to stand between a loss for Columbia and a win potentially here for Waterloo.
Oh, this deployable shield is evil. The Pokeball goes out too. And Phil. What do you do if you're Phil, John? Now, you gotta win some gunfights, and maybe you get a cheeky air jab kill here and there, but I doubt anybody from Waterloo is going to be peeked and yeeted into oblivion. 3 players with arms open wide trying to greet them. Phil hears the bullets pinging against the reinforcement. They're like, nope, not going in through that rotation, so they fall back and try to play off the floor-level holes, but this might be an opportunity for Waterloo to start to rotate some of the defenders away from the deployable shield and away from the attic position and try to go from a flank. Put Phil in an awkward position. Go for 2 from the front, 2 in from behind, but you know what? With the diffuser down, I think Waterloo's going to make the even better decision. They're going to sit back, relax, put their feet on their desk, and just enjoy some water while they wait for Phil to make some type of play.
That's like the second water joke you've made in this one round, because I know you said sprinkle earlier. I don't know if that was intended or not, but I had the intention.
Sprinkles like sprinkles, like you put on.
Oh, I thought like water sprinkler, like water sprinkled around everywhere. That would have been a bit of a funnier option, but still the quote remains
I'm hungry.
Pretty impactful. I feel that. I'm a little hungry too. I'll probably
Water's
eat
not going to
this.
fill me up.
Well, it can. Ever heard of water weight?
That is true, but you're not supposed to consume water as your primary source of sustenance, because water doesn't really have a lot of sustenance to it other than hydration.
Well, sometimes the water diet is what we inadvertently go for, except instead of water, it's like G Fuel or something. So that has water in it. So, there's that. But, hey, finally a win for Waterloo. There's something. Guess they've got maybe a rainbow at the end of the thunderstorm they've been greeted with potentially to add more to the tally of water jokes we're going to be making today in map number 2. And they're heading back into the basement. Columbia College won this round out, I mean, pretty effectively because the roam clear was just instant. They found one opening duel, I believe that was actually D'Lo, and then we had a flank being attempted by somebody in the side of Waterloo, but that was just completely slapped away. Was that Gurv running around? I think it was, right, Brian? And then he just died to I think it was Oni on the single window near the white stairs hop in. Yeah, that was just comedic timing to favor Columbia College, and it looks like they're opting for the last second repick as well to have that more or less that smoke meta in play where they've got the glass for potential post plant setup and just long range capabilities with that thermal scope, and also KJS out on the Capitao as well. But this time there is actually a Wamai available, so maybe those asphyxiating bolts and smoke bolts get hard counter potentially depending on those magnets placements.
John, look where we are. We're currently down the basement. Basements are below ground level. If you know anything about the water cycle, we should see excess groundwater down here. Or we might see excess members of Waterloo. We never know, but right now it seems like there's so many members of Waterloo in the basement right now that they seem to be going for more or less a full anchor. All 5 players are down there. That's going to allow Columbia College to have a lot of flexibility clearing out this map, and in fact, they've actually already done that, John. They've had full control of the top floor, full control of the middle floor, and it's about time to crack open those hatches.
Seems like it's not a bad idea on paper to make sure you don't lose anybody early on, but the main goal for Columbia is to probably get a plant down with the fact they've got, beautiful shot by D'Lo. You love to see that one tap with the glass sniper, but, oh no, don't do it again! No, he's holding the same angle! Why would you just repeat it like that? Almost 3 for D'Lo, looking for yet another. Will it be granted for him? Oh, he spots him out. He knows. He's ready for it. Can't get it just yet, but the whole process of Columbia getting this bottom floor controls to go for a smoke plant, so giving up a lot of map control early on has just been a sight for sore eyes as Columbia will capitalize on that and still have the man advantage. Phil catches one across the ways. The smoke will go fully dissipated down, allowing Samwise to at least collect 1 kill for their troubles, but that's not really going to deter the plant overall. There goes a blind fire, but D'Lo, he's got the line of sight through the smoke with that thermal optic, leaving Samwise once again a 1vx position and having to deal with the LMG just singing, along with D'Lo watching the closet rotate a third for the glass, and match point now on Oregon for Columbia College.
D'Lo with 3 one-tap headshots. Oh boy, that was filthy from that player. Honestly, if they got the quad one-tap headshot, that would have been probably one of the nastiest plays I think we've seen all semester here at NECC. And that was a perplexing decision made by Columbia to go for the smoke plant because it looked like they were just going through hell and high water. I mean, there was fire all around them. And this is not CSGO, John. When you throw a smoke grenade, the fire doesn't dissipate. It's still there, and it's actually probably more dangerous. You can't actually see it. I don't know if you've ever seen alcohol burn, or some types of racing fuel with alcohol in it. You can't actually see the fire. That's where Columbia found themselves in, and they were still able to win. Why? Because D'Lo hit a clip.
It's like when you're lighting up a gas stove and you light a match because the flint won't actually pop to have the gas go off or the fire to go off. You might see a little bit of a quick flame abrupt. It's kind of the same thing. Funny enough, had that happen to me a little while ago, but we'll focus back on the matchup itself. Meeting room. Now play for Waterloo. Rather late into this matchup, we had that tease early on for Columbia College. That was all the way back in round number 2, and now we get to see it reattempted heading into round number 11, kind of as a last attempt here for Waterloo to stave off the series point being ended out completely because it's already 6 rounds for Columbia. I guess their mindset is if they can win here, they can maybe try to reattempt the basement floor or also just try to go back up above into kids, which has been a pretty good sight for them so far. But it looks like the roam game, Brian, it's not going to be all that promising because Gurv, off the bat, your top fragger is already gone and on camera dude.
Now, we did see Slate be the other top player for Waterloo back on the first map of Chalet. They were also on double digits. So Waterloo's not out of the woods yet, but they have to be very mindful of the way that Columbia is pushing this bomb site. And speak of the devil, they shall appear. Slate finds a huge impactful kill. One of the members of Columbia, Click in the LMG, no longer available to the offense. And a cyber relief for Waterloo. You've expended one of the 2 LMGs. Dilo goes DB&O, confirmed by the Nitro cell. And Waterloo is still fighting tooth and nail. They've expended their explosive devices, but they also have to be mindful of the attacking explosive devices, because look who's back. It's Fuse.
Been a long time, but a warm welcome in. Sure, I could imagine that, but no, he's still deploying the gadget. That's 4 for Slate out of nowhere, and Oni's the only one left alive. Samwise may have been down to cross the map, but it doesn't really seem to matter because it's only Oni left to stand. He may have a couple rounds to bleed away, but this would have been over and done with if Columbia had won this round. Giving the chance for Waterloo might be disastrous. Moving forward, Ultra gets finished off, but Samwise gets picked up. The man advantage still about the same. Slate looking for potentially all 5 on this round, is so close to finding that threshold, but wants to play it a bit safer. Goes in for a second swing. Oni tagged, only a slight amount. Goes for the aggressive play, and there it is. All 5 for Slate to keep his team alive and not go to map 3 just yet.
You know, when you need a superhuman play, you call in Slate. We are talking about the going into that round. You just lost your true most impactful player, at least in the kill department, and now you're going over to Slate. We needed Slate to step up. We needed Slate to have some impact in that round, John, and he certainly did. An ace under his belt, and that's going to be the hype that Waterloo needed. That was an important round, not just because of his match point, but you're going over to a tertiary bomb site. A bomb site, in theory, that could be the weakest of the sites in your lineup, and Waterloo had Slate, who cares about the lineup when you can just simply win gunfights. Now upstairs the dorms, a repeat bomb site for Waterloo, and the last time that we saw this, Waterloo won it handily.
This has been probably one of their comfort site overall. Laundry, not that successful. But Columbia have had an okay track record when it comes to attacking kids in dorms. But again, I mentioned this briefly a couple of times. Isolation was a key factor of a couple of other round wins. And this one in particular, it was kind of there, but more or less, it was the over-aggression and the readjustment. The over-aggression mostly by Waterloo to allow Columbia to win some key gunfights, and also for Columbia to readjust to at least have those gunfights potentially be an option and not just completely forfeiting and giving up on that round because they were in a 4 versus 3 and we're still trying to struggle to recover that case at one gifted moment. More or less, it might just come down to how well the end game position can again be for both Waterloo and Columbia, as the matchups that have happened on kids in dorms have been rather close, or at least have taken a lot of time off the board in general, Chief.
Slate, will they be droned out? The Ionic clone runs past, and Slate is going to run out. Multiple players on drone, and he clicks the head of Oni. Off the board they go, and Slate won't be able to find an ace, but they find the opening kill nonetheless. And, well, now that's the OSA removed, and that means you're not going to be able to bring your plexiglass shield and maybe set up for a strong post plant, but also the trade of Slate, but they were running the alibi. The Prismas were still placed, and their deployable shield was also placed, so it's not a huge loss on the side of Waterloo.
Not the end of the world. Something is almost always better than nothing, Brian. And like you had mentioned, the post-plant capabilities might be cut clean in half because those Talon shields are no longer on the board, but we might just have this come down to an absolute brawl once again, like it had happened last time Kids was in play. Columbia College don't seem all that concerned. They lost Oni. He's probably on cams and just feeding a ton of information as one of your main headstrong players that you tend to see throughout the game. 80 seconds to go. Columbia just still trying to set up for that perfect storm scenario. They can maybe find another kill, get that 4 versus 3, and then still rush in for a big window play, along maybe someone hopping in through white, and the rest of that presence maybe leaning or dining in more towards the attic side of the map.
The Alibi Prisma base is shot that provides information to Waterloo, but a nade from Dilo is going to find Samwise, who's been on the struggle bus so far for Waterloo. 1-9 right now. The Nitro Cell now goes silent, so the ability to go for post-plant denial for Waterloo is going to start to diminish, especially with the death now of Gerb. Devo puts himself in a strong position to challenge it from white, which establishes a cutoff, and Click will find an additional kill. A swing from Sovin is pure desperation. They end up losing their life, and Columbia will find map number 2, Oregon, their opponent's map choice. Coastlines now confirmed.
The decider map that both teams have been kind of avoiding almost like the plague. It's going to be a true test to see who deserves that grand final position and who gets to face off against Purdue Gold in about a week. But two incredibly close calls, almost heading to overtime, have been ended out 7-5. And man, both these teams, they are giving it their all at this point, Brian.
I mean, John, did you notice that there are 4 players in the lobby above 10 kills? That is extremely atypical. We barely see players going past double digits once, let alone 4. I mean, that just shows the lethality of both these rosters. We're now going over to Coastline, the map that's all about clicking heads. And honestly, I don't know who's going to favor because both teams are just playing lights out right now.
Yeah, both teams have been rather good, or at least effective in terms of finding that opening duel as a win, and at the very least, having potential for the trade game, maybe not immediately, but more or less in turns the last minute or so. But like you mentioned, Coastline, a map that hasn't been shown all that much towards the latter end of the main season, will get to be brought on out once again for playoffs. So before we hop into that matchup, we'll take a quick break and get to see who ends up facing Purdue Gold in about a week. Don't go anywhere. final matchup tonight here for the NECC, at least for the semifinals. We've got Columbia College versus Waterloo. Yes, that was another horrible bit that we tried to implement here tonight, but you know what? It went kind of well, I've got to admit. We had the staring contest going into the beginning of this matchup, and now we had the pretend to be mute on VMix. You know, the good stuff you guys are here for, and clearing out the gameplay of one of the top-seeded teams of the Legends Division. Both Columbia College and Waterloo actually take that spot quite well. I believe they're both second and third, technically speaking, and now we get to see them play on a map that hasn't received a lot of love this season, because in most leagues, it is now a map that's no longer available in the comp pool, that being Coastline. I'm wondering what the bans are going to be like. Probably relatively default, but maybe we get a couple chaotic ones in the mix as well.
It's a Thatcher!
There's no way they ban Thatcher. Yeah, I'll say there's no way.
Whoa!
Yeah, I was gonna say there's no way that they ban Thatcher on Coastline. There's no way.
Oh, it's still Thatcher, Ben. It's actually
Nah.
Jackal. Oh, I should have second guessed myself. Jackal's a very reasonable ban here on Coastline. Now, I will say, I thought we're funny, but there's no funny business here because it is map 3. Somebody goes home. Somebody goes to the grand final, and somebody like Valkyrie gets banned.
Yeah, that's pretty normal. I mean,
Like,
you could look at like a Thatcher ban being kind of normal too, even for Coastline, because he's good at like burning through util and whatnot, but not so much. Mira ban as well. Everything looks pretty normal. On a map that is so plant orientated, it makes so much sense to ban an Osa. She's fantastic for those post-plant positions. It strengthens them tenfold. And also the window plays too. You can sometimes have a couple of cheeky positions being held by really long angles. And with those stacked up as well with an Osa Talon Shield, it's a living nightmare. Hookah being a great example of that. So better safe than sorry in this predicament. Jackal is still going to be alive and well on the board, so we could see tons of roam clear being established early on. And it looks like Waterloo will not stray away from that in the slightest, because Suvan is insta-locking that Spanish operator.
quickly want to take this time to shout out KJ's mom and everybody who's currently in the ranked ELO trenches right now. The worst place to be playing ranked, but thankfully you guys are tuning in to NECC, the semifinals matchup, where somebody will be departing, at least for this academic year. Upstairs, as you're talking about, I adore this bomb site, John. I don't know what about it. This bomb site is fun to cast. It's fun to play. And I think what it comes down to is it's really difficult to defend, and it's equally as difficult to attack, because how do you open up that exterior wall? If Cade's in play, we have to remove utility from below, but sometimes you can't always line it up, and most of the time you're not even running a hard breach, or if you are, it's usually a Maverick with nades, and it's not really the best operator at dealing with that exterior wall.
It's almost like a double-edged sword, I can imagine, Brian, because you want to commit so much into one portion of the map, that being more or less VIP. You have people play around near 90, you maybe have someone get very aggressive near Hall of Fame if no one's like very aggressive on DJ, for example, and sometimes it works out, and other times the Cade Claw gets immediately destroyed by a simple grenade by Gerv underneath, and that allows maybe instant hard destruction. Only the Maverick, though, it's going to be a very timely-based effort done by Waterloo to actually have all of VIP opened up, but once that's accomplished, they can just hop right on in through. They have to deal with a couple of players stacked up still in VIP, and one as well in Penthouse, but I'll look at this information. Slate's got the nade tossed up, and it's perfectly cooked and timed. Phil goes goodnight, and that's a great start here for Waterloo.
Does it surprise us, though, that the grenade meta that we saw back in the 6th Invitational is here to strike once again? Absolutely not, John. I mean, you've brought out multiple sets of grenades for a reason. Grenades from below are just so darn overpowering right now. And also, not minding exactly where you are in your bomb site or your expansion is going to be quite detrimental. Gerv finds an additional kill. Click was in a perfect place to find that trade. They're unable to do so. And the nades, once again, dispatched over to 90. But fortunately, nobody from Columbia is there to lose shrapnel damage. But the deployable shield is now going to prevent members from Columbia from going for the swing.
Very beautiful start so far for Waterloo, but they cannot get ahead of themselves. It's been a problem we have seen multiple times out on Oregon, and that little amount of over-aggression is going to reveal itself once again. KJS able to isolate out Suvan. That's one less person you have to deal with, but it's still a 4 versus 2. Not completely worrisome for Waterloo to kind of throw a couple of bodies as a problem here or there, but their information still to be spot on, and apparently it is. Slate, 2 immediate headshot kills with the LMG will clean things up quite successfully, and still those yellow pings constantly thriving throughout the round gave Waterloo such a heavy advantage even from the get-go of that round.
Jeez, John, that was just gnarly on the side of Waterloo. It starts off with grenades from below, and then it was just pressure. It was like a tsunami washing over Columbia. There was just nowhere for them to go. Gerv goes nuclear. And honestly, what do you do if you're Columbia? You try to go for an off-site bomb site, and Waterloo takes it like they are a doctoral student who has studied years here at the Coastline Dojo, and now you're going downstairs to a bomb site that has been played so many times that I'm expecting Waterloo just to bring the sledgehammer, take vertical, and look even more precise than they did in the previous round.
For Columbia, they've had a relatively good roam game on map 1 and 2. Map 3, too early to call. That was just one kind of feeler round. They want to go on a slightly tertiary pick. Didn't work out at all. Understandable. But the same concept is still going to reveal itself even when defending Kitchen, is you most likely have to extend up into VIP, up through 90 in Theater, to a slightly different degree perhaps, but it looks like for Columbia, they still want to have that double down. They still want to have tons of utility stacked up over near VIP and near that 90 corridor to try to waste as much time as humanly possible, and I don't blame them. The time management by Waterloo has been one of their biggest weaknesses throughout the entire best of 3 matchup, so if they can waste a lot of time on that top floor and maybe get a couple of kills along the way as well, that could be a round win in the books as early as a minute, perhaps.
In order to speed up the attack, though, there are assets being brought out. You have the Iona, which has been a staple of the Waterloo attack, and also the other additional staple is going to be that Jackal. So the ability to just find out exactly where Columbia is playing, but the information is going to fall short as Ultra is going to be the opening death. And that's your Sledge. We're downstairs in the kitchen. Sledge is the most important operator for the vertical, which is a storyline that you and I seem to be talking about a ton today. How on earth is Sledge constantly dropping their Sledge early? It was Slate in the earlier maps, and now it's Ultra bringing out the Sledge, but nonetheless, it's still a Sledge in the OD.
Could still potentially try to go in more for a service kind of play, but it seems like Waterloo hasn't fully transitioned away from this top floor just yet. Click, landing a great shot on towards Gerv. The Iona is now fallen. There are still at least one set of grenades, so 2 overall, 2 sets in the pocket for Slate, or 2 reps overall, pardon. But about 1:30 left to go. Things are overall 50-50 speaking, and Suvin with a great long angle all the way to the top of White is going to at least catch KGS, but now that information has been relayed over, because that click is going to land a fantastic headshot, Suvin's going to fall immediately after finding that 1 kill, leaving only Samwise, as Phil is able to collect in with the tally mark, as Slate is going to go and die as well. About 1:10 remains, and it doesn't really seem like Samwise in a great position to win out the 1v3. That will be pretty darn accurate, as Columbia will have a pretty good follow-up round after losing quite exponentially over on Penthouse.
Yeah, we expected Waterloo to transition from Penthouse to Kitchen, since they're almost sister bomb sites, are right above each other. The execution into Penthouse and VIP is the same exact tack that we'd expect to see into Kitchen, because you need that vertical. Waterloo set themselves up for a push in through Aqua, push in through Hookah, and when they established a map control on the west side of the map, it really didn't matter, John, because they got shut down in the process, whether or not it was Delo's one-tap pistol, or whether or not it was just Waterloo kind of stalling above. But look where we've gone. A bomb site that has fallen out of favor, but a bomb site near and dear to my heart. It's double bar.
It's been a long time, but a very welcome reunion, like we had mentioned over with the Fuse pick over in on Oregon. It's a pretty interesting site to play because you still have to worry about the site presence a whole lot. It can be very easy to go for that default plant either behind the couches over in Sunrise Bar, or if you head over in through Blue Bar, you can actually open up those office walls if you have control of that portion of the map. But one thing to still note is that emphasis on the vertical play once again. With Waterloo opting to rock out the buck this time about, it seems like they are going to more or less try to go in through more of that Aqua side of the map, perhaps maybe going through VIP as well. And once they get rid of that roam presence, they can go for vertical play, and with the Thermite available, they can probably get that office wall opened up and go for a default plant leading into Blue Bar. So once again, this roam clear, it's got to be make or break for the offense.
Samwise was playing Ion in the previous round. They've elected now to change things up for something that we don't see every day here on Coastline. It's a Thermite being played, and honestly, there's good reason and a good pedigree to have this thermite here because of the smoke spot that is being played over by that B bomb chassis. It is critical that you open up that wall, but most teams elect to bring out a Habana or an Ace because it allows you to open up that wall a little bit more safely, where the exothermic charge is going to expose you to the potential angle of bar, and that's just something that you don't want to have. To be fair, there are ways of moving Columbia defenders out of bar. That's going to take place through the vertical, and you do certainly have enough of that in pocket, but it's still a iffy decision to be made.
Ooh, Suvin, perfect timing there to get rid of D'Lo, and it's almost a trade, but it looks like we had the fallback happened by the other player that was actually inside of lobby. They did not want to get caught in a cross between the player outside, that being Slate near the lobby doorway, and also Suvin, who just got located up near the top of white. Probably a better call, as a 5-on-3 is much more difficult to come back from in comparison to that 5 versus 4, but there's the vertical play I was mentioning earlier in the matchup. Buck just doing his job relatively well. Nothing here to counteract him except Click, who goes in for a swing, has a bit of information to go back off it as well, and that will grant the great equalizer here for Columbia. But still, Buck had already done his job. The only thing that's too worrisome here for Waterloo is the fact they lost that man advantage. Besides that, they're still in a good position.
But what about these foot-level holes set up by Columbia? If you're a Waterloo fan, they have to be very careful of where they walk throughout this map because there are many angles that can be denied through the foot-level holes. Slate falls to Click, finding their second kill, and now Columbia is going to neutralize things once again, John, and here comes that foot-level hole that we're talking about. That's how Slate lost their life, and Click's going to continue to play it. Gur from behind, pushing in through the below Aqua, known as Office. That might be an awkward position for Click to be in because you have to prioritize now 2 different angles, and if Gurf swings, they're going to get a free kill. They're minding their P's and Q's. They're expecting somebody to challenge in from the pre-made rotation, and now Click has been alerted to the pressure over by Office.
Go for the fallback, just the right time. No one also playing near the... No, there is somebody watching the cutout. A great heads-up play by Subin. The arm spotted out by Phil. Gurv is going to try to punch Theo for aggression, but it seems to not work. And the blind fire through the smoke equalizes things once again. 7 seconds to go. The plant has to go down. Oni throws out all the smokes that are a bit too close to pink bar. It's a good cutoff angle, but Subin doesn't seem to matter. He can just play for range against the smoke, and that's all that's going to matter. It actually blinds Oni just a smidge to deny him that kill, and it actually favors Suvin. A back-to-back and almost a roller coaster of a round, to say the least, Brian, as although things were looking quite decent for the defense, the smoke grenades were too short, and there was nothing to stop the plant.
Smoke grenades were too short because Smoke was playing basically in Narnia, the other side of the bomb site, because of the Suvin pressure in from kitchen. You had Phil close quarters with the castle using the UMP, but that's just not impactful enough because you're kind of hoping on a prayer. You spray one through the smoke, but one lines up by the bar. You just don't find your headshots. And ooh, look at this. We're going back to bar, John. It was a 2v2 to be fair, the dying seconds of that round, but this is certainly a gamble. You found some impactful kills, but Waterloo did as well against you, especially that Suvin kill through the foot-level holes to find Click, which is eventually what led to the collapse of the bomb site.
I would suppose so. They had a brilliant tag team play, basically eliminating Click of getting out of blue bar alive to be a threat later on. So it would really come down to the early game, how aware Columbia are going to be of that roam potential. And instead of having a Buck available, there's actually the Sledge instead, which I'm honestly not too ashamed of enjoying here for this site, because you have that grenade spam be another possibility. Having 6 in total, that's going to utterly just destroy the site presence if it becomes too much of a problem here for Waterloo. So I like that idea implemented, and they still have enough burn to deal with all the ADSs and maybe the magnets, depending on where Suvin and Samwise are playing at. So again, not the worst idea. And Phil's already gone, so that is a brilliant playoff by Waterloo off the rip, and it looks like the nade is almost going to finish off one. And Oni, no! On a round that could matter so much, that is such a huge detriment. A self-revive comes in there with the adrenaline surge, but there's the run out to at least finish off Slate. Oni, or pardon, Phil still survives, but the smoke nades, they're gone, Brian.
Wild! And, well, Phil's now gone too. A series of events happened, a series of gunfights, and somehow it still is able to favor Waterloo. I guess we all know how because of the initial Oni run out. Click is still standing their ground in the kitchen. The ability to continue to heal, since they do have use of the gumball machines, one of them placed in kitchen, the other is now placed on the bomb site proper, and Columbia has put quite a defending setup, but Waterloo's going to say, well, you want to hang out in kitchen? That's all fine and dandy. We can take vertical into kitchen, or we can take vertical into the bomb site. The choice is really yours. They're going to elect to do a hybrid of both, and now Click won't have the option of really playing as comfortably in kitchen.
And again, the fantastic adaptation, I suppose, by Waterloo. And it seems like they are just pretty comfortable with attacking double bar for the most part. And also the cutoff angle still being established as well by Suvin, finishing off the player of Phil, I believe, to be on that castle, granting the man advantage still to favor Waterloo for the next minute 10 or so. All the time in the world to go for that vertical play and still gather some information as well. Just enough drones to kind of scrape away in this final minute. And I believe they've already spotted out Click. They still know he's in the rough position of near the bomb site itself. KJS not aware anyone's playing near cool vibes. That will be his impending doom. Click's actually rotated all the way back into bathroom now, and D'Lo not too far behind him either. The site is essentially up for grabs in these final 50 seconds, Chief, and if Waterloo notice that, they could start to potentially tease a plan.
Yeah, because Columbia just can't hold any of these angles. Sure, you got some foot level holes here and there, but that's just not going to be enough to deny Waterloo, who's so darn passive. You have a free avenue to site. Click finds one, but they put themselves in a 1v3. That's not a comfortable spot to be in at all, especially when the INOC scanner could still find your exact location. Sovin elects to not use it, but they still win the gunfight regardless. That's going to be another round for Waterloo, and they look so strong here on the Barbar attack.
All the defaults look fine and well, but a joke I made earlier about Columbia College, because we had the insider information from Click himself talking with Danny, is the lack of scrims we have seen by Columbia College, even on their own map pick of Chalet. I'm wondering if that's going to be a pretty big problem as well, because although the default strats, the on paper stuff, looks swell for Columbia, they're holding everything pretty normally, the execution of their strats have fallen a little flat on their face. It almost seems like they don't know the perfect tempo of this map, and because of that, they're getting caught in really bad predicaments, allowing Waterloo to make quick work of them so far on the attack. And don't get me wrong, it's an attacker-favored map, so that could explain why Waterloo having a lot of early success. But if we don't see just the basic principles for Columbia be changed and have them be revised almost as if we were back on Oregon, this might be a matchup that we're not going to see a reverse sweep on favoring Columbia.
Downstairs to the kitchen we go, John. We've seen this bomb site be won once from Columbia, the only bomb site they've been able to win so far here on their defense, and they won it very handily. That was because Waterloo just got lost in the sauce in their roam clear. They tried to take too much map control, and I think that's one of the byproducts of Coastline. Everybody thinks it's such a small, darn square map that sometimes taking map control will be for free, but the way that Columbia is playing, they're so darn aggressive that the map control was fought tooth and nail for every single square millimeter, and it's now an opportunity for Waterloo to potentially change things up. Slate elects to go for a window melee. Almost like he's trying to rush into the site, but nobody from Columbia is going to take the bait.
Yeah, no dice. The wall bang, although it looked close, I think there was still tons of natural cover for Oni, so he wasn't that threatened by his life. But the drone hole peak, something we saw all the way back on Chalet a singular time that favored Columbia, it actually ends up biting them in the back this time about. Phil is already gone, but his job was more or less done. It's just one less nitro cell if we see that vertical coverage be established by Waterloo in the next minute and a half or so. But still, an opening kill to favor Waterloo once again. Not a bad start for the attacking side.
It's all fine and dandy that you have a Cade in play, but it's not actually going to change anything about the Waterloo attack, because you don't have a hard breacher. You don't even have a pocket hard breach, just small hard breach charges. So the only thing that those K claws will do will potentially electrocute somebody and do some chip damage there. KJS falls, and the Columbia roam upstairs being dismantled one by one. Sovin's going to find that there's still one more lurker up by 90. No Jackal Inox scans yet used once again, but does it really matter, John, when Columbia is getting smoked constantly? Oni and D'Lo, the last ones left for their team, incredibly impactful players. We go back to Chalet and Oregon, but currently very silent here on Coastline.
Seems like they are not in the right position to go and be playing on this map. A great nitro cell toss-up by D'Lo to at least lessen the overall load on the shoulders of Columbia, but still not a good position outright. D'Lo lost a bit of HP, breaks the drone to deny some of that information in the final minute, but there are still tons of drones in general. The Gemini replicators are still available for Waterloo as well. They have all the time in the world, yet still keep peeking these these vertical holes. A third now for at least the Warden player of Dilo. Oni still being rather silent as of now and gets shut down by Slate, trying to swing wide. Suvin finishes off Dilo as well, and Waterloo, although things got a little bit hectic in the final 50 seconds or so, they can still get the last 2 kills and find, I believe, a 4th round so far in this first half.
Well, I was critical of Dilo for not finding their kills. My apologies, Dilo. You found your kills, but sadly not enough to find victory in round number 5. And that's going to put Colombia at a large disadvantage. It's critical, John. They find a victory going into round 6. They have to win this, and they're going to a bomb site that they've yet to play so far. It took 6 rounds to see Hookah Billiards. It's quite a gamble. This is usually so many rosters' primary bomb sites. I think the gamble continues. Look at the healing units in play for Colombia. You got the Rook, you got the Doc, you got the T-Bird, and John, this screams to me that Colombia is going to spawn peek and take gunfights.
Man, I thought you were going to say something silly like they're playing for anti-nades and I was going to have to punch you through my screen, but no.
No, actually, pardon me. I just got word from Click 3K right now, telepathically, on Twitter, that this is actually for nade denial from below.
We'll have to actually talk about that later on when we've got about an hour to kill, because I just refuse to believe that as a valid point for bringing a Rook. But
okay,
again,
well, it's a fact, right? You can't bring a Rook for a nade denial. If you're bringing out 3 sets of nades, you may as well guarantee your tank, right? It's also coastline. Rook, meh. Rook is kind of cool. Wait, timeout. Does Rook actually have a 2.5 times slide? Oh wait, never mind. That was Doc.
Yeah, Rook has a 2x, Dilo has the 1.5.
Yeah.
That's the maximum they've got, which is normally used for spawn peaks. You can be a Juggernaut, though. I think that's still a valid point to make, is that you can be very high in HP, and if the headshot does not land, you're probably going to win the gunfight, especially with the MP5, which has pretty much no recoil. So the point you make is still relatively valid. It's just normally how you tailor the points that you end up making. But at least so far, we're not going to have all that much activity done by Dilo or Phil. Might be Click or Suvin to find this first blood, because we have the Jackal trying to look for footprints, and they're just waiting for that cutoff once again, maybe expecting Click prematurely, and because of that, they're just at the ready in a prime spot. They find 1 kill, but Gerv whiffing on some vital shots. They are not going to be able to outduel Dilo, so at least it's traded evenly, but Oni gets down in the background, so not for very long.
Yeah, but you got a Doc, you got a Rook, and you got a T-Bird that can heal you. Or you can go the old-fashioned and boring way by just holding F and picking your teammate up. But still, you got to heal up to full HP. You can't go DBNO once again, down but not out. But honestly, returning back to 100 HP plus with that Rook Arbor, still kind of helping you have more HP. It's a nice and comfortable position to be in. We can't say that, though, for the members of Colombia like Dila, who just lost their life. So no more ranged use of healing. You might be able to still crawl into one of those gumball machines, but the aggressive stance that Colombia was trying to bring out so far actually not working as well as it probably should have.
Oh, at least we have Phil watching for the repel play. He's going to cut Slate off the wire there. Clay Pigeon style, I guess. 3 versus 3 now. A minute to go. And still 1 grenade, 1 singular fragmentation grenade in the pocket for Ultra. But those magnets they've been building up over time. KGS has 3 in their pocket still. So maybe the grenade could be some sort of effect. But no, Phil's just going to win the gunfight before Ultra even thinks about tossing out a frag. 3 versus 2 now. Colombia will take the lead off once again. And they still have those Kona stations to potentially heal up at least both Oni and Phil. Speak of the devil, though, Phil will now get injured out. I'm not too sure if they're close to any of those Thunderbird stations, though, so they might remain DBNO for the final 30 seconds. And then information is now being relayed off by a drone left by a dead teammate, so they could potentially finish off that Rook, or at least guarantee he cannot get revived. But it looks like I've spoke too soon. Phil gets picked back up, but here come the hard pings. The swing by Suvin. It's good for 1. Can it be both? Yes, it can! 4 for the Jackal. Only 1 more to find. A second ace in this best of 3 series. It seems probable. Only the only one to stop that one from happening. Spots out the arms, but cannot connect the shot. 7 seconds to go, and the plant most likely goes down. Great coverage by the smoke grenade. Here comes the swing by the Jackal. The ace has been denied, but can the plant be denied? Yes, it can! Oni wins round number 6 for his team off the back of pure intuition and stops the default plant despite the smoke.
The clutch was required there from Oni. Colombia needed it. They're going 1-4. If they went to the half 1-5, it would have almost been over at that point. But finally, Oni steps up when Colombia needs them. And now Colombia moves over to their attacking half. Boy, was that a gamble there for Colombia. They brought out all the healing units, Rook, Doc, and T-Bird, while they found impact multiple times. And probably more crucially, the fact that Oni was even alive was because of the heals. They were brought back up to full HP because of the T-Birds. They were able to shut down and clutch and deny the A's. An incredible storyline for Colombia, but still not out of the woods yet, John. You're still 2-4. You're going into your attacking half, which is a slight sigh of relief because this is the attacking paradise of a map.
That's the one thing I mentioned earlier. A 4-2 split for your attacking half is pretty default. And in all honesty, I think one of the main reasons why we saw Colombia have such a successful matchup overall, at least on Oregon, is they had a pretty decent pace, only having a 3-3 split, which is a little bit less default, but still relatively normal, especially, again, with more of the meta favoring the offense nowadays, especially with attacker repick. So having only those 4 round wins, although it seems good on paper, they have to really up it up, or bring it up a notch, pardon, on their defense, unless we might want to see a much closer engagement between both Colombia and Waterloo, because we've seen both times, Brian, things go all the way to 12 rounds and almost overtime. So despite the scoreline right now, this could still be a very close matchup between these two teams.
Did I just see VIP wall fully left soft? If that's the case, that's a terrible spot to be in. Not sure what Nerve was doing, but they're not going to be doing much of anything here in round 7 because they've lost their life, and Phil is leading the charge. You know, something that Waterloo was constantly bringing out was the Jackal Inox, but something more perplexing was only a few rounds do we ever see the Inox scanner actually used. Far too many rounds do we see the Inox scanner left with 3 charges left, but who really cares about past round utility when Waterloo finds 3 kills practically simultaneously? You're leaving Oni and KJS. The last one's left for Colombia, and Colombia College just crumbles in the initial phases of their attack.
Not all that much left for Colombia to bring this one back either. They've got Oni still with the fuse. 1 charge will get deployed in the background, but it's not going to find anything except maybe a couple pieces of utility chopped off the board. Actually watching for a cutoff angle to let the sledge go for vertical without having to worry about a flank. Definitely a nice team play, I'd have to admit, but might as well try to go for some of those cluster charge plays just to hope you can deal some sort of damage, then maybe have the vert go off later on perhaps. But again, picking at straws, not too much you can really do when you are so low in terms of man count. You're just really hoping that maybe Waterloo overextends their life, and at that point you can maybe bring things closer to that 2 versus 3. But so far, Waterloo, they're not budging an inch.
What is Colombia doing, John? You have to just start to move on forward. They're trying to find some vertical. They're trying to get cheeky kills here and there with the fuse cluster charges. So been too aggressive, ends up losing their life. They would have been better off playing together as their team. So Colombia has at least some wiggle room now to work with, especially once you start to incorporate the low HP of Slay. And here they go. A swing up the white stairs, a Hail Mary spray. Nobody even anywhere near that postal code. And the vertical is still taking place. They're trying to force away Waterloo defenders in from reception. But it seems like you have to move in now. You don't have the time to just mess around with the vertical. You have to start to pressure, and speaking of that, there's a Runegate still in Oni's way.
And he doesn't really have all that much to break them besides those drones, but apparently doesn't think about that immediately. Even then, though, you're just walking into a funnel at that point. Oni has to do that. Not even using a drone, they lose HP from the Syria gate, and they're being tag teamed up by KJ. He's got his 6, but they have to look forward. It's 12 o'clock. Apparently, Oni gets dropped, and so does KJS. Waterloo take their first round on the defense, and just to think, if they had won on that Billards attack, we would already be looking at series point, Brian.
High noon strikes and Colombia gets lost during that final execution. I have no idea what they're doing. You have drones, but you know what? They just walk in through the Aruni gate. There's still a Malusi Wub tracking them and pinging them and slowing them down, and there's just nothing. They don't elect to shoot it. That was a critical misplay there from Colombia, not only during the opening engagements where they lose 3 of their attackers, but even throughout the 2 minutes where they were just kind of lost in the sauce, as I like to say. Waterloo, an excellent defending round for them. They're going to go upstairs to Penthouse Theater, where they find themselves potentially on Grand Finals point to carry them over, at least the penultimate point into Grand Finals.
That's still not going to be, all sunshine and rainbows, even if they win this matchup. Purdue Gold is, again, a team that has received a lot of medals in the past, at least a lot of close calls for winning matches, always being the finalists that never truly finish out a matchup, apparently. Maybe that could change next week, perhaps, or we'll see the underdog storyline favor either Columbia College or Waterloo. I don't think either one of these teams have actually made it and won during the grand finals in the past couple semesters or so. D'Lo is actually going to set the pace a bit differently for Columbia this time. Slate is going to die early on instead of being all that problematic throughout the entire round, but Suvin is there on towards Oni, your main stop destructor. Not as much of an asset when you're attacking a site like Penthouse and Theater, but still would have been something nice to have, especially if you maybe want to go for that Maverick trick, but Maverick's not even on the board, so I guess it's not the worst death you could have had throughout the entire round, Brian.
Yeah, but Oni had flashbangs, though. Did you see the double deployable shield set up in 90?
Yeah.
How are you going to burn the ADSs that are there? Well, you're going to have to use smoke grenades. You got 2 sets, or you can start to waste your precious nades, but that's not an option because you only got 1 set of them. Or maybe you can just start to win your gunfights. Hey, that's also a way to take map control. Columbia good for multiple kills. Again, Oni the only death so far. Now, Sovin and Samwise, the last ones left for Waterloo. And it seems like it's almost deja vu because we saw this exact same score, like exact same roster count in the previous round, just with a reverse Uno card. Sobin is going to try to deny that. They will be good for that, though, with the MK DMR.
D'Lo gone. Small problem that isolation once again, but Columbia still have the man advantage and a minute 30 to work with, too. Case is still in their pocket as well, so not too much to threat about the fact D'Lo just died by themselves over up near that DJ balcony. A little bit of information being fed over towards Click. He tries to wallbang with that hindsight. Doesn't seem to be all that effective against Subin, who is now relocated once again a bit deeper inside of VIP. 70 seconds left on the board. Again, still all the time in the world for Columbia to get this one down, but they don't know where exactly Subin's playing at. They don't double check for him, and that allows for KGS to fall. Things totally evened up. Suvin looking for potential 20 bomb if he finds these next 2 kills, and all of this pressure is once again building up on the shoulders of Columbia as they're no longer at the direct advantage.
It was a 4v2 so long ago, now converted into a 1v1. Suvin, the last one left alive, and they've been so darn impactful. They're nearly approaching the 20 bomb. They need to find their 19th to pave their way. They're good for that. Phil falls, and match point now confirmed. Columbia, one of the favorites for this series, now has to go into overtime if they want to even have an attempt at entering the grand finals.
I don't want to say this, it might be a little bit too early to call, but that round in particular, that has got to be such a huge upset for Columbia. They really had that round in the books. They had a 4 versus 2. They were rotating around at just the right time, hopping in over through DJ, trying to apply even more pressure over near Hall of Fame. They had people working their way up Cool Vibes. They were even droning, but because they jumped the gun a little bit too much, D'Lo was allowed to be put in a 1 versus 1 against Subin, someone so impactful in this matchup. He surely wasn't bound to lose that gunfight. And once again, Subin just not being properly dealt with. The misdroning against the Aruni allowed him to find a cheeky prone play next to the circle couch, and he ended up clutching out that round for his team to, at the very least, guarantee overtime if we see 4 round wins in a row for Columbia. But that's a gigantic if, Brian, despite the fact we have seen small comebacks occur by Columbia in these past matches.
Bar is where Waterloo goes to continue them or carry themselves into the grand finals. Bar is a bomb slide attempted twice by Columbia and not won once by the defense. And I kind of get why they're going here, John. Sometimes Hookah can feel extremely claustrophobic if the attacking team is very proficient at taking that top floor, because the way that Bar is played, it's played very similar to the way that you execute into Hookah. You force the attacking team to push into Hookah, and then once they've done that, John, then you have to actually go for your vertical, and that can be so darn costly, it can be so darn difficult to do, especially when Columbia is not really running the same level of soft destructors that Waterloo is bringing. We've seen a Buck, we've seen a Sledge, but Columbia only bringing 1, just the Sledge.
Get it off the board eventually. It's all good. What isn't good, though, is having Slate win the opening duel at such an important round. KJS, someone who's been rather quiet throughout map 3, is already off on towards camera duty, or at least drone duty, for the next 2 minutes or so, depending on how the rest of this round will play out. That's already a brilliant start by Waterloo, and now it's allowing so much pressure to build up over time. A Nitro by Slate and a DMR kill by Suvin once again to make it that 20 bomb we talked about earlier. Already an immediate 2 versus 4 with Click and Delo. Again, so much lays on these two attackers, try to make sure that they're not going to get sent home with empty hands this time about in the semifinals. We deem them as the team to most likely win this one out, but things have taken a turn for the worse. Suvin a third almost, it appears, or a second overall in this matchup, but it's just Delo now. 1vx, Case is gone, a minute 20 to go. It's not looking like he'll win this one. Gets a singular kill, kills the Godslayer as well, apparently. Suvin gets dropped, 1 versus 2. Might need to hold my tongue. They're feeding him 1-for-1s. All of a sudden, it's between Delo and Slate, two very big titans in this matchup all together, and a minute to kill. It's any man's game at this point, Brian.
But where's the diffuser? That's the new objective for Delo. Forced to go for the quad, and that drone is going to find out that Slate is lurking in security. Oh, the drone has yet to find that out, though. There's potentially a Mozzie Pest or a Mute Jammer on that door frame. That means that the information acquisition for Delo is going to be so much more difficult. They're going to have to go for the headshot. They're going to have to go for the jiggle peek. And do they know that Slate's here? They've fallen away. This might be kind of easy for Delo. They can start to walk in, retreat the diffuser, but easy is maybe an oversell because the diffuser's a few door frames away, a few buffer rooms away, and Delo's just passively holding an angle, John. They don't have time for this. They're going to have to push. You have 20 seconds left in this 1v1. Start to go now, my friend. You have to find Slate.
Running in blind at this point. Just about 10 seconds. Slate in a prime position. Nobody expect him. No one would expect him this close on the left-hand side. Even checking Sunroom. That's how little amount of information is left here for Delo. Spots out the Mozzie, but on ADS says no! Waterloo take round 9 and the series altogether. What a brilliant storyline, to say the least, winning out the matchup on a dark horse map such as Coastline. I don't think any of us really expected this matchup to end on the decider pick of this map in particular, but man, what a series to say the least, Brian, and honestly, a very different storyline from both map 1 and 2 as well.
John, what was Delo doing? You have so much time to play with. And they don't play with it. As you mentioned, this map has just been perpetually banned by both teams, and maybe it was just that final round shakes, but Delo goes nuclear, then Delo falls in the end. With his team on the back, though, unable to carry it forward again. It was Columbia College, the favorites in this series. They beat their opponents, Waterloo, a few weeks ago. A series only going 2 maps. Sure, one of those maps, Chalet, going into overtime, but that was the map that, honestly, Waterloo looked excellent on. A 7-5 today on for Waterloo on Chalet. And what happened? I mean, Waterloo deserves a spot in the grand final. They played brilliantly, especially in that ladder map.
And man, I know that I've got tons of questions to ask for at least somebody on the side of Waterloo. I bet you do, and I bet chat probably does as well. So before we stay a little bit too long here on the intermission phase, we're going another break, get the interview ready here for Waterloo, and get to see what was going on through their minds as they ended up winning out against Columbia College. Don't go anywhere, as we'll be right back.
We just watched an incredible matchup between Columbia College and Waterloo, where Waterloo, the underdogs, losing to Columbia weeks before, was able to find victory in the best of three. It took all three maps, but Coastline, John, was an extreme banger. A 7-2. And now we get to pick the brain of the geniuses behind Waterloo. Gerv, my friend, welcome to the casting booth. An incredible series for you.
Yep. It went as to be expected, I would say. We're not looking forward to playing Purdue, but yeah, it was a good win for us.
Gotta at least respect the honesty. I got to start off here with the questions off the bat. So in terms of prep work, because again, we mentioned this a lot in the broadcast, even mentioned it up here in the interview, you guys have faced Columbia College in the past. How much prep work did you guys end up doing in order to be prepared for this semifinal match?
We've been scrimming more than usual, I would say. We didn't do any VOD review particularly. We played them on Cafe beforehand. It was a couple weeks ago, and we actually lost. And Cafe is usually one of our maps, so we decided to switch from Cafe to Coastline, actually, yeah.
I'm shocked because we had Cafe more as a ban for Columbia College. Maybe we would have won that matchup 7-0 or something, but you guys seem to do fairly well on Coastline. So that was the other question I was opting to go in for. Were you guys expecting Coastline to be one of those final maps, or is that more of like kind of, I wouldn't say a dark horse, but just something you weren't really thinking about going into it, and then it kind of became that dark horse because how well you guys played on it?
Yeah, we were expecting Oregon to go much better for us than it did. I don't know. We were kind of surprised when we started losing our Oregon defenses. So going into Coastline, like we had that confidence because like we did start on attack, right? And Coastline is attacker sided. And we've had good success with our Coastline attacks. So like the mental was high even though it was a big loss on Oregon, right? So I think that's what carried us through those initial rounds.
Fair enough, Brian.
Gerv, my friend, I gotta know. Tell me about Oregon and tell me about that blitz play because that was genius.
Oh yeah. We actually do that in scrims as well. And
Oh
we've been
no.
doing it the past games we played Oregon, yeah. Personally, I saw Beast Coast do it in Pro League, and I'm not sure where the other guys saw it from, but they're all passionate about it. So yeah, we didn't want to do it round one, but we brought it out our next basement attack. So
I mean, you brought it out exactly when you needed because that roam clear that we saw Columbia have, especially downstairs, was extremely powerful. Gerv,
for
I
sure,
know
yeah.
that it's late for you, and I know that you want to celebrate with your teammates and your mates, so I'm going to give the mic back to you. Anybody you want to give love to, anybody you want to shout out today and celebrate your victory with?
Shout out Suvin for missing badminton to carry us on Coastline.
It's pretty important, man. I'm not gonna lie. Badminton, that's pretty
41
important
bomb.
stuff.
Yeah, yeah. He only goes once a week too, so
Oof.
Oh, wow.
yeah.
Next week you have to go with them and play some badminton and make up for it. Oh, and actually you won't be next week because you're in the grand finals, my friend.
Yeah,
A
yeah.
big quick giga brain right there. Gerv, my friend, it's been an absolute pleasure chatting with you today. Please go back to your roster and have fun with your victory.
Thank you. Good stream, boys.
Cheers, bud. John, what a brilliant series. We saw Purdue take series number 1, and then Waterloo brought out one of the best series I think we've seen in NECC postseason history.
Yeah, that one was a very close matchup between both teams, except for maybe like map 3. But even then, that had a lot of mystery because, again, Coastline, it was kind of avoided for such a long time and then brought out. And it was like, well, it was the lesser of two evils, especially for Columbia College, because they've been banning Cafe constantly. And they also have been trying to tread lightly around Coastline. And the same could have even be said for, you know, the side of Waterloo as well, yet they seemed pretty confident and competent on that map. So congrats to them for, I guess, playing around the map ban system pretty effectively and taking the victory outright against the side of Columbia College. It's been an absolute blast casting you tonight for both best of threes. Also got to shout out both Uzu and Tofu, who have been observing and producing throughout the rest of the night as well. So glad to have them by our sides throughout the whole night. But all that being said, that does conclude our night here at the NECC. We've got more action tomorrow, just a completely different game. If you're interested in Overwatch, we've got that starting up at roughly the same time as we normally would our 6 stream. So if you're interested in that, stick around tomorrow. But with all that being said, hope you all have a great rest of your night and to see you all again very, very soon. Have a good night.